Whoa, here we go, baby.
Let's roll.
The day is here. It's the day we've all been waiting for. It is a Wednesday, Friday free-for-all mailbag, which makes no sense whatsoever, but we're doing it on Wednesday.
We had to completely get rid of the Friday free-for-all thing that we normally use. It's gone. It's Wednesday free-for-all.
That's right.
Hey, listen, Notre Dame fans, Irish Breakdown fans, stepping up big time. Today's mailbag, all of the proceeds, we're taking donations offline. All the proceeds are going to go to buying food and supplies for those in our community. We've actually now got 6 organizations partnering with us. I'm hoping to get a 7th. I just got a text message from somebody. I haven't had a chance to respond to it yet, so I think we're going to have a 7th local organization. We've got Faith Mission in Elkhart, Hope Ministries, Hannah's House, which helps women and children. We've got St. Margaret's, which helps women and children. We've got, I'm trying to remember, the Center for Homelessness has given us some requests. So we've got a lot of people working with us. So you all have stepped up. And folks, listen, we haven't even counted the Super Chat money yet. Before the show started, we were already over $1,500. Notre Dame community stepping up, and I see we're well into the hundreds already on Super Chat. So you all are awesome. You are stepping up and helping out the people that need it most, and we can't thank you enough. But we're not going to talk about that the whole show. That's the root of the show. But we promised you some football talk today. Absolutely. And so we're going to dive into a couple things. I want to get a couple Super Chats out of the way right at the beginning.
Okay.
And then we're going to bring on, we already got our first guest already ready to rock and roll. He's down there waiting on us.
He's in the green room.
He's like, we all shut up, stop talking. I got articles to write. I got stuff to do today. So get to it. Let's rock and roll. So first of all, Demetrius Rex stepping up. Thank you so much for that, Demetrius. A lot of sites and news outlets are coming out with stories about Notre Dame's surprising path to the playoff. As someone who has followed IB for the past 6 months, the possibility of a playoff appearance is not surprising at all. Go Irish. Yes, Vince had 11-1. I had 12-0. So, yes, I think this team is finally starting to get close to being what it's capable of, but they've been able to get the job done.
Absolutely.
But thank you so much for that. Matt Romero stepping up. Matt, we haven't seen you in the chat for a while, man, so I appreciate you being here, and maybe you aren't here. You put this in early because I probably take some things for granted, but I'm definitely thankful to have premium Notre Dame football coverage for all the time you guys put in. I know you guys put this to good. You will put this to good use. Go Irish, and we absolutely will. So let's bring in our first guest.
Please.
Our first guest is none other than my man, Tim Prister from Irish Illustrated. Tim, thank you so much for joining us today.
Hey, thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so Tim, let's just dive in. We've got a ton of questions already. We got people stepping up. Tim's on the show today because he is absolutely in full support of what we're doing and wanted to play his part in his role in helping out the community he is from and he grew up in, because I'm a transplant. These two guys right here, they're born and raised. This is their home, so they want to step up and help out. So let's get into some of these, Tim, and we'll kind of talk. There's some recruiting questions, some team questions. So this is kind of be more of your opinion. Q Kibbs 97 says Brian has talked about how he started, how when he started this, he wanted Vince. How did you guys know each other before? We'll get into that in a little bit. Lastly, if Dante Moore commits elsewhere, who is the most reasonable second choice? I'd go Avery Johnson. Tim, 2023 quarterbacks. Dante Moore is my guy. I don't know what your thoughts are on him, but if he goes somewhere else, do you have some guys that you've identified yet that you say, okay, that's a nice next option?
I don't know that I have a number 2. I mean, I certainly like Avery Johnson's long-term ability. I think he's still an athlete learning how to be a quarterback. I think you would agree with that, Brian and Vince probably. But, I like him. I think he's developing. I think in this day and age, you almost start with athlete first. Athlete 1, quarterback 1A. And I think that's the direction that Avery Johnson is going. I think he has a ways to go still, but he's still new to the position. I like him. I think there's a lot of long-term ability there.
I think the thing that I think is sets up nicely for Notre Dame is I'm still diving into the 2023 quarterbacks, and I'm already saying this is a loaded quarterback class. It reminds me a lot of the 2018 class, which had Trevor Lawrence and had Justin Fields, but also, I mean, it was Phil Dracovic. It was a lot. It was a very deep quarterback class. This class reminds me of it. So as much as I want Dante Moore and think he is a must get, it's not Dante Moore, or you're not going to get a really good quarterback in this class. It's a really good list of quarterbacks. I really like the kid they just recently offered from Alabama as well. I think he's a big-bodied, drop back passer that can run. Jackson Arnold, to me, is kind of like a better high school version of Ian Book. Not the biggest kid, but good arm, good athlete, winner, that kind of thing. This is a really good quarterback class, but at some point in time, Notre Dame has to start stringing together some really big-time quarterbacks.
I do like Jackson Arnold. I think he's a really resourceful football player. I don't always throw that term around loosely, but I think that he is. I think he'd look pretty good. And the Ian Book comparison I think is fair, Brian, and accurate, comparable in size. But as we learned in Ian Book winning 30 games for Notre Dame, he was pretty resourceful himself.
And that's why I kind of like that word, because Ian didn't necessarily always look the prettiest. He didn't always do what I want him to do. But as you said, especially last season when it was I wasn't impressed by Ian's numbers last year. They weren't impressive. But last year, to me, more than any year during his career, was when there were games where he needed to step up and make a play some way, somehow. I think back to the North Carolina game, the flip to Mayer, scrambling around, finding Kyron Williams, just did what he needed to do to win games. And he's never going to look as dynamic as a Tyler Buckner or a Dante Moore, but he just made plays. And that's how Jackson strikes me. He's not going to blow you away with size and a big arm. Kid just makes plays and just wins. Doesn't need to do.
I've always laughed at, there's the streak of 40 straight wins against unranked teams. And you have that segment of fans that will say, well, you should beat those teams. You're better than them. But that's what puts you in position to make the playoffs. You have to beat all those teams when they come up. And unfortunately, in the second half of 2021, Notre Dame's getting a string of unranked opponents, which is making it very difficult to raise their profile here now that the College Football Playoff Committee is involved. But that's how you win 111 games and break Knute Rockne's record for victories, is beating the teams that you should. And, I put out a stat yesterday about Notre Dame in November. Notre Dame has gotten much better in November in the second portion of Brian Kelly's tenure here at Notre Dame. And I think it's has largely to do with better talent, which is, I asked Brian Kelly this question on Monday and he concurred with that. But just building depth, when Mike Elko came in, he was a big proponent of playing more guys on the defensive side of the ball. And we were laughing the other day on our podcast to hear, freshman Kurt Heinisch and freshman Myron Tagovailoa Mosa are in the first quarter playing against Georgia. And it's like, what are you doing? Is the D-line already tired that you have to put those guys in? But I had not been accustomed to seeing Notre Dame football play that way. And it has gradually built along the way. And I think that's why Notre Dame is 15-0 in November since losing to Stanford at the end of the 2017 season.
And then obviously you had the two bad losses in 2017. You lose a fourth quarter lead to Stanford. You get blasted by Miami. One of the responses to November I got was, well, they haven't really played a lot of good teams in November. And I'm like, look, Clemson was only game 7 last year, but it was November. I mean, that was a November game. So that certainly counts. But, they beat North Carolina last year on the road in November. So last year kind of changed that. Well, you haven't played any really good teams in November, which I think had some merit. 2018, I think, was one of the years they played some good teams in November, Syracuse and Northwestern, but then last year, obviously. And I think Boston College was a good win, too, last year because BC had just started to kind of hit their peak a little bit.
They didn't get any credit for beating Syracuse because they beat them so badly. Because they beat them so badly, that diminished the perception of Syracuse. And I certainly get that from a fan's perspective. But, it hasn't been a world-beating schedule in November, to be sure. But November's, you guys know with your football backgrounds, November's tough, man. Here Notre Dame, the flu is hitting the team. They're on the road, playing at night at Virginia, and they went out and did what they had to do. Granted, Virginia without Brennan Armstrong, in no way were they going to defeat Notre Dame. But still, you have to take care of business. And I do admire the consistency of Brian Kelly in November in the last 4 seasons.
So from 2013 to 2017, I have down Notre Dame being 9-12 in the months of November.
Yeah.
Even if you take out the 1-4 2016 season, which was a 1-3 2016 season, you're still looking at 8-9. Even if you take out that anomaly of a season, because they went 2-2 in 2013, 1-4 in 2014, 3-1 in 2015. And then 1-3 in 2016, and then 2-2 in 2017. So yeah, that's a good stretch.
Well, we showed the depth showed up against Virginia. I mean, look at the guys. Ramon Henderson's run around at safety, and he's been playing corner. By the way, I always liked him. This is not retrospect. I liked him as a safety coming out.
Oh, sure. Mm-hmm, sure. Okay, Tim.
I will pull up the in the film room to prove that.
I'm sorry, we don't have access to show articles on here. I'm sorry,
Tim.
Okay.
All right. You're just going to have to trust me on that one. But, believe me, I've been wrong many times as well. But, I liked him there. And then what Xavier Watts is doing, Xavier Watts, we've only seen him for 2 games. And I was like cautioning everybody after playing a triple option team that, all right, don't get carried away. He's not ready to enter the starting lineup because we haven't seen him against a conventional offense. But we've seen him in 2 games now, and there's a couple things that we know about him. He can cover a lot of ground. He loves playing the game. When he arrives at the football, he's going to arrive at it physically. So, I mean,
which isn't something we can necessarily say about all of the veteran safeties on this roster.
That would be very true.
That's all we need to say about that. But I'll tell you, Tim,
that's a frequent topic of conversation with us.
Yeah, especially O'Malley loves to hit me up with that because we have a little side bet going on some things. But Vince and I have talked about this on our show. A month ago, we're looking at the safety depth chart in 2021 and saying, or 2022 and saying, I don't know about this.
I was saying 2 grad transfers.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Hopefully you get into Xavier Nwangpa, freshman starter, and but now you look at and again, it's just 1 game for Ramon, so we all have to kind of pump the brakes a little bit. But just athletically, him and Xavier, and DJ Brown's had a really nice year. This isn't meant to take away from what DJ's done. It's a really nice year, but the athleticism between Xavier and Ramon looks way different than when you watch DJ in Houston, or even KJ Wallace for that matter.
No doubt. I thought Henderson. What struck me was he just looked so much more comfortable there than he did the corner. And
he finally looked like a football player. He never looked like a football player playing corner, even in high school.
Corner's hard. Corner's uncomfortable. I get
especially for long guys. That's the thing too. Is footwork's a lot more challenging when you're a long-limbed player at corner, which is designed to. And Vince will tell you this. Tim, you've watched football a long time. I'll tell you this: if I have a long-limbed corner lining up to my receivers, I want to do things to try to get him to have to change direction because it's a lot easier to get stuck in your steps when you're a long-limbed cornerback because it's just not. It's not a position designed for a guy that's 6'2" with long legs.
Right. Yep.
Just the movements of it. And that's why a lot of teams like Pete Carroll did a lot of this. He would actually Nick Saban does this with a lot of his talk. That's one of the reasons Nick Saban doesn't teach backpedal. He says it's not a natural football movement. So he doesn't teach backpedal. So it's just and so that's why a lot of long corners have been able to have success under Coach Saban. So
I thought the interception by Henderson.
Oh, man.
I'm going to say it was Kyle Hamilton-like, but think about the play. Hamilton.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. It wasn't quite he didn't cover quite as much ground as the one Kyle had in Florida State, but it wasn't that far away.
No,
it was close.
It really wasn't. It was a heck of a play.
So, Brian, we still got to answer the other part of Q-Kib's question.
Well, I figured we might be able to do that once Tim
Okay, that's fine. I'll make a note.
But we'll definitely get to that because I want to hear your answer to that question, Vince. All right, Tommy Gunn says, interesting, albeit long shot playoff scenario. I actually don't think this is that long of a shot. Georgia, Bama, Cincinnati, and Notre Dame, only 1 Power 5 conference included. How much would the college football world freak out? A lot.
Oh, big time. And I don't think it's that far off either. If you look at who's playing who, coming up here and the chances of, are we super confident in Oregon right now? No, I'm not. And Ohio State, could they pick up an L because of their defense? They could.
And they do play 3 good teams left. I mean,
absolutely.
Ohio State's a team that needed the fourth quarter to beat Penn State. Penn State sinks.
And if Bama beats Georgia in the SEC championship, I have a pretty good feeling they're both in.
Well, if Bama loses to Georgia and Oregon and Ohio State, and because this would have to be the scenario, right? So Michigan State upsets Ohio State. Ohio State loses to, Michigan State. Okay, here I'll make it easy. Ohio State beats Michigan State and Michigan. Those two are out.
They're out.
And then Wisconsin upsets Ohio State in the Big Ten title.
There it is.
They're out. Okay, Oregon gets beat by Utah in one of their 2 games. Now, at that point in time, Bama doesn't have to beat Georgia. They just have to lose close.
Yeah.
And they're going to get it unless somehow Oklahoma State just comes out these next 3 games and just blasts Oklahoma, blasts Baylor in a rematch, blasts Texas Tech. Maybe be the only reason. But yeah, I think it's a bit of a long shot, but not super long. Because again, folks, have you paid attention to this season? This has been one of the wildest,
no doubt,
college football seasons I've ever seen, because it's like, okay, which top 10 team is going to lose this week?
Right.
That's kind of been the story. Tim, how do you think the college football world would handle one Power 5 conference making the college football?
I think, the ones freaking out would be the 5 power conference commissioners.
Yes.
Right. That would be the biggest freak out. But hey, there's been a push in recent years to find a way for inclusion for the Cincinnatis of the world. And so here we are now, Cincinnati being in a position where they can run the table. They're a little banged up. They're not as good as they were early in the year because they're a little banged up now. But, it's not as much of a long shot for Notre Dame as it once appeared, which was just really a couple weeks ago. I'm not going to, be on the constant lookout as to whether Notre Dame's going to be included in this, because they have no control over it. No matter what they do against Georgia Tech and Stanford, it isn't going to impress anybody on that committee. So it's totally in the hands of the people of these 7 schools that are ahead of them. And I agree. I mean, there are so many interconnected workings here that somebody has to lose in these games, and a good portion of that top 7, they're going to pick up at least one loss moving forward here.
Absolutely.
So where I would somewhat disagree with you, Tim, is I think I agree with the premise that Notre Dame's not leaping anyone in front of them if those teams don't lose, no matter what they do the next 2 weeks, right? However, I would say that Notre Dame is in control of dominating these next 2 opponents so that one of 2 things can happen. Number one, if Ohio State loses and if the Big Ten has chaos and if Cincinnati loses a game, you can then say, hey, look, we've won 6 games in a row. They've all been by double digits. Our last 3 games are wins by 30, et cetera, et cetera. Then a 12-1 Cincinnati and then 11-1 Notre Dame, you have that potential to make a case for being ahead of them because of their overall resume. And it's also important to hold off Oklahoma State. If Oklahoma State keeps winning, Notre Dame has to win impressively these next 2 games. But to your point, Notre Dame's not in control of their own destiny completely. They are in control of making their resume as good as possible, but they're going to need help. And that's the thing about how crazy this season has been. They're going to get it. I mean, 3 of the teams ahead of them play each other in some sort of round robin type of scenario.
Seriously.
With Ohio State, Michigan State, then Bama and Georgia still have to play each other.
Yeah.
And
now, Brian, I'm an old timer here. And so what concerns me is that Bama loses a second time and a 2-loss team makes the playoffs. And I realize that Alabama's a completely different animal. And they're the only ones that are in a position to do that unless Georgia starts building like this on a consistent basis. And I cringe when I hear, the best team. I get that, but to me, the definition of a playoff team is the most worthy team, and I think worthy comes with winning games. I again, as an old timer, I'm disturbed by how losses are just brushed under the carpet.
Well, because of game control, Tim. I know that Michigan State won, but they were winning 30-14, and they were leading most of the game.
Michigan blew the lead too. That counts.
If you haven't noticed, there's a lot of sarcasm coming through.
I know.
I
totally get it. And
it is
at the end of the day,
it's troubling.
At the end of the day, your responsibility as a team, as a program, is to win the game.
Right.
And I just think that is being brushed under the carpet by with the blanket statement of the best teams. Well, that's very subjective too. The best teams,
right?
Especially without especially with additional losses, with 1 or 2 losses. I mean, I just don't. I'm concerned about that because then we shouldn't even. I know I'm exaggerating this. There's hyperbole here, but
sure.
Then why are we keeping score?
Right.
I mean, that's
just take teams that average with the 4 highest recruiting classes and let them just their automatic pass of the play. I will say this though. I think a lot of this fear comes from ESPN more so than the committee. And I'm trying to differentiate between the two, even though this has been the most issues I've had with the committee so far. I mean, some of the things they've done have been really puzzling. I still feel like a 2-loss Bama is not getting in over a 1-loss Ohio State, a 1-loss Oregon, a 1-loss Cincinnati, or a 1-loss Notre Dame. I just don't think that they will. Maybe a 1-loss Cincinnati, but I because we do have precedent. I mean, we do have precedent of a Power 5, 2-loss Power 5 champion not getting in. If Bama, and again, because it would be the scenario that I think would be most helpful for Bama to get in is actually losing to Auburn and then beating Georgia. I think that would be the thing that would help them get in more so than losing again to Georgia, because then they don't have that resume. And it would remind me a lot of the Penn State team in 2016 that actually won the Big Ten but didn't get in because they had 2 losses. And Ohio State got in, who didn't win the conference and lost the head-to-head to Penn State. So we have seen some precedent. So I still, at the end of the day, want to give the committee a little bit of credit, because unless the goal is to sabotage the process, and this is the conspiracy in my conspiratorial nature in the back of my head, the only thing I can think of is they're trying to sabotage the process to make people so pissed off that they speed up the expansion. That's the only thing that's like that little tiny, Roswell, crazy conspiracy thing in the back of my head that just keeps saying, this might be on purpose, well,
for the record, I don't have a single conspiratorial ounce of blood in my body.
You didn't watch enough X-Files growing up.
I guess. Although no, it's not actually. I didn't like that show, but I realized it was fiction.
What?
But let me say this about the previous 7 playoffs. I have agreed. I don't know how you guys feel about this, and I'm interested to know. There have been 28 picks in the previous 7 playoff scenarios, and I've agreed with every one of them. And at the end of the day, all that matters is that they get the right 4 again at the end of this year. But Gary Barta has just made some extremely disturbing comments in the last couple of weeks.
Yes, absolutely.
And the whole Michigan State thing, I just really sparked it for me. And it's what the polls are, what the rankings are now doesn't matter. It's what they come up with at the end of the process.
But what matters is the precedent that they're setting on how to seed teams.
Exactly.
That's the thing that
totally
matters. And
precedent being the word.
I don't think head-to-head should be this end-all, be-all. Like if at the end of the year, Ohio State blasts Michigan State, blasts Michigan, blasts Wisconsin, and Oregon just skates by against Utah. Okay, I'm sorry, Ohio State's going to have a better resume than Oregon. They don't now, but they would then. The head-to-head can't be a trump card for everything. The problem I have with Michigan and Michigan State is, other than that, the head-to-head is the one thing that's different. There's not a whole lot different between their 2 resumes, and that's my issue, is they both have some ugly Big Ten wins. They both barely beat Nebraska. Indiana did better against Michigan State than they did Michigan, but then Rutgers did better against Michigan than they did Michigan State. Neither of them played super tough out-of-conference games. Their resume outside of that head-to-head is about the same. And that's why I say that you're looking that's my issue, is I think they're using too much of the analytics and some of these stupid computer formulas, like Bill Connelly, who has Iowa State still ranked super high. Like, what we're projecting forward. So what you're projecting forward is that eventually they're going to start winning games that you think they're going to win. It's such a stupid, it's like, okay, eventually, I've said this for Tim, eventually you have to look at the formula that you created that keeps kicking out stupid things like LSU being number 3 after the 2019 season is completed and they already beat Clemson, who beat Ohio. You know what I mean? Eventually you got to say, you know what? This formula is wrong. It's broken. I need to fix it.
Well, there's no analytic more important than the score on the scoreboard.
That's right. Agree completely. All right, Tim, let's get to a couple more here. Ed says, happy Thanksgiving to all the Notre Dame family and Subway alumni, whether you live in a mansion or out of a shopping cart. Absolutely, Ed. Thank you so much for that. We have a super chat from Daniel Silver. Daniel coming through. Thank you very much for that. Patrick Fitzgerald, appreciate all the hard work, entertainment, and knowledge everyone at Irish Breakdown provides. Thanks for organizing such a charitable event. And Patrick came through with a huge donation. Thank you so much for that. And then Alex Udell, go Irish, gobble, gobble. Thanks for all you guys do. Appreciate you very much.
Love that.
Here's one that I wanted to get to, Tim, because I didn't want to pass some super chats. I want to leave you with this. I want this to be, if you can answer, do you have time for one more?
Sure.
Awesome. So Ryan Anderson asked this, and he says, excellent coverage as always. Thoughts on fans who'd rather play a winnable New Year's Six than make the playoff? This on our board and our chat, this has created some major, like, okay, I'm picking sides, right? What are your thoughts on this notion?
Well, we always get these scenarios, and part of it is also, okay, if you had a guarantee as to what the outcome would be, and that is being in a playoff and losing, or being in a New Year's Six bowl and winning. I mean, if we know that that's the end result, well, then yes, I pick the New Year's Six bowl. But you always take the opportunity in the playoffs. That's why we play the game. It's like getting back to keeping score of the games. We play. They're playing to win national championships.
Play to win the game.
Exactly. Right. So from that, now, if Notre Dame makes the playoffs, they're likely going to be the number 4 seed playing Georgia, and that's a pretty tough matchup. And I realize that that's a difficult win for Notre Dame, but you know, again, without knowing the outcome in this scenario, without knowing the outcome, you always want a shot at the playoffs. You know, I mean, something happens in a game. A quarterback gets hurt, a pick six. It probably takes more than a pick six to beat Georgia.
But think about the 2018 title game, how that pick six by A.J. Terrell just changed just the energy in that, like Bama's crowd's going crazy. A.J. picks off Tua at the early, and all, it created that. Sometimes that's how games, snowball. I don't think Clemson plays Alabama 10 times and they beat them 44-16 every time. But when things like that can happen, I think what if in 2018, for example, Ian hits Miles Boykin on the post route and they recover that fumble and it's called correctly, Notre Dame recovers the ball at the 15-yard. I mean, who knows how that game's going to go? We don't know the answer to that. For me, Tim, it comes down to this is obviously, I actually have gone back and forth on this. I am still going to go with play Georgia and lose, because to me, if you want to be a champion, you have to know how your team stacks up against the champions. And beating Pitt in the Peach Bowl or Fiesta Bowl or beating Michigan State or beating Michigan doesn't tell you how close you are to beating Georgia or beating Alabama. You need to say, hey, look, if Jeff Quinn goes out there and does a great job and the O-line battles, and you can say, hey, you know what? He's got the team going. We can roll with him, right? But if, say, they get crushed by Georgia, then you got to say, hey, look, whatever's going on, we're not as good as we need to be here. Or if your receivers or if your defense or if your quarterback, whatever happens, hey, we're not good enough. We got beat convincingly. They were way better than us here. Now we know where our priorities need to be as a program this offseason.
I understand the frustration of Notre Dame fans wanting to win a major bowl, which, by the way, how old were you guys the last time Notre Dame won a major bowl? And I was
16. No, I hadn't turned 16 yet. I was still 15
Wow. It was
even younger.
93?
It'd have been the 93 season. Yeah, the 94
so 12. I was 12.
I've been to, at one point I had been to 394, covered 394 straight Notre Dame games. So I've seen a bunch. Starting, I think I've said this to you before, Brian. As a 7-year-old, I saw O.J. Simpson play in Notre Dame Stadium.
Yeah, we were talking about that the other day. Yeah.
So I've seen a lot of games, but that 93, that bowl game against Texas A&M, there was a ton of talent on that football field that day.
I watched that the other day. That was the 24-21 game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, even A&M, because I don't remember who A&M had back then. I just remember R.C. Slocum and Bob Davie. And I'm like, yep, that dude was in the NFL. Yep, that dude was in the NFL. Yeah. Yep, that dude was in the NFL. Those are some really
great talent. I think one of the, I don't know if it's an underrated game, but just my memory of that is there was an incredible amount of professional talent on that football team that day.
Be nice to see Notre Dame contributing to a big chunk of that here again.
Yeah.
And they've gotten there. That's one thing where Brian Kelly has brought them a long way. There's a lot more NFL talent. I mean, we talked about this. There's 5 DNs from the 2018 rotation. Guys have played, are now in the National Football League. 4 of them got drafted. 10 years ago, Tim, we'd have been like, come on, Notre Dame's not going to have 4 NFL draft picks.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Mike Elson's done a tremendous job.
Yeah.
Tremendous job.
Tim, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you. Appreciate your support. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I appreciate the cause as well, Brian. Congratulations on this, Vince. Thank you very much.
You bet. Thanks, Tim. See you Saturday.
All righty.
Got a couple other super chats here real quick. We just want to pull up before we bring our next guest who's in the waiting room already. Brian Medved with a huge super chat. Thank you so much for that, Brian. That is big time. Waddy says, absolutely love this idea. Hopefully we will get to do this annually. Go Irish. Thanks, fellas. We've got a lot of other things planned. We're talking about like next October for a tailgate, doing like a clothing drive, for the local communities, doing like a toy drive in December. Mm-hmm. We got a lot of things planned. We want to be able to use our platform to give back. God has blessed us a ton. And how we start Irish Breakdown. We don't know how it's going to go. We go through a pandemic. Eventually, Vince comes and joins me. Like 5 months into me owning Irish Breakdown, we go through COVID and just all this different stuff. And he kept us afloat, and he's blessed us so much. And we want to give back any way that we can. So, I'm totally humbled, like just by the support and I'm seeing now there's about 15 more donations just waiting in my email. I got to go through. For the donation page, not just the super chats. I'd be willing to bet you we're already over $2,000. Just briefly look. Actually, matter of fact, we just had somebody. We just had somebody donate $1,000 through the donation page. Wow, this is amazing. It's $200. You all are amazing. You all are absolutely amazing.
We're gonna buy out Michiana's stock of turkeys.
We did the easy part, right? We did the easy part. We just said, hey, we're giving you a platform to give, and you all are stepping up in a huge way. So this is just unbelievable. So thank you all so much. Chili stepping up to the plate. Thank you, Chili. He's a regular. Benjamin Wee stepping up to the plate. Thank you so much, Benjamin. Gobble, gobble. I'm like, every time somebody says that, I get hungry. I don't know why. It's not good. Andrew Goss stepping up to the plate. Benjamin Carchi. Love IB. Thank you guys for all you do. Keep it up. Do you think Brian Kelly will let Tommy Rees run the offense? We're going to address that here in a little bit too. But Josh Maybe says, perfect time for a first super chat to help those in need. Keep up the great work as always. So here we go. So we've got is our next guest ready? I see him down there it's going in and out.
He was there.
Okay, he's ready to go. All right. So my man, John Garcia. John, how are you doing, buddy?
What's going on, fellas? Excited to be here. This is a no-brainer for us today. To be a tiny decimal point in this equation is totally worth it. So thanks for inviting me, and absolutely thrilled to see how it's going. Fantastic.
Of course. K. Grant stepping up with a $99.99 super chat. Austin C. stepping up for $100. Just got John Rich, so proud of the efforts of Brian and Vince and being a member of the community. Brian of St. Francis, prayer of St. Francis, for it is in giving that you receive. Go Irish. Well, the thing is, we've already received. Right. And that's what we're stepping up and trying to do is try to help out. And I just knew Mike Padone stepping up big time. Really, really, really appreciate that, Mike. Chief Brody stepping up with a super chat. Really appreciate that. A couple more I just want to get to, John. We just got to cycle through these so we can talk some recruiting. John Klimek, thank you so much. Do the right thing, do the best you can, and always show people you care.
Can I address the very next comment there, even though it's not a super chat? Q Kibbs is commenting on my bracelet. This is what happens when you have a 9-year-old daughter.
Yeah, you got 3 daughters, so you're like triple screwed.
And she's like, Dad, I want to make your school colors, and you got to wear it. All right. I wore it, and you got to do what you got to do.
True fatherhood. That's true love right there, that you're still wearing it, even though she won't know whether you are or are not wearing it.
I know. I can't tell her with a straight face if I didn't wear it. You know what I mean? I can't.
You're not a good liar. I've learned that quickly. You're a pretty terrible liar
too. So
Jacob Steely, God bless. Go Irish. Thank you, Brian and Vince, and the Irish Breakdown community. Yes, thanks to all of you. Matt Russell, love listening to you guys. Thanks for all you do. So John Garcia, we didn't bring you on here so you could read some super chats with us. Although when we told John, well, first of all, John always agrees to come on. But when we told him what we were doing and why we wanted him on, he was like, definitely coming on. So John, thank you so much for being with us. But let's dive into some questions here, John. So look at Notre Dame's recruiting class. The board's getting a little bit small now of guys that we think they have a shot at. It really comes down to two prospects. Number one, Billy Schrauth, the guard from Wisconsin, who I'm very high on. You and I may have a conversation about his potential inclusion in the SI 99, no matter who he picks. And then Xavier Nwankpa. So right now, you guys have Notre Dame ranked 4th. And this would be the highest that Notre Dame has been in quite a while. If they get those two players, I'm not from a ranking standpoint, because we got to know how everybody pans out, but just talk to me about what you think Notre Dame's class would look like if they're able to add Xavier Nwankpa and Billy Schrauth to it.
Well, I think each of those guys are really kind of the icing on the cake, not only for the class, but for those position groups. Brian, you know this very well. We rank a bit differently in terms of the recruiting classes. We look at SI 99 guys, obviously, right? Top quality coming into the class. Premium priority positions, quarterback, left tackle, pass rusher, defensive back, all of those things. And then we look at addressing team needs and position groups. So with the DB haul Notre Dame is bringing in, and certainly with the offensive line haul, the Irish already have committed with those really 4 offensive tackles. Those 2 additions would cap 2 of the better position groups, not to mention the best, one of the best classes in the country. So I think either way, Notre Dame is right in that top 5 range, almost regardless of what happens. And look, Texas A&M, in terms of those outside looking in of the top 5, Texas A&M is on a bit of a roll right now in recruiting, and that's probably not going to stop. But if Notre Dame can add at least one of these 2, which I think they will, this top 5 classes, you never want to say it's guaranteed or solidified, but at least in terms of early signing day, it's pretty good. But this is a great, great haul. 6 SI 99 guys, a chance for at least 1 more, maybe 2 more, depending on how things shake out. And I really, really like this offensive line haul. I think from an outsider's perspective, from a macro, when we look at Notre Dame, we think of a big run dominant offensive line group always, right? It just pops in your head. You don't even think about it twice. But then you look at what they're doing this cycle. 1 offensive tackle, 2 offensive tackle, 3 offensive tackle, 4 offensive tackle. This is a shift to me. A shift in philosophy in modernizing what the personnel looks like at Notre Dame. We've seen it at other positions. We've talked ad nauseum about the need to do it at the skill positions. Now we're starting to see the plan shift on the offensive line, because a lot of the elite programs are doing this. You just recruit a bunch of tackles, figure out the positions later, and then maybe an interior guy, which would be Schrauth in this case. Right. Maybe an interior
guy
I
think could play tackle. I mean, I would say that Schrauth is the second most athletic of those guys that they're getting, even though he is an interior guy. And I'll say this. So John, this is to me going back to the way Harry Hiestand recruited, with a little bit of a caveat. And Jeff Quinn started recruiting more centers and guards. Harry was always recruit tackles, and then you move them. Quentin Nelson was a tackle. Alex Bars was a tackle. Sam Musford played tackle in high school, although he was never going to play tackle in college. What we're seeing is Jeff Quinn going back to just recruit edge players. And now some of them have moved around. But what I think is we're seeing here is this group, especially compared to like last year's group, we're adding into last year's group, is you're seeing more athleticism being emphasized. Tai Chan, you didn't bring Tai Chan in to be a mauler. When he committed, he was 250 pounds, right? You're not bringing in Emil Wagner to be a Quentin Nelson, Mike McGlinchey mauler. You're not bringing in Ashton Craig to necessarily do that, although he's a pretty physical kid. And even Billy Schrauth, who's a physical mauler, he's an athletic physical mauler. And I think that's the thing for me is that we're seeing lacking at some positions right now on the Notre Dame offensive line, especially at right tackle and right guard, is that lack of just the speed to get to the next level, get to the perimeter, because RPO, screen game, all the zones, outside zones, all that stuff requires you to be able to move. And that's what all 5 of these kids could do if they're able to get Billy Schrauth.
Yeah, and I think Schrauth is in very good spot in terms of where Notre Dame is recruiting him and targeting him. It's felt like more of a matter of maybe when and not if. But obviously, you still have to close, right? I mean, there's less than a month until early signing day kicks off on December 15th. So you want to wrap that up, and then Nwankpa is the wild card, right? I mean, this is an elite safety, maybe the best in the country. We're still there's really three guys, right? It's Kamari Wilson, Nwangpa, Zion Branch. Those three are kind of round robining for that top safety spot. There's no question on who the most physical is. It's Nwangpa, and I think it's just a matter of those other things. Where does he stack up with those guys? But either way, for Notre Dame, you can sell Kyle Hamilton pretty much 1-to-1 with him, at least from a height, weight, athleticism standpoint. But you got chief competition as well, obviously, with Ohio State and the in-state Iowa Hawkeyes. And he's done a really good job keeping things close to the vest. So I think we know a lot more about Strauss recruitment than X's recruitment at this time. But it doesn't mean Notre Dame's out by any stretch.
So let's talk about the secondary, because, John, I would not be doing my job if I brought you on and we didn't talk DBs. You might avoid my phone calls for a couple days if we didn't do that. I want to talk about this defensive back class, because I look at the Notre Dame secondary and I see a guy here, I see a guy there. I love their freshman class, but just the lack of long athletic guys is noticeable in a lot of ways. They're just the lack of speed. I know you love this corner class for Notre Dame. Talk to me, John, about how you would evaluate this DB class as a whole if they're able to add Xavier Nwangpa, and how it stacks up to, because there's some really good Clemson's got a great DB class. There's some really good. I think Ohio State's is overrated. That's just me. But there's some really good DB classes out there. I want to know from you how you think this DB class from Notre Dame would stack up, because what a lot of people may not know is, we're trying to get more and more people to look at SI99. You have Devin Moore ranked as the number 80 player in the country. And so clearly you like him a lot. But let me hear from you what you would think of this DB class, John, if they're able to get Xavier Nwangpa to add to the four that they already have.
Well, we talked about it with the O-line, right? It's icing on the cake. It's kind of that last piece. I think with this group, and obviously Devin Moore is where we'll start the conversation, you've got a lot of corner experience, and then you've got this combination with some of these other guys, with guys who can play corner, but maybe better suited to play a nickel corner type of role, which of course you need in this day and age. Most
Jaden
people
Mickey,
line
the guy
up.
that jumps out to me for that. Yeah.
Most people line up in nickel, as their base defense now, and then dime is not so irregular as it used to be. But there is not a true center fielder, play caller, free safety experience coming in at the position today. Now, can some of these guys move there and develop there? I do think so. And obviously Devin Moore is where that conversation begins too. But Nwangpa would bring that sort of complete feel to the future of the Notre Dame secondary. And I think he'd probably be the guy most suited to play immediately should he commit to Notre Dame. So I think that plays a big role in the perception of a position group. But like you said, we've got Devin Moore ranked higher than anybody else because he's just the modern DB. He is exactly what you want. He's battled injuries. He was kind of unavailable at portions of his high school career, but he's back on the field now, and he's making plays every single time we check. He's long. He's got receiver experience. Those ball skills translate over to what he does in the secondary, and that has become really the starting point of how we evaluate cornerbacks. It's not about hips and quickness anymore. Those are still important, but it starts with length and ball skills because you're combating the Chase Claypools of the world, who are monsters that run like small guys. So you got to be able to play him at the line of scrimmage. You got to be able to play him at the catch point, but you've also have to have the athleticism to decelerate and play that back shoulder, play that 50-50 ball. So Devin Moore is where the conversation begins. And if you can end it with Nwangpa, this is probably the most complete secondary class. Clemson's is close. They won't have the volume Notre Dame has. Ohio State's without Jaheim Singletary takes a hit. I love Terrence Brooks. He's our number one nickel prospect. And for me, a Sunday guy, probably, if you want to play that game. But I think when you talk about a complete group, this would really help Notre Dame be right in the thick and the beginning of that conversation. We'll see what Alabama does. They've got Damani Jackson, Denver Harris, a couple guys still maybe joining their group. But in terms of who's committed right now, this Notre Dame class stacks up with the best.
And for me, and my stance, Benjamin Morrison's the highest ceiling guy that Notre Dame has in the class right now. And I would argue that Jaden Mickey is the most ready to step foot on campus right now and help you out of the class. Maybe he doesn't have the ceiling of some other guys, but that's the thing I like about this group. There's more diversity. There's a lot of diversity in this class. And we even saw that last year. You've got Ryan Barnes, who's almost 6'3". You got Philip Riley, who's short and strong. And that's something I really like about this corner class too, because you could legitimately put 4 of those corners on the field together and have a secondary, right? I mean, that's the thing is you have a nickel, 2 corners, and a safety, or 2 corners and 2 safeties. I mean, you need that in today's game. You need the ability to put 3 corners on the field and still be able to tackle the run game. And that's the thing that's for the final thing for me is this is a physical corner class for Notre Dame. Devin Moore's the one not physical guy they have. I mean, not that he's not physical, but like he's not the smash. Benjamin Morrison will smash you. Jaden Mickey is a physical little guy. Jaden Bellamy will smack you. And I think as you watch Notre Dame play in their secondary now, I think that's going to be a welcome addition to what they do. Last question for you, John, and I thank you so much for being on here. Notre Dame defensively is off to a red-hot start in 2023 on defense. As good as their 2022 defensive class is, the 2023 defensive class is off to an even better start. I want to talk to you first about the 2 ends. I want to talk to you about the Keon Keeley and Brennan Vernon and just how big it is to, number one, get them, but then number 2, to get them from where they got them. And I want to talk too about Keon Keeley. In your mind, there's some people that have him outside the top 100, some people have him in the top 10. Let's roll. Let me hear it.
Yeah, this is, we talked about this, about a month ago, last time I was on the show. He's going to be a top 25 guy for us at SI. He's one we've seen. I live outside of Tampa, so we've seen him a lot over the last few years. And the step he has taken in 2021 from he's a raw athlete to this is a dominant pass rusher every single Friday night has been one of the bigger jumps we've seen at any level. And he's playing at a very high level in the Tampa area there at Berkeley Prep. I know all Notre Dame fans got to see him play against Arch Manning and kick their you-know-what for 4 quarters. And it could have been a lot worse.
I'm not gonna lie, that was fun. That was fun to watch.
So you've got a bona fide pass rusher in Keeley, and then in Vernon you've got the balance, right? You've got the guy who can set the edge, who's a little bit more polished, a little bit more physical and ready from a technical standpoint today. So you could make the argument Vernon should be ranked higher from a floor perspective, but Keeley should be ranked higher from a ceiling perspective. We take both into account at SI, and I can give it away that Keeley's going to be ranked higher when those rankings do come out. We like to take our time with the evaluation process, so stay tuned for that.
You mean you don't want to rank every month and a half after seeing 2 games and just reevaluate your whole rank? I know I'm not going to put you on the spot and make you respond to that, but the people in this chat know how absurd I think that is to do that. So you're going to do a ranking in December after the regular season and then do another whole rankings after the All-Star games. So anyway.
Yeah, we do too. We do too. We do one in August ahead of their senior seasons, and we do one in January when everything's wrapped up. So it creates a control balance there where we can't go nuts off of a 7 touchdown performance because look, these are elite players. They should be dominant in high school. We shouldn't let one performance, one game, one play for that matter really shift the total body of work. And we do emphasize that in-person evaluation. So yeah, the January All-Star circuit's going to be good to us this year, and we're looking forward to that one. But yeah, this group will be updated in January, and then the next group with Keon Keeley and Drake Owen and all those guys will come out next August, and you'll probably see a few Notre Dame commitments in that 2023 initial SI 99. I think Drake is one of the best football players in high school football today, not just in the class of 2023. You know how I feel about Keeley and Vernon. I mean, that front 7 already is established. It is a national front 7. It is not there's a couple Midwest guys who Notre Dame, lucked into early on. No, this is a national class already, and it's going to contend right at the beginning as one of the top classes, just like we saw in this 2022 cycle.
And it's coming right after a class that has 3 front 7 SI 99 guys in it as well. And that is Tyson Ford with the 2 linebackers, Jalen Seed and Josh Burnham. And that's the ultimate thing for Notre Dame is it's not just about having that one good class. If you want to compete with the best, it's got to be, stacking them up on top of each other. And that's the exciting thing about what Marcus Freeman is doing is it's like, okay, yeah, we have a great 2022 class. Not going to rest on that. We're going to go out and get some big ones. So John, thank you so much for joining us. You know we're going to have you back on to talk some more recruiting and some more evaluations. But I want to thank you so much for joining us and being part of what we're doing today and just your continued support from SI All-American.
No, thank you, Brian, and thank you, Vince, and the whole IB family. It's always fun to come on because we can just talk ball, right? We don't have to talk nonsense or any fluff. So it's always a welcome home feel here for me. And yeah, you know my number, man. Anytime you need anything, just let us know. And yeah, keep this thing going, man. I'm going to get my donations ready to go here too. And I hope more of the listeners do the same.
Thanks, John. Appreciate you.
Awesome,
Appreciate
John.
you coming
Thanks.
on, buddy. So we got another guest coming up here in a few minutes, but I wanted, before he comes on, I'm just letting him know I sent him the link. I do want to get to some of these questions and some of these donations because they are pouring in. Today I've never been happier that StreamYard fixed the chat function.
No
ever.
Kidding. No doubt.
Today.
Just in time, too.
Oh, it's so
this
perfect.
Just happened
so
this
perfect.
week, I think. Yeah.
So perfect. Dylan Willett says, thank you for the best ND coverage, Dylan. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that very, very much. We did have some questions down here that I wanted to get to as well. And Ryan Anderson, our next guest, is going to be answering this question as well. So everybody buckle up because our next guest played at Notre Dame and has a very strong opinion on this subject. So I look forward to asking him that. Okay, Benjamin Carchi asked this question earlier, and I wanted to circle back to it because I didn't talk to Tim about that, and I didn't want to put him necessarily on the spot of what his opinion would be on that. But do you think Brian Kelly will let Tommy run the offense? Until Brian Kelly makes some personal changes, he's never going to completely give over the offense. He never has completely given over the offense. And I think it's even been less with Coach Reese, but he does let Coach Reese do a lot of things that he wants to do.
I agree.
It's more of the in-game stuff is where Brian Kelly is kind of, steps in and those type of things. But the thing about it, you have to understand, is Coach Reese came from the Brian Kelly lineage, right?
The tree.
Like, and they share a lot of similar philosophies and thoughts and, desires of who they want to be. So I think in some ways he is letting him run the offense, but at the end of the day, Brian Kelly's always going to have his hand until he just decides not to. He's always going to have his hand. I mean, you see it in games, like, and as an OC and a quarterback's coach, it would drive me nuts, but he's the head coach. I can't say anything about it, but he's constantly just getting in the quarterback's face as soon as they come off the field. And I'm just like, Coach, let us talk to him. Because this is one of the complaints that I've heard from former quarterbacks and coaches at Notre Dame is he would start telling them things that's different from what we've been telling, because he's not in every meeting. He's not in all the film breakdowns. He's not in all those things. He'd start telling them things that was different than what the OCs or the quarterbacks coach did. And that can get that can create some confusion, and like, well, man, the head coach is telling me this, and ultimately I always got to listen to the head coach. So I think that kind of creates, and it is absolutely true.
It's true. Yeah, it creates confusion for these guys. I mean, it just does. Like, okay, well, this guy's telling me one thing, this guy's telling me another thing. I don't know what to do. Like, it's true, and you cannot have that with your quarterback. You cannot have indecision, and you cannot have I don't know who to listen to coming from your quarterback. So there has to be a clear line of communication, which I think gets blurred sometimes, and that's part of the problem.
So let's get down to some more. Mark Stewart, it's awesome that you guys are helping folks. Mark, thank you so much, because ultimately it's you guys that are helping, right? Like, I hope you all understand that. What we did is we have been given a platform. We're now opening up that platform to allow you all to make the difference. Like, everybody keeps saying, thanks, Brian and Vince, but here's the deal. We didn't give $1,000 donation. Somebody else did, right? We're not the ones that have we're not the ones that have given. We've given you all a platform, and we've given you all a voice, and you all have stepped up and answered that in a big way. So we appreciate you very much, Mark. Thank you so much for that. Kay Grant with the $99 super chat. Austin with the $100 super chat. Thank you so much. Mike Padone stepped up. Anthony in the Ambra, the Golden Dome is shining a little brighter today thanks to Irish Breakdown. No, it's thanks to you all. You all are the ones
we set up the platform.
That are giving the money. That's it.
You guys are standing on it.
That's it.
Yep.
Chief Brody, see here, get down to some more here. Michael Brahoni, thank you guys for all your hard work and top-notch Notre Dame news and info. I feel like part of the IB family all the way here in Reading, PA. You are. Nice. Look, we've had people from Indonesia on the chats. We've had one of my wife's employees who was getting this donation set up from Portugal. Man, IB is worldwide. You know what I mean? Like, we're worldwide. My next guest is all the way out in sunny California, so he actually is getting on here pretty early. So my man is really stepping up, and he's like,
good point.
He's getting out of bed. He's got to take a quick shower and jump in the IB chat, you know. So, Justin Olson with the super chat, adding Tim, love it. Stopped giving to big charities after learning the massive money laundering and extreme criminal activities. You're serving local focus and transparency. Amazing. Keep fighting the good fight. And just so people remember, all the money we raise, we're not taking a check and giving it to people. We're going to go out, we're going to buy the food, we're going to buy the gear, we're going to buy the clothes, and we're going to give it to the people that have said, here's what our need is. And so when we shop, we're shopping their list. They're giving us their grocery list, right?
Right.
And their needs list. And then we're going out and do it to make sure exactly what you said, to make sure that the money is being
going
used
to where it needs
for
to go.
The people that need it. And, not that the people that run those shelters don't deserve to have their salaries paid and all that kind of stuff, because they work hard and they put in. It's just that this is how I felt convicted that we were going to step up and do it. And so I want to thank that. I'll get a couple more here because then I want to bring my guests on, and we're going to start with the fire right I'm going to throw him. This is my man. This is my buddy. We're not going to throw softballs to him. We're going to come straight with fire because that's just what I want to do. Yeah, and he's ready to roll. I love it.
He's up to bat. I love it.
I love it. Bren Chris, glad to help out those in need. This was a great idea. Good reminder of how privileged we are to be able to spend time watching and thinking about football. Amen to that. John A1, my man. Happy Wednesday, IB. So excited for what you're doing today. Has Brian Kelly's tenure at Notre Dame required him to move away from the type of offensive principles he had so much success with in the past? I think it was a choice. Okay, he's throwing punches down there, John. We're going to get back to it. He's throwing punches down there. I got to bring him in. It's time. It's time. I can't hold him back any longer, folks. I've tried to hold him back as long as I can, and it's just not working. He's ready to come in the show. He's ready. And I'm going to pull up that question that I was going to start off with him. Where is that question from Ryan? Here we go, because I'm straight fire. Where is it? Vince, do you see that question from Ryan that I wanted to ask?
It's above where I'm at. I will find it eventually. You'll probably find it before I do, but I will search.
Yep. I'm going to try to find it here.
Right here. Boom.
Okay.
Oh, that's me.
Okay, see you later, Vince.
I'm out. See you guys.
So our next guest, my man, Oscar McBride, former Notre Dame tight end. Wonderful. If y'all don't know Oscar is the man. He's a wonderful person. This is my guy. So Oscar, thank you so much for being a part of the show today and helping us out, buddy.
Brother, thanks for having me, man. It's always great to come on and talk a little ball with you. I mean, you got to be kidding me. I love it.
Mm-hmm. And my man Sean Davis just showed up just in time to be part of the show. So Sean, thank you so much.
Time out, man. How come everybody has an IB hat but me, dude?
You haven't asked,
bro. Why should I have?
Okay, you're right. You're right. You know what? Here's what I need from you, Oscar. Okay, fitted or trucker hat?
Duh, trucker.
Okay. And then shirt size.
3X, baby.
Okay.
We swollen here.
Okay. I know you still doing the push-ups. I get all that, right? I get you. It is done. It is done.
Thank you, bro.
It is done.
Thank you.
So, Oscar McBride, thank you so much for joining us today. I want to start right away with the straight. This has been something that has really been getting on my last nerve. And Sean and I we went off on this last night. Mm-hmm. This notion that I would rather get to a New Year's Six game in a game I know I can win than get to the playoff and potentially lose again. So I'm just going to, hey, I didn't strap it up in a Notre Dame uniform. Sean didn't strap it up in a Notre Dame uniform. We were sitting in the stands or watching on TV. So I'm just going to roll it out. I'm going to sit back and relax. I'm going to roll it out to you. So
look, you know what? Let me say this. This is a conversation I have on multiple group chats with multiple former teammates and older brothers, and we talk about this stuff all the time, right? The bottom line is, if you want to be considered an elite program, right? You want to be considered, or at least have a part of a conversation with an Alabama or this year a Georgia who's playing completely lights out, or an Oklahoma who's always good enough but doesn't quite make it. If you want to be mentioned in the same breath, in the same sentence as those teams, which there are elite teams, you need to be an elite team. You need to be in the college football playoff. And no disrespect to Coach Kelly, but he needs to figure out a way to win. He needs to figure out a way to win one of those games in the college football playoff. When I hear people saying, oh, I'd rather go to a New Year's Six game and win than go and lose, that's what Coach Holtz used to call the loser's limp, right? If you're not willing to go out and put it all out there and dare greatly, why are we even playing the game? We need to step up and make it happen.
I got to ask, I mean, what is going to a game and beating a Pitt or beating a Michigan or a Wake Forest and Oklahoma State? I don't feel like that tells you if you're in a better place to play with Ohio State, or like, does beating Pitt in a New Year's Six game tell you anything about your ability to kick off the 2022 season in the horseshoe against Ohio State and be able to compete at that level?
I don't think so. I mean, because Ohio State is perennial. I mean, they just reload. I mean, I don't even think they get enough credit for what they do. I mean, they have a coaching carousel. They have a players carousel. I mean, they're reloading every single year. They're still performing at a high level akin to that of what Nick Saban's doing in Alabama. So if you want, again, be mentioned in the same breath, in the same sentence as those elite teams who do that annually, you need to be able to do the same thing. My Fighting Irish, my alumni, I love my ladies' university. This is my place, man. I grew up there. But at the end of the day, we got to figure it out, man. We got to be better.
When you look at this team, it's all about getting elite players. Okay.
Yeah.
There's one position for sure that we can say, and there's a couple, but on offense that right now they have an elite player, and that would be Michael Mayer. Now, I was like, I got to bring on somebody that knows a little something about great tight ends. Because, you know, obviously you play National Football League, you played at Notre Dame, but you and I have had some conversations. The tight end rooms that you were a part of were you had NFL guys that were like fourth and fifth stringers.
Unbelievable, right? Yeah, for sure.
So let's first talk about just some of your time at Notre Dame and just the guy. I mean, Derek Brown, Irv Smith, the guys that you played with during your tenure at Notre Dame.
For sure. I mean, and there was another guy who was before Derek who was injured, who ended up playing baseball, Frank Jacobs. You know, Frank J, my big bro, I love him, just phenomenal. We didn't have the same offense. You know, we didn't have, you know, we ran split veer, I-back veer. You know, you have guys like Jerome Bettis and Reggie Brooks and Lee Becton and Rodney Culver and Tony Brooks and Ricky Waters. I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to run the football, right? I mean, the list goes on there. You know, Randy Kinder, you know. So for us, it was about making the most of any opportunity we had. We didn't have a lot of catches. I think Derek had over our career. I don't think Herb had 30. I think I had 8. Pete Kriplevich had quite a few more than we did, you know, with Ron Paulus, you know, at the helmet quarterback. But I mean, Michael is phenomenal. I think what I love about him is that he knows what to do with the football when he gets it. He has receiver type ball skills. He knows how to go up and high point the ball and attack. He knows how to get negative so that he uses his body to shield the defender away from the ball. And he has great hands. For a guy his size, his body control is outstanding. Not a big fan of him taking shots in the knees. He needs to figure out that hurdle move. But I think that he is one of the greats. You can definitely say he's one of the greats. Almost 11 yards per catch. I think Derek had over 14. Irv had just under 13. You know, and I'm a touchdown guy, so my average was like 6. So
well, that's because you average 6 points per catch, right, Oscar? I mean, that's
what we're about, man. We got to put the points on the board, man.
Yeah, that's right. When you look at how he stacked, I mean, Notre Dame, I mean, since Brian Kelly's arrived, and even look, you know, Charlie Weiss kind of reignited the tight end right? There was a time where, you know, there's some nice, Jabari Hollow, there's some nice players in there, but Coach Weiss really ignited that again with, you look at Anthony Fasano and then John Carlson and Kyle Rudolph and Tyler Eifert, and then obviously Tyler and Kyle bled into Coach Kelly, and then Coach Kelly, you know, Ben Koyak, Troy Nicholas, Cole Kmet, Alizé, and, you know, just how does, in Europe, and again, he's still in year 2, right? But how does Michael Mayer stack up to some of those players? How does he compare as a player? You know, not so much like on a greatness scale, but just, you know, maybe an upside, but also just his game. Because I think he's got a very unique game.
I think he's unique. I mean, I think the nickname of Baby Gronk he's earned. to be so big and so physical, but yet he has that ability to finesse, to create separation. Again, I mentioned earlier his body control. When he catches the ball, he knows what to do with it. I think, when you look at, Michael's, game plan, the game plan they have for him, it's akin to that of Tyler Eifert. I mean, he is the number one look. He's the number one read, unlike, myself and Irv and Derek, who were check downs and decoys for most of our careers. This guy is the first look. Cone is getting the ball to him. And the great thing about a guy like Michael Mayer is that he is going to catch the ball no matter where you put it. The guys like flypaper, man. It's massive hands, big body, strong, physical. I just look at the fact that he's getting so many opportunities, and kudos to those coaches and recognizing, look, we have this great weapon. We need to get him the ball in space so he can help us make plays. I love what they're doing with him. And you look at, your Kyle Rudolph, you look at your Tyler Eiferts, that was offensive scheme. That was, you look at the offensive coordinators, you look at, my good friend Mike Denbrock, who's doing a great job down in Cincinnati. Love Mike, shout out, brother. That 12 personnel, 2 tight ends, being able to get those 2 athletic guys there who are a threat in the run game and in the passing game. I love that. And there are some guys coming, behind Mr. Mayer too. There's a couple of guys who are solid.
So, Oscar, I know that you like to talk about how much you've been blessed and how life has been good to you and all those kind of things. But when you watch a tight end catching 50 balls in 10 games and he missed a game, when does the jealousy sink in?
Every single time I get a text message from Derek and Irv, every single time. If they're watching this right now, guys, like, I'm putting us out there. Like, we talk about it all the time. It's like, God, can you imagine? Could you imagine if we got at least 5 targets a game? What that would have been like. I mean, I don't even know the defensive coordinators game plan for us. I think that's probably why we were so wide open when we did get the opportunities, because they're just tackles. Don't worry about it. We're going to put 8 in the box and we're going to try to stop the run game. So I think it's great. From my perspective, I look back on it and go, yeah, I wasn't much of a receiving tight end. I was a guy who's going to block. Probably should have played left tackle in the league. But the reality is these guys are doing the job. They're doing the job well. And I love to see a tight end. I love to see a big man make a play. I love to see a big man run.
So what I need you guys to do is I need you and Irv and Derek to step up and play your part for Notre Dame Nation. And that is to do this, okay? That is to come to Notre Dame's campus, sit down with Michael Mayer, and teach him how to use a stiff arm.
I'm pretty sure his knees and thighs will thank him if he learns how to extend.
I mean, they need to have him go to the running back drills with Lance Taylor, because clearly Lance Taylor has taught his dudes how to stiff arm. Because it doesn't matter who they put in the game, they're stiff arming people. Because if I see him get helicoptered one more time, my brother, you're not John Elway in Super Bowl 32. Okay, use your stiff arm. It's okay. It's okay.
You know what? I think he has that mentality though. I mean, we all had it. Like, if I'm not gonna make you miss, I'm gonna run you over. And I think, I don't want to say make career decisions, but he's a day one draft day guy. So maybe he needs to start thinking about that. Get that big mid out there and get him off you so we can get a couple.
Well, and practically speaking, a stiff arm, I mean, look, there's a time and a place where stiff arm's not going to work. I mean, but there's a time and a place where, like, this is going to help you get 15 extra yards. And like I said, the Kyron Williams highlight tape is going to show you that, right? Like, if you look at all the yards he's gotten into. So when you kind of look at this offense, you follow football. You're coaching now, right? You're coaching high school football.
Yep.
What does having a talented tight end really do for you? And I have someone else I'm going to ask this question from a different perspective. But what can a tight end that can have the impact in the pass game that Michael Mayer can have on a defense?
Right. Well, I mean, obviously, tight ends are going to impact the run game, right? You have to account for them. You have to either walk a linebacker down on them or at least put a defensive end in a tight technique to try to jam them to keep them off their routes. I think in the passing game, especially a guy like Michael, he's a matchup issue for a linebacker, just because of his ability to get separation. He's a matchup issue with safeties, simply because, he's bigger, he's stronger. If there's trips, with a tight end to the boundary, he's a nightmare for a corner, because that size, the corners, they're the worst tackling guys on the defense. I mean, let's just put it out there. So I think, when you have a guy that has his elite skill set, and has the ability to do what he does with the football in his hands, he's going to give everybody issues on the defense. What I would love to see him do, though, I would love to see him become an even more tenacious blocker. And he's not, and let me temper that statement with, he's not bad. He's not a bad blocker, and he's more than athletic enough to do it. I just think, it's kind of like when you're playing basketball, you rest on the defensive end, or do you rest on the offensive end? So do I rest a little bit when I'm blocking because I know I'm going to get, 18 targets today? But I would love to see him be a little bit better there. But God, is he a weapon? He's a problem for anybody.
Yeah. Well, as you said, there's some guys coming down the pike. Obviously, Notre Dame's got 2 tight ends signed in the 2020 or committed in the 2022 class, including a son of a former Notre Dame player. Scott Raridan's son is committed to Notre Dame right now. Eli, a little bit more athletic than his dad was. Thank goodness.
Just a little bit.
Scott's a big guy. I probably shouldn't say that to him. He may meet up with me one of these days after a game. Like, hey, remember when you told me I wasn't very athletic? Okay, yeah, you're right. Let me ball you up, put you in a pretzel, and put you in my pocket. So, but Oscar, thank you so much for coming on with us today, my man. I want to do this again. We've talked all the time, like, oh, get you on the show, we'll get you on the show, we'll get you on the show, and we haven't done it yet. We're going to start doing that a little bit more. So thank you so much, Oscar.
Of course, man. Anytime. I appreciate you. I'm looking for my hat, man.
I'm telling you, it'll be done before the show is over. You're going to have hat and some gear on its way. So text me when you get done. Text me your address so I know where to ship it to.
Oh, Brian, I'm sorry. Oscar, I
Yeah.
have to, anytime I'm connected with a Notre Dame great, I have to ask this question. And Brian will probably give you the backstory someday. Please tell me your favorite tunnel story.
Okay.
There was nothing better than the tunnel scraps back in the day when everybody had to come through the same tunnel. Give me your favorite tunnel story, because I've heard several different answers to this as a player.
You know what? I wasn't really into the tunnel stories. Like, I wasn't really into the tunnel thing, but the one that was probably most memorable for me was Florida State. It's game of the century, akin to if the college football had a Super Bowl. Number 1 versus number 2, the very first ever college game day. You got Bobby Bowden and Coach Holtz, who are best friends and storied coaches with 2 storied programs. You got Charlie Ward, eventual Heisman Trophy winner. You got Derek Brooks, and then on our team, you've got Bryant Young and Aaron Taylor and, Jeff Burris and all these great guys. That game was really good for me, just remembering being in the tunnel, because I'm from Florida. So all those guys who were playing at Florida State, I knew them. So they were wolfing me, saying, hey, man, you should have stayed home. It's going to be a long day, brother. It's going to be a long day, and I'm kind of looking at him, and I'm like, you know what? I have to play in the game, so I can't go snatch this dude's face mask off, because if I do that, Coach Holtz is going to sit me. And then I'm just looking at him like, hey, man, we got to play, bro. We got 4 quarters coming. I'm going to be right here. So it was probably the Florida State game. We were wolfing.
They were not ready for that physicality. They were not ready for that physicality.
You know what?
They weren't.
Beyond that, I don't think they knew how fast we were. I mean, we had some guys who can run. I mean, you got Jeff Burris running a 4.4. You got Bryant Young running 4.6 as a D tackle. Jim Flanagan's running 4.7 as a D tackle. I mean, if anything, we were slower on offense than defense. I mean,
Adrian Jarrell was not running a 4.4 on that reverse.
No,
he was not running.
And
Malik could get you with the dead leg, but he wasn't running away from you.
Right. So, I mean, when your fullback is faster than your tailback, as I think Ray had a step on lead, it was different, man. But yeah, we pounded them offensively, and our defense just showed up, and it was a phenomenal day. It just, it still just irks me. Like, to know that some of my buddies are wearing a national championship ring that belongs to me still to this day.
Yes.
So,
and
but,
Oscar, before you go, we do have some requests right
Yeah,
here. Oscar
sure.
needs to be a regular. So we're going to have to. And,
Thanks, Corey,
and Jimmy
that.
James says that man is going to look good in IB swag. So
thank you. I appreciate you guys. I'm looking forward to it,
yeah.
man.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Oscar. Appreciate you, buddy. Talk to you soon.
All right.
We are having a little bit of a problem here at Irish Breakdown. We are actually being taken over at Irish Breakdown. The Lucky Lefty podcast has now invaded Irish Breakdown. I don't know if I can hold them back, everybody. I don't know if I can do it, so I'm just going to have to roll with it, fellas. So, Malik Zaire, thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, man, thank you for having me, man. I love the Irish Breakdown, and anytime we get the link up, it's something we got to do.
So just to let you all know, I have not tallied all of my numbers so far, but we are already over $4,500 raised today. So we were over $1,500 before we started. Vince says that right now he is, let me pull up his thing. He said right now we're over $1,300 in super chats before the Google cut. So you take 30% out of that because Google's selfish bastards. But you all are killing it. Y'all are killing it. So appreciate everybody and appreciate Malik and Sean being on today. Before our next guest comes on, Malik, I wanted to kind of stick with this tight end theme a little bit. And I wanted to ask you the same question that I asked Oscar about the postseason. But what is having a tight end like Michael Mayer do for you as a quarterback when you look at it?
It's one of the best things you can have from a matchup perspective as a quarterback, because one is always the shortest throw in the field. Is having the guy right in the middle of the field. And for Michael Mayer to have his size, you can be a little less accurate when you're getting pressured or when you're getting chased. And he's a matchup problem in the secondary and for linebackers. So he's kind of that ultimate comfort food that you want. When you're going into like a big meal or a big game, he's a guy that you depend on a lot. And when in doubt, you give it out to number 87. You gotta get it to Michael Mayer. He's a guy that and having a size and athletic combination, third downs are crucial. That's the throws look a lot farther on third down when it's 3rd and 8 when you're throwing to a receiver way across the field. When you got a guy sitting like Michael Mayer at a size like he is and his athletic and reliable hands, it makes it a lot more comforting going into a third down situation.
So Malik, I want to ask you. You played at Notre Dame. You were part of the team, one of the teams that I felt. Look, Sean knows this. I've said this publicly. I've said you don't need to speak on this, but I've always felt that if you don't go down against Virginia, that 2015 team was Notre Dame's best chance to play for a title. And so you've been on some really good Notre Dame teams. You committed to Notre Dame right after the 2012. That was part of your recruiting process, was watching Notre Dame go through that. And then you played at Notre Dame. You've been through those battles. You've played in the SEC. There's this notion going around with some that if you look at the postseason for Notre Dame, I'd rather go to a New Year's Six Bowl that I know I can win than go to the playoff and potentially lose again. I want to know your thoughts on that, Malik.
I think we would be a really good game to watch and a game to match up with if we played Ohio State or if we played at Oklahoma. I think that's the level at where we're at. Seeing how the rankings are going and how the committee just doesn't like us this year. If anything, if it all went great, we will be number 4 and end up playing Georgia the first round or in Alabama the first round. And we know, I believe that we just not there yet. But I don't think anybody's there with Georgia right now. They're just too good. So I don't really want to see us go against a Georgia, even if we make the playoffs, because it's like, come on, we've been enough times to the playoffs to know when we have a chance and when we don't. Mm-hmm. I don't think anybody thought this was a championship year. It was probably more of a transitional year for us. But I still believe a rematch with Ohio State and a good Ryan Day coach team, or going over to Oklahoma, a good Lincoln Riley, Caleb Williams. We match up well with those teams to go toe-for-toe with. I don't think we match up well this year, particularly with a Bama or Georgia. But we could definitely hang in there and get an edge over Oklahoma with a not-so-good defense, or even Ohio State just slugging it out and making it a classic game. I think that that's a classic matchup for us.
Got to be able to score against Ohio State. That's the thing, is that is not going to be a 17-14 game. No. You've got to be able to score.
They got 3 horses out there that's just, oh man, they're real nice. But
they got 4 receivers transferring to Bama and being number 1s.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's the thing. I really believe Marcus Freeman has changed the way we've kind of evaluated this season for our defense. He's given us a lot of encouragement that maybe we could win a pretty big game that we're probably not used to, knowing that our defense can hang in there. But offensively, man, just the continuous struggles of being frustrated that we're not dominating in performances we should win takes away from the fact that I feel like we can really pull it out this year.
So, Malik, when you look at this football team, obviously there's still 2 games left in a month to prepare. What are the areas that you think that Notre Dame needs to improve upon here moving forward for this team, right? Because you can't go sign free agents, you can't go make trades. For this team to get on the level to say, hey, they can go into the postseason and do some damage, right? Because we know Notre Dame can get there and lose, right? The goal is to now take that next step, get there, do some damage. What are the 2 or 3 areas that you see right now that this team has to improve on that are actually realistic? You know, like, okay, they are not going to be able to go recruit a Devontae Smith tomorrow, right? Just who this team is. What are the realistic 2 or 3 areas you think they can and need to improve upon over this next 2 games and leading up to a potential playoff game, should they make it?
I think one of the best chances we have is definitely going all in and committing to Jack. I think if we just say, look, we're just going to ride with Jack till the wheels fall off. He's gotten us this far and it's getting kind of tight. I think we should just stick with Jack and let him develop and hit his ceiling for us. And that way we can get the most out of that position when it comes down to playing tougher teams and scoring points. I think Jack is the best ready right now. I think we've spent too much time being too cute with Tyler this season to put him in a situation if we got to go against Georgia. And that's not a game where we want to plug him in just to run a couple one-off plays. So I think having all the trust in Jack and letting him just play every snap this season will give him confidence and potentially give us a better chance of scoring some points in tougher games because he knows he's going to be in there through hell or high water. The second thing, I think we can increase and benefit in our man defense. That's just, you think about the teams that if we had to say we're going against towards the end in Ohio State and Alabama, those teams got receivers. And the one thing we've been lacking through not just this year, but just kind of a reoccurring theme is a consistent man defense where we feel confident that if we're going one-on-one with a T. Higgins or one-on-one with, superstar receivers that we go against, that we'll win those 9 times out of 10 enough to feel like we can make a good stance. I think teams know that they can get explosive plays on us. They just know they can't do it all game. Cincinnati saw the weakness in that. They said, yeah, we can get some stuff off, put some guys in some one-on-one matchups, but we got to score when it matters. I think they did that and executed well. And then just the last thing is we need to get into a dominating mode on offense. We have the talent to do it. We see Kyron every week make top 10 plays. We see talented catches from Michael Mayer in tough situations every week. We see our flashes of our skill players with an Avery 1 week, a Braden Lindsey 1 week, even our young guys popping up. But the dominating factor has to come in for us, especially offensively, that, yeah, we're going to play some games that we should win, especially the rest of this season in the regular season. So we need to take games that we're expected to win by 3 and win by 21. We need to show that we really can put on a display that is intimidating for other teams to watch. I don't think anybody watching us is intimidated. They know we're good, and they know they would have to play their best to win, but they're not afraid to play us. I think teams are worried to play Georgia. Teams are worried to play Alabama, worried to play Ohio State. I think teams, especially if you look at our season, Toledo wasn't worried about playing with us.
No, Cincinnati came on a Notre Dame field and said, we're going to beat Notre Dame. They were not afraid of Notre Dame at all.
And you don't hear teams talking like that about a Clemson when they were on top. You don't hear nobody saying that against Saban, so the respect has to get there for us, and it only shows when we start dominating. Other than that, teams are going to think, yeah, we're good, but what is that? Is that a bunch of empty calories or what?
I agree with what you're saying. That's been part of my season-long frustration, Malik, is that when I look at Kyron and Logan Diggs and Chris Tyree and Michael Mayer and Kevin Austin and Braden Lindsey, when they had Avery Davis, when you look at Lorenzo Stiles and Deion Colsey, the teams should be afraid of this offense. And that's the frustrating thing is like, you've got to turn them loose. And I don't know what it is about coach that just keeps him from just, man, you got a juggernaut potentially on your hands. You know what I mean? Like, I felt like the only thing that kept the 2015 offense from scoring 40 a game was, Notre Dame.
Yeah, because we'll get up and then we're just like, you know what? Let's just start running our day one, run left, run right. They can't do nothing. Kill the clock.
Right.
We get out of there winning by 7, but we really could have won by like 35.
Right.
Even the Texas game, the first game of the season, I'm done the beginning of the fourth quarter.
Right.
We left a good 20-something points out there. At the time, but that's just the way he's been able to continue the success, in my opinion, of concurrent wins every year, but it's put him into a purgatory type of state to now you couldn't win the big game, even if you put all the chips in,
Because you can't just flip that switch on and off, Malik. It's got to be in your DNA. I mean, because what people don't understand is like when they look at that 2015 team, and I'll say it, I know you won't, so I'll say it. I said, look, the 2015 team compared to the 2016 team, the biggest difference was who was the leader in the locker room going into that season. It was your team all off season 2015. And I want to ask you about that too and compare that to Tyler's experience this year. But stick to this point. And when you went down, that switch didn't just get turned off. That team still had that DNA even when you were gone.
The whole time. I mean, and even when he was developing and growing into the position of a starter during the season, we still was able to be in position to score a lot of points because the team was we were just so good at that time. Everything was clicking. All the things were going right for us. The injuries ended up hurting us as the year went on. But think about it. We lost both our games by a total of 4 points. One of them was in overtime. And these teams had generational talent. Christian McCaffrey, Deshaun Watson, everybody you're seeing on Sundays now. We're losing by 2 points. So that just shows that we had all the pieces except the injury towards the end.
Yeah, and I mean, you think about you lost Jerron Jones in the preseason. Yeah. You lost Sean Croft in the preseason. My man Torian Folsom had a grand total of 5 carries before he went down. Yeah. Durham Smythe goes down in the Virginia game. Mm-hmm. And that team still went out. And that's just, I mean, you got Josh Adams and Dexter Williams in the backfield. You've got receiver, you got EQ.
Those guys are on ice.
Yeah.
All those EQ was on ice.
EQ couldn't even get on the field. He got one catch that year. You know what I mean? Like, and then you look at the offensive line and you're like Steve Elmer, who would have been a 5th or 6th round draft pick at least had he stayed in football, is your worst offensive line.
I don't even want to say worst. Steve was really
right.
good.
That's why I go like this, right? Like that was your 5th ranked, like that was your worst guy. I mean, that team was just absolutely on offense was absolutely loaded. Now, defensively, it was pretty loaded too. You just had Mike Denbrock on one side, pretty good. Here he's standing, and my guy, BVG on the other side. But the only person that ever stopped Jalen Smith was Taylor Decker and Brian Van Gorder. So, but that was a fun team to watch. But I wanted to ask you about something too, Malik, because obviously 2015 you took over. That was going to be your team. 2014. I want to talk about what you learned in 2014 because I feel like there's some parallels to what Tyler's going through now to what you go through. Although you had the LSU start and that, but Tyler's kind of had he's never been the guy, and even in the LSU game, Ev came in and rotated in. But what kind of experiences is Tyler getting right now, and how can that prepare him for going into 2022 when people do expect him to be the starter, even though he's never been the guy? Like you weren't necessarily the guy in 2014, but you gained experience that helped you become the guy in the locker room even before you started, the Texas game and did what you did at the Texas game.
Well, that's going to be his money, is winning in the locker room, because right now the tease of him being out there and getting taste here and there and not really getting as comfortable as a established quarterback should and will be able to thrive in a situation like that. his best bet is when he gets some chances to get in them 2-3 plays, go in there and pump up your guys, try to make something explosive happen, and just stay on your guys as you get on and off the field, because that's where the real impact is going to come in for him. I don't think he's going to develop as much as or progress as much as you would think this year, just because of the situation he's been put in. It's not something you can do consecutively or consistently to win a football game, because he's getting packages and plays here and there and putting his body at risk. I'm still upset that he got 2 lower body injuries and you're not even a starter. Like, you wasn't even available as the backup because you had a hamstring injury. You know, that's craziness. But the leadership in the locker room is where he's going to make his biggest impact in transitioning into next year, because it looks like it's set up for him with Jack being a 5th-year guy. But if he can have that personality to win there, that's going to help him start faster next year, especially in the spring, because right now, the best he can do right now is just be a good teammate and not give the ball to the other team. And it sucks to be in that position because you can't really make too many mistakes because your leash is just short. You know, you just don't have that many options. So the best thing you do is learn ball control. That's what I learned. Don't turn that thing over. You really not getting in. or he could just end and just when the defense gives you something, the best you can do is take it, because trying to do too much can put you in an even tougher spot going in next year.
So Malik, when you played, you had some good running backs on your team. CJ Prosise, Josh Adams, Dexter Williams was your number 3, was your number 4 to start the season, and Torian went down. The current team has some really good running backs. When I was growing up, there was this guy that played running back at Notre Dame, started off as a cornerback, had an older brother that played at Notre Dame. He was a running back too. Guy steps up, has one of the best seasons of a Notre Dame running back in history, has one of the greatest runs all time against Michigan, by the way, was a guy that finished in the top 5 to Heisman. And you know what? I said, you know what? We got to have him on the show to talk some running back. So I just want to bring in Reggie Brooks, everybody, to join the show to talk here about Notre Dame. Reggie, thank you so much for being with us today.
Appreciate you having me on. Got to say what's up to my man, Lucky Lefty over there. Always been a fan.
The show's been invaded by Lucky Lefty podcast, Reggie. You know, like we're trying to do this Irish breakdown thing today.
I'm a lefty, so I got to roll with my man.
I don't like lefties other than my wife, my grandmother, my mother. I don't really like lefties a whole lot. First of all, I did want to let everybody know. So, Reggie, you obviously have a book out real quick, and we're going to put the link to your book in the chat. We're also going to I want to start off kind of, first of all, giving you a little bit of a chance to talk about your book and just to really share with people where that came from and what the book is about and why people need to step up and buy it.
Well, the biggest thing is actually it's a great Notre Dame football book. I mean, it's not just about my era. I also incorporate guys from the different eras from before, and it talks about some of the, about some of the stories, kind of behind the scenes stories from when I was there, when I played, but also, kind of like with the 2020 season, how difficult it was, and then just being an employee at Notre Dame and some of the things that I saw with some of the current players, and just some of the behind the scenes stuff that you don't see. Everyone sees Saturday afternoons, but they don't see all the hard work and just the things you have to deal with prior to all week. And then, a lot of the work gets done in the spring and the winter conditioning, in going through some difficult times. It talks about perseverance, overcoming a lot of different things, but just what's innate to Notre Dame and the players that played there. And, it also goes all the way back to, I have a great friendship with Rocky Bleier. And, it was kind of cool, neat seeing some of the stories that are kind of common, that are common across the board from era to era, and seeing just how guys, have a love for each other, and guys that have success, and see it now play out with, having the relationship I have with Malik, but also Rocky Bleier, but getting those guys together and just that common bond that is a part of Notre Dame football. And it's a fun read too.
You know, Reggie, last year, Notre Dame always has these seasons we can go back and look at. And, this thing happened and that thing happened. There's this injury, that injury. But last year was so different. And because of what we dealt with and what this team had to go through, you got to experience it firsthand. What did you see about that team that allowed them to navigate some? I mean, I think sometimes we forget they almost went a month of football without playing a game during the season. What did you learn about this team last season, and what did you see that allowed them to navigate those extremely rough waters and get to the college football playoff again?
And now I talk about that in the book, as I said, just the mental toughness is that required. Having never been through a pandemic, I don't know what it's like to have such a segregated locker room, because everybody couldn't be in the locker room at the same time. They could only be in there, knowing with the protocols that were in place. You could only have 10 guys in the locker room at the same time, 10 guys working out at one time. And then how do you manage those, just the basics of doing and playing and competing while having to segregate out certain populations? And then, like I said, what happened in the game or that during the season when they, got an uptick, the level of mental discipline necessary to accomplish what they did, I can't, overstate how impactful that was to me, because again, football for me is it's about camaraderie, it's about team, it's about community. And they weren't allowed to do that just because of the certain protocols within the locker room. And Malik can speak to this, when you're that meeting room, that locker room, that's a lot where, I was listening to Malik, a lot of the bonding and trust and that connectedness of a team takes place. And when your quarterback or, it's hard for them to engage that group if you're not there or you can't be there with everybody. And that's, it's not just offense and defense selectively. You got offense, defense, special teams, the crossover. The defense has to be able to trust the offense. Offense has to be able to trust the defense. And a lot of that is developed during the offseason workouts. And they didn't have those. So it just how they were able to come together and have success they did, that took a lot of mental fortitude that I can't even begin to understand what they had to go through.
And obviously, you guys had some really fun and exciting seasons during your tenure at Notre Dame, obviously, Reggie, and you played in one of the best backfields in Notre Dame history. I can't say it definitely was, because there's a lot of Notre Dame history I wasn't even alive for. So certainly of my lifetime. But, there's a group of running backs that Notre Dame has now that I think, and Malik may disagree with me on this because he played in some good backfields too, but I think it has a chance to be the best backfield of Brian Kelly's tenure, at least from a production standpoint. Reggie, what have you just seen from Kyron? I mean, to see what Kyron Williams has been able to develop into this season after losing all the offensive linemen they lost and things like that, what is it about Kyron Williams that makes him just so effective and so good?
His patience, and again, for him to be that young still, and to the way he adapted and adjusted to the lack of blocking, again, the change in the blocking scheme. I mean, you go from last year where they were opening up some holes for this dude. I mean, that offensive line was getting it done. And his ability, he works so hard. Now, and a lot of people don't see the hard work that it takes to run behind the offensive line that's not as great as it can be or is effective. And how many times do you see him in the backfield get hit and make a guy miss and make another guy miss? I just go to that 91-yard touchdown run. That was ridiculous. I said, I mean, that was flat out ridiculous. And he makes the offense. He's making the offense look so good right now because of his ability to work between the tackles. His vision is some of the best I've seen, and his ability to stop and start, his explosiveness. And the one thing, again, a lot of people, it's not fancy, it's not sexy, but his pass protection is so on point. I mean, I've seen him take on linebackers, linemen, stuff, and just jack them right there at the line of scrimmage and shut it down. That is huge.
I don't think that part of the fact that he's such a complete player, I don't think gets enough respect nationally. And not just the pass catching, because anytime you're getting the ball, you say, well, of course he's going to take that serious. He's getting the ball. But as you mentioned, his pass pro has not taken a step back as he's had to up his game in so many other areas. And that just says a lot about Kyron as a player and as just a leader.
He's a competitor. I mean, and another thing I like is how he's, taking on the role of leadership in that position and bringing on Tyree and Logan and saying, hey, and he's doing it by example. So it's one thing to talk about it. It's another thing to go out and do it, execute, and say, okay, hey, this is how I roll. Step up and let's get this done with me. It speaks to that leadership to get them to get on board. Because I've seen, Chris Tyree is not the biggest guy, but he sticks his nose in there. I mean, his ability to elevate the game of the guys around him is what really stands out to me about Kyron Williams.
Now, Kyron's good and everything, but until he finishes a run unconscious in the end zone, he's really not a legend at Notre Dame. I mean, I just think that's something.
I would rather he not do that. I would rather he's just keep doing what you're doing, bro. You don't have just stay conscious as much as you can.
It's always a good idea in football. Stay conscious. Let's talk too about Logan Diggs, because this is a kid. You talk about Notre Dame and 5-star recruits, and they can't compete with so and so because I'm not 5-star recruits. Kyron Williams is a 3-star recruit. Logan Diggs is a 3-star recruit, and you talk about two of the best. I mean, just you talked about vision. They both have it. But the big thing for me is their feet and balance. Can you talk about how important that is in a running back? Because that's also something that old number 40 had as well. Is take those hits, right? We joke about being but to take those hits, it requires great balance and agility and footwork. How important is that for a running back? And then can you just evaluate that aspect of Logan Diggs's game?
Yeah, and looking at Logan Diggs, like I said, his pad level, because he's not that small of a back. He's pretty good size, but his pad level is what sets him apart. Play with, and that's where the balance comes in, and leverage is to be able to play. And the one of the things you want to have with the running back is to create as little contact surface as possible for a defender to hit. And you do that by lowering your center of gravity, but to be able to move in tight spaces in such short distances and be explosive, and then boom, hop out there and go. That's what I like about Logan and Kyron. You can see a lot of Logan is getting more physical. At least I think he's a stronger back, but his ability. I mean, and then that hurdle that that agility and explosiveness, but he has that raw power similar to Kyron, but he's just a bigger back. And I think, again, he can be that downhill runner that you want to have that 1-2 punch. You Kyron Williams, like I said, boom, he's strong, but he's also a lot more explosive and agile. And then you have that downhill. That was kind of like what we had when I was in the backfield I was in with me and Jerome. Jerome had some of the best feet for a guy that his size, but we worked so well off of each other because, again, when you're playing and you're running, you're playing against two different styles of backs, and you don't know which one is coming at you. That's why I always love seeing the backs in the backfield together when they have a Kyron and a Logan in at the same time. It creates such a different change of pace that it really puts a lot of pressure on the defense.
So we do have a super chat here, Reggie, because obviously today's show, and this is part of the reason Reggie agreed to be on with us today, is because we are raising money to help out our local community. That was something that you were I actually have had 3 different people I've talked to say, yeah, Reggie Brooks used to do this with us. That was something you were a part of within the organization you work for with Coach Holtz. We did have a $6 super chat that is directly for Reggie Brooks. He said, and John Klimek, who gave a lot earlier, says, I'll give 6 more for those 6 tackles Reggie broke on that option route that went for 6. Obviously, he's talking about Michigan. So I love
the 6 combination there.
yeah, although the ball didn't go to Jerome. So, that's the only part of that 6 that was missing. That went to number 40. But when you talk about this backfield, Reggie, because you brought up something about using those guys together, that's the unique thing that I like about this backfield is because they're Tyree, Kyron, and Logan, they're really in my opinion, three distinctly different backs that you can play together. That's not an easy thing to do. Do you agree, or do you see it that way, or do you disagree with that?
I like having. I mean, to be honest with you, it's actually good for them to have to distribute the ball over time. I feel like the running backs have a shelf life of so many carries, and the more productive you are with the carries that you get, I think it benefits you, but also the team. But it also gives the offense coordinator a lot more to work with. And particularly with those guys being able to come out of the backfield, because you can go to, I'd love to see a 2 tight end set, 2 tight ends, 3 backs, because you can split a Kyron Williams, a Chris Tyree that can, split out wide and actually they can run routes. You can split a Michael Mayer out and, have them create a multi-sets that you can run from certain personnel, but having different looks out of that same personnel that, you can come to a power bunch situation and then boom, explode out to a more of a 3 wides type of a look by having guys with really good hands and great blockers and receivers that can run routes.
So this will be the last thing for me, and then I want to allow Malik and Sean to ask you some questions or talk to you as well. I'm going to say this now. I now have Reggie, Malik, and Sean all sort of as witnesses. If we don't see a 3 running back diamond formation before the end of the season, I'm burning this sucker down. I'm telling you right now, we got to see the 31 or 30 personnel before this thing is over with all 3 of them on the field. Come on, Coach Reese, it's got to be done, right? I mean, am I alone here, fellas? Am I alone here?
He's been creative this season, so that's definitely the last piece that's missing. I think we can outstand.
He's saving it for Georgia, Malik.
Yes, outstand for Stanford.
He's saving it for Stanford. We're going to show we can really run the football with that. It'd be nice to see a wishbone in there somehow.
Yeah, but you guys go ahead and you guys feel free to ask Reggie anything you want to. Since Lucky Lefty's taking over the podcast today, we got to go.
You mentioned something, Brian, that we actually have joked and poked. And I'm sure he has more to add because we poked at him a little bit about it. Yeah. I told Reggie, I said, man, you can tell the truth. You deserve to be in New York for that Heisman ceremony.
That's right.
And,
the Heisman winner threw 28 interceptions that year.
Look at his face.
Don't get me started on that. Like literally the last person that should have been anywhere near New York
was that guy.
Toretto. I mean, I was like, you got to be freaking kidding me.
Yeah.
Hands down. And and this is someone that Kyron reminds me of is Marshall Faulk.
Mm-hmm.
Because Marshall's one of the first guys that could run between the tackles, inside, outside, but also good at receiving. And Kyron, I love his because I've seen his growth in terms of pass protection. Understanding how to step up, where to look for pass rushers, and that's actually benefited him even more because he's learned the game. So.
But what's the problem? I mean, he's not, like we talked about earlier, for being such a complete back. He's not getting the accolades in the nation like you would expect.
He didn't finish as a semifinalist for the Doak Award.
They had Trucking 33. And I think Kyron's been more productive than Josh at that time, with what he's been able to put together for so long. And I love Josh season when he was the Trucking 33. We had the hats and, but Kyron is not getting the same amount of love. And I feel like Kyron can do a little bit more.
Well, look at it this way. I mean, the Heisman has become such a political award now.
It's the year to do it. I mean, I don't know who a favorite is.
Outside of quarterbacks, who are they talking about?
They're not talking about.
That's what I'm saying. They're not talking. And again, that's what it's everything is geared towards the quarterback being the Heisman winner, just because I don't know what that mindset is. But you had a run there where it was like quarterbacks and running backs. Then last year you had a receiver, which, hey, let's be honest, he deserved the heck out of that because that dude was.
He had to catch 130 passes to finally win a Heisman, though, as a receiver.
But that's what I'm saying. But you still have that old way of thinking about positions when offenses have evolved. I don't think you still have the same people making the determination of who those individuals are, and they have that mindset that it's all about the quarterback.
Right.
And, if you're going to be a running back, you got to, rush for 2,000 yards instead of, hey, what is that combination of run and pass or receiving and running that you get? And they don't look at that. Everything is about stats and everything is about, a certain position that's the sexy position versus, okay, you look at what this kid, because I think Kyron is having a better year this year than he did last year.
Yeah, 100%,
because he's
100%.
producing at a higher level and his football IQ is greater than what it was. And the run he's working, the work that he's put in to get the runs that he's had, man, I mean, I marvel at this young man. I was for the USC weekend and got to holler at Navy weekend, got to see him. And I just had to tell him, bro, I was like, hey, man, you are hands down one of the best running backs, if not the best running back in the country right now. The way you're playing, it's his level is, he elevated it to something else. And I was like, to do that means like, man, come on, man. Y'all gotta do better than that. But again, you got sports writers that are making that determination versus actual people that know the game and appreciate what he brings to the table.
And it's undervalued too. You talk about it because if you really think about our season, if we didn't have Kyron in half of the games, we'd probably be sitting at a 4-8 record.
Without a doubt. Purdue, I mean, he saved up behind many a game.
Carolina, I mean, the MVP quality that he's added to this team with the amount of talent and special guys that we have on the offense and defense. I mean, it's a shame that he's not on the dope. It's a shame he's not mentioned for a Heisman. It's a shame he's not mentioned in the top 5 running backs in the class this year. So it's something to be interesting, but it also goes to show you how Notre Dame's offense, we can have the most credible talent, and you would never know till they get to the NFL.
Mm-hmm. Wait, Reggie, I just want to throw this out there real quick. So in 1992, when you finished in the top 5, Gino Toretta won the Heisman Trophy over Marshall Faulk, Garrison Hurst, and Reggie Brooks. To speak to your point about, it's basically, they might as well just call it, look, it goes to the best quarterback on one of the best teams.
Yeah.
That's what the award needs to go to. I mean, unless you have just a
that
stupid
means
Derrick
that
Henry,
Georgia quarterback to win that thing, and I can't believe it.
Yeah.
No, well, he's getting pumped for it though. They're talking about him, and I'm like, what is he really doing? I mean, it's so reminiscent of '92. It just is blowing me away. But again, he's making plays. They're doing so, but that defense is ridiculous. Defense. But that was Gino. I mean, Miami they were the top team, and then they went and played Bama in the Sugar Bowl, and got rolled,
embarrassed. Still, my favorite. Sean and I have talked about this. My favorite non-Notre Dame play of all time is still watching Lamar Thomas get hawked by George Teague, because I could not stand Lamar Thomas. I liked him even less when I watched the U Show. And to watch him just get hawked by George Teague and then get stripped and just look around like, what just happened, right? Still my favorite non-Notre Dame play of all time.
One of the things Malik and I have talked about, Reggie, lately is raising the bar of expectations. We talked to you about, how far Notre Dame is from hoisting that national championship trophy. And what you talking about Kyron and how versatile he is and what he brings to the table, despite what you look at from a stat standpoint. How impactful, because we know the running back room that you came from once you got your chance in 92. Just talk about the impact on Audric Estime and Logan Diggs when they get to play behind a guy like that before he goes on to the NFL, and how that'll impact even when they're the leaders in that room and they get to impact the younger guys behind them.
And that was the thing. Like I said, the guys that came immediately after myself was Lee Becton and Ray Zellers. And so the backfield, you had myself, Rick Meyer, and Jerome Bettis. And then behind us, you had Kevin McDougal, Ray Zellers, and Lee Becton as the backs. And again, that when they had that 93 season, a lot of the, our meeting room was predicated on, hey, we competed not against each other, we competed with each other. So every day in practice, that was the focus, to raise the bar. And again, you don't want to be that guy that's, left on the side. And I can see, estimated, like I said, they look at Kyron as like, look how hard this guy works and the work that he puts in and day out. So they are, and again, Coach Taylor's another one. I said, I'm a big fan of his because you have to give the players that leeway to help them coach up that next group. But you're the voice. And we had Coach Mosley, and Coach Moses was like, hey, I'm counting on you two. And he was talking to me and Jerome. Y'all got to make sure this meeting room is on point. So when we go out on the practice field, we got to be perfect. And that's how intense practice was. We got to be perfect. And you see the results in the game. So they're, you got Logan Diggs and Estimate looking at, Kyron and Chris, and they're like, well, I see the results on the field. So, I can't do anything less. Now, if you're a baller now, like I said, now if you're a half stepper, it ain't gonna make no difference who's in the locker room with you or who's in the meeting room. But if you're a real baller, and looking like Logan Diggs is, he's like, hey, I'm not gonna get shorted. Anytime I get an opportunity, I'm gonna maximize that. And that's why I love about this backfield is that they're spreading the ball around, and it's not about how many carries one gets over the other. It's like, hey, you can see how they leverage each other to get better and improve. And that's when you get a championship locker room, is when you have guys that are looking to, impress the guys in front of them, and you have the guys in front of them that are saying, hey, I'm not going to let this standard be lowered, and I'm going to show you how we do it, and it's done every single day.
Do you think you can see that throughout the entire locker room? I mean, we're talking about the running back room, but that excellence that you see that exists at Alabama and the way Coach Saban pushes his squad to push for excellence. Don't forget the scoreboard. Push for excellence on the practice field, through in the week, and then in the game, and then we'll live with the results. Is that something that you feel like we still have to take that next step as a program, that the entire locker room and every room for every unit is really going at it that way?
Exactly. I mean, it has to be, it's the culture. What is the culture of this program? And I see it progressing. And I would say this has been the best coaching job, by this staff this year. Because again, I don't know. I mean, it really bothers me about the offensive line and the struggles that they're having. But I mean, winning is not, it doesn't just happen. You have to do some things and be prepared and take advantage of the opportunities. Again, granted, our schedule was not as strong as we thought it was, but there were 3 or 4 games we had no business winning. And these guys are figuring it out.
Wait, which games you say those were?
Yeah, well, I gotta hear
Toledo.
Are you saying we should
Toledo,
Virginia Tech?
Toledo and Florida State. Those are 2 games in my mind that said we had no business winning because we pretty much tried to give them away.
Are you thinking of Reggie? Are you thinking of Virginia Tech instead of Florida? Because Florida State, they were 38-20. Are you thinking Virginia Tech, where they were down 29-21?
Are you really thinking of
when they were up? Florida State almost came back on us.
Yeah, but that was.
And this is again, I'm talking about a mentality, a winning mentality. You can't just show up. You have to play a whole game, and we weren't doing that.
Yeah. See,
we'd have to play here.
This is where I'll go with you on this, Reggie. Is I do not think this is Brian Kelly's best coaching job, because and it's not that it's a bad job.
Again, I was very specific. I said as a coaching group.
Okay, here's where I will give this coaching staff a lot of credit. Is like the Florida State game. I think the coaches did a poor job putting Florida State away. However, for that team to want, because you've seen it, Reggie, when a team comes back, ties the game up, sends it to overtime, a lot of times it's a team that did all the coming back that has the momentum and goes and wins in overtime, especially on the road. And when you look at what Toledo did at the end of the game, and this is where I wanted to talk about Kyron. Kyron had every opportunity to let that fumble be his defining moment.
Yeah.
And if you really look at when his game started to rise, that what he did that next week against Purdue, I think showed a lot about what kind of heart, because he said, hey, I'm the captain. And he said this, I almost cost us the game.
Straight up.
And then you watch how he played the next week. He's like, he's not going to let that happen again. And I think that speaks volumes about that. But I do think this team has a lot of heart. And that's the thing I like about this team. They had every reason to quit at Virginia Tech. Down 29-21. You got a freshman quarterback, just do a pick six. That team could have quit. And so I will give this team, they have a lot of heart. They do not quit in the fourth quarter. I will absolutely give them that. There's no question about it. No question about it.
And that was my focus there, is the fact that, winning is not easy in this level, and the ability to maintain a mindset to win.
Mm-hmm.
To, like I said, to be able to come back, like I said, they had the Florida State game, you give up a lot of points in the fourth quarter, you almost gave the game away, but you found a way to win. Mm-hmm. The Toledo game, plays here and there, and even the Cincinnati game. I mean, and when I say that again, I had a problem with who the quarterback was. Not that I have anything against Jack Cohn. I just didn't feel Jack was, for what this offensive line is and the type of scheme that we had offensively, he wasn't the best fit. And I think in terms of the team. But the team will take on the personality of the head coach. I believe that without a shadow of a doubt. Well, and to have that willingness to overcome, find a way to pull it out. They've done that all year except the Cincinnati game, which, again, they still had opportunities. I still say, hey, had Pine played the entire game, I think it's a different ball game. But that's just my opinion, because he fit what was successful against Cincinnati. And again, a running quarterback against Cincinnati would have made a difference in the first half.
Reggie.
Yeah, let's jump the brakes.
No. I'm rocking with everything you just said. This is the question I just want to pose, right?
Okay.
Culture. You talked about the team taking on the personality of the head coach. Okay. 1992, if Toledo walked into Notre Dame Stadium, how many points do you all expect to score?
Oh, we averaged, we were averaging 35 points a game. Toledo would have got rolled. No doubt about it. And I say that because, again, there's a different mindset. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying that that they're like having a great coaching season. I said collectively, this is some of what they've done, what they've been able to do in terms of winning and actually getting better as the season progressed. I think this is, because you have to be willing to look at yourself as a coach and say, okay, we're not getting this done, so I need to make some changes. And to be willing to do that, because coaches are not very pliable in terms of, this is what we do, this is how we're going to do it, and either get on board with it or too bad. And we've seen how many coaches have gotten fired this year because they have not been willing to adapt what they do.
So I think what's happened here, Sean, is I think Reggie, we are a little sensitive right now to this notion going around that this is Brian Kelly's best coaching job. So I think we all kind of reacted to that. And so here's to Reggie's point. So if you look at Notre Dame through the Virginia Tech game, right? So that was game 6.
Oh, 7? Yeah.
Notre Dame either trailed or was tied in 4 of the 5 games that they won up to that point in time. And that's the point. They were tied with Florida State. They were trailing Toledo in the fourth quarter. They were trailing Wisconsin in the fourth quarter, and they were trailing Virginia Tech in the fourth quarter. That was the biggest fourth quarter deficit. That was by 8. So they had to score and get 2. And I think that's where Reggie's coming from. And I am with you now in that if you don't weather that storm, this all stuff we're talking about now about the playoff doesn't matter. And I think the coaches get credit for that. But I think also a lot of credit for that goes, and to me, Reggie, and I could be wrong, and I'm here with 2 former Notre Dame players, so I'm throwing this to y'all. To me, when it comes to the fourth quarter and that mindset, to me, that's more of a player leadership thing than it is a coaching thing, in my opinion.
I agree.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But you got to be willing to let the players play, and they have to have the confidence to go out and execute what you're doing. Because if the players don't have confidence in their coaches of what they're being asked to do, it's not going to work. I'm sorry. I mean, I mean, I've been on some teams where, again, Coach Holtz, he'll tell you, he said we lost a couple of games that we shouldn't have because he kind of had the reins on us too tight. He wouldn't let us go out and play. Mm-hmm. And I think Kelly has been able to do that along with the staff. They've allowed these guys to play, and they didn't panic. Because some coaches will panic in situations, and if you see the coach panicked, you're going to panic. And to maintain that composure to go out and continue to execute and continue to believe in what you're doing, again, Malik, this, locker rooms are very, very fragile, and and it can go either way on something a coach says, something a few players do. Their ability to stick together has been impressive because they would not have been able to weather that storm had they not stuck together as a unit. And I think that's where you talk about as a team, and coaches, a lot of times they get more credit than what they deserve and a lot more blame than what they deserve. Because I'm a believer that players, players play, coaches coach, administrators administrate. Know your role and go out and accomplish it. And that's what they're doing.
But I think it is inflated to say this is his best coaching year due to the fact that
I'm not. That's what I said. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that at all.
Addressing how we kind of
I agree
previously, because we're still talking about teams that we should be blowing out, not just beating, that we're not panicking against. And a lot of it too is that we win the game of recruiting. So half our schedule was won before we go into the season based on our talent alone. So when you're talking about being down by 5 or whatever to Toledo in the fourth quarter, well, yeah, we still aren't worried about it because we have the talent to come back with or without coaches. I think a great coaching job would be an example of what Coach Kelly was able to do last year against Clemson at home, being able to win that game when people didn't think we were going to win. That's where coaching comes in. Anytime we're facing a team that we're as talented or less talented than, and we come out of that game in a victory, I give that to the coaches because it takes coaching situations to win that. Games like Purdue, games like Florida State, and even Wisconsin, we knew that we liked our quarterback better than their quarterback. and it proved to work out, And so at no point, even with Drew going in again in the Wisconsin game, I didn't think we were out of it because I knew we got guys like Kevin Austin. He's better than their secondary at that moment. So for us and having guys like 14, I think talent makes a lot of what we do consistently a given at this point for where we are in everything. Now, if we were Miami and we had the same situation, it would be different because it's new. But 10 years doing this, we figured out the formula that we can beat half the schedule by recruiting alone. And then them last games where they matter comes down to, are we going to coach situationally the right way?
Let me ask you guys a question. I'm going to throw this out to you. I'm going to tell you what mine is, because we're getting this question a lot about the best coaching job Coach Kelly has done and all these type of things. I'm going to give my 3, and I'm going to go Reggie, Sean, and Malik. Malik will, because quarterbacks have to go last because that's still, with all due respect to the running back, still the best position in football. I'm a little biased. So for me, I still think 2012 was his best coaching job when you consider you're talking about Reggie, talking about winning in the end. You got the Purdue game, the Michigan game, Stanford in overtime when Ev went down, Tommy coming off the bench, rallying that team. Then Ev goes down. They got to beat BYU without him. I mean, Oklahoma that was a great coaching job. And I think it gets marred because of how the season ended, that people forget just how good of a job that staff did. Number 2 for me is last year, not just for the season, because, you could say, well, it didn't end well, but to everything that team had to weather through last year. Austin goes down. Lindsey goes down. I mean, there were some injuries you had to deal with. You had lost a bunch of dudes in the NFL, go through the pandemic, all that stuff. And then the third one for me is 2018. When you look at the talent they lost, I mean, they lost Q. And also in 2012, they lost Michael Floyd. They lost Harrison Smith. They lost Robert Blount, Darius Fleming. They lost a lot of guys. Same thing in 2018. They lost Josh Adams. They lost Quentin. They lost McGlinchey. They lost Niles. I mean, they lost a lot of players from that team. And then you go out that next year against a decent, one of the better schedules they faced in the last 4 years. and you beat Michigan in the beginning, you make the quarterback change, you run the table, you beat 4 ranked teams during the season. I think that was my third best job. Reggie, how would you kind of rank the top 3 jobs that Coach Kelly and this staff have done during their tenure here at Notre Dame?
I would say last year was the best one, just because I was privy to all the things that were going against them in terms of, the protocols that, again, they were not protocols that were instituted by the athletic department. These were and this is where, again, Notre Dame is a little different than where most athletic departments are kind of isolated and they kind of do their own thing. That doesn't happen in Notre Dame. Notre Dame has to, kind of walk hand in hand with what the university dictates. So a lot of the protocols and processes that were dictated to athletics, football had to abide by those. And for them to do that and do it and against at such a high level and the way they played and not really having that connectedness all year, and for them to come out and play as together as I've ever seen a team play. And again, that required the coaches to have constant communication with their athletes and having to communicate with multiple groups of athletes, seeing this one over here, just all the things that came into play, not because it was a pandemic, but more so of the things that were thrust upon them of requirements, and to have to do that, just the mental locked in. Because again, this is just me. I just don't think, this generation, the mental to stay keyed in on a consistent basis, it's just not there. I just don't see it. Because you have to, college football is still a week in and week out game that you have to do well. And I don't see, and you didn't see a lot of mental lapses that could very well have derailed this team. And we talk about the period of time when they didn't play for a month because of outbreak, but how quickly they were able to get things back together and get back on track. That, that takes leadership, and it also takes coaching, because you have to coach football and coach through a pandemic at the same time. And believe me, and I said that's why the first chapter of the book is about the 2020 season. I'm still floored by what they were able to accomplish this past year, and that's across the board.
You're up, Sean.
All right. Malik actually changed my mind.
Come on, stand strong in your convictions, Sean. Come on, man.
No, Brian, you have to admit when someone gives good information, that changes the perception of your thoughts and what you thought about a situation. I actually thought 2015 was a great coaching job, especially the way Malik went down against Virginia, being able to come back.
I can't include any coaching job that was involved with Brian Van Gorder as a great coaching job. I'm sorry.
That's why
I put it in there, though.
I stopped short.
Okay.
Once.
I gotta say this. That was I've never seen a defense coordinator with that clueless in my life. I didn't, at least in Notre Dame, because
guys, that's harsh.
I'm sorry.
It's true.
Just watch it. Literally, if Joe Schmidt was not on the field, they couldn't get lined up. Malik, they literally could not get lined up.
We knew our problems. Our problems in 2015 defense was man defense, and we were out of position on our pass coverages. That's
why?
Because they couldn't get lined up from the start. The defense was so freaking complicated.
Guys in there that shouldn't have been in there.
Whose decision was that?
Because this goes. This is one I said. This is my system. You have to fit my system. I know for a fact guys could not get lined up if Joe Schmidt wasn't telling them where to go. And Joe will tell you he wasn't the most athletic guy. And like I go back to that Stanford game. Why are we playing man? And that is not his strong suit. And he'll tell you that. The Stanford tight ends are running by my man. But if he doesn't play, if he's not at the middle of that defense,
He had 0 tackles.
Yeah, your Mike linebacker had 0 tackles against Clemson. And, hey, Joe wasn't putting himself in the game. No. Van Gorder wasn't like, hey, Niles, get in there. And Joe's like, no, I'm playing. Sit down, Niles. Right? I mean.
They literally could not get lined up if he was – I can remember him looking back. He'd get the front 7 lined up, and he had to turn around to the safeties and get them where they're supposed to go.
And North Carolina exposed that because they were snapping the ball. Dudes were like looking around and North Carolina snapping and throwing out. You had Romeo Okwara dropping into coverage against Stanford with 30 seconds left in the game, Malik. Come on, man.
Okay, but think about it. It was what? It was 3rd and 16. It was like a huge.
Who's Romeo covering with 5 seconds left in the game? They sacked the quarterback.
And it was so wide open. I hated it. It was like slow motion. It was like right in front of this.
Malik.
It was terrible.
He was so bad. He's the only. He kept Jalen Smith never had 10 tackles for loss in the season.
He didn't.
Jalen Smith.
It was too much.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna leave it alone. When you have a defense, when the actual gap moves with motion, that's not good.
No. Not good. You got to do an 11-man audible when they just do a slot motion, man. Come on now.
All they got to do, and the whole defense changes. That's not a good look. That doesn't bode well for everybody. It just doesn't.
Malik, I respect the fact that because it would be easy for Malik, who was on that team, to blame coaches, and he's not going to do that, and I appreciate that. But we weren't a part of that team, and so we can speak the truth. That was bad.
Players got to play, coaches got to coach.
Yeah, and then coaches didn't coach on defense. So I cannot stand to have anything associated with a Brian Mancorda coach team as anything being a well-coached team.
But you got
if you put Mike Elko on that 2015 team, Notre Dame's playing for a championship that year.
Whole different game.
Let's just be objective. That year, Van Gorder did put us in position where we only lost games totaled by 4 points. He held up Christian McCaffrey.
Look, he didn't hold Christian McCaffrey to nothing. What? All right? You gave up 38 points. You gave up 38 points. You gave up 38 points.
Their tight ends were huge.
Throw the ball all over the yard. So it's like, hey, well, Christian, we don't have to work. You can take this game off because we can toss this ball all over the yard.
Yeah.
They did that, though. They definitely did.
Yeah. I mean, y'all scored on offense with 30 seconds left in the game.
Come on, man. Y'all got to work if there's any time left on the clock, if there's any time left on the clock, you sweating.
Right.
I'll put that offense up against anybody in the country.
Mm-hmm.
But that defense, it's like literally you let's hold the ball so we don't give them a chance to get the ball. Because we give another team any time offensively, it's not going to go well. And it didn't.
You had pros all over.
And I know you got to protect your squad. I feel you.
Look, you had 2 first-round picks on the offensive line, a second-round. I'm sorry, 3 first-round picks on that offensive line, a second-round pick. Elmer would have been picked. First-round pick at receiver. Amir Carlisle was the slow receiver on that team. Okay, you had Josh Adams. You had Dex Williams backing up CJ. You had
backing him up.
Come on, Jalen Smith, Max Redfield, 4 NFL dudes on the defensive line. You had Kavari Russell, Cole Luke, Matthias Farley started in the NFL. He couldn't even start on that team. He couldn't even start on that team.
He couldn't even start on it.
He started he started more games for the Colts than he did for Notre Dame in 2015.
Yeah, for sure. But you got
you beat one ranked. They beat one ranked team that year. One ranked team. It was Navy.
It was Navy.
Yeah. Navy, right? Y'all won because of the talent, not because of the coaching. You won in spite of the coaching. It's like Kyle Williams went 91 yards in spite of the offensive line against North Carolina. Right? It was the same thing, and it just, to waste that much. Think if you put, and I'll say this to the day that I die. You put the 2017 defensive coaching staff on the 2015 roster, and that team plays for the title.
Elko had
no doubt. Because again, you look at Elko as like see ball, get ball.
Right. Gee, I think Jalen Smith might have done okay in that defense.
Maybe he might have been all right. He may have done. And to be honest with you, and again, I think you would have had another. Your Mike linebacker would not have been Joe Schmidt.
No.
Right. No. And if he was, he would have put him in better positions to hide what he wasn't good at. But I agree. Even if you didn't want to play Niles in 2015 because he was young, then play Greer. You know, I mean, play somebody. You know,
he couldn't get lined up. Literally, Joe was getting everybody lined up.
Yeah,
and again, too much. You know how you get so much talent that you like. Oh, we can do so many different things, but we wasn't simple. And that's what slowed us down. But look,
you can't think on if you're playing defense and you're thinking, you're done.
Yeah,
you just got to go out and react, and that's what I love about Elko. And the defensive coordinators we have now, they're not asking guys to, put a formula together to run a play. It's okay. Hey, you see the ball, go be instinctual.
Malik, this is a dude that dropped Jerron Jones and Jay Hayes in a zone fire on 3rd down against Michigan State.
Look, it was getting too much where, when it comes down to guys got to want to play for the coach.
I love Malik going to war right now for his team, man. I love it. He dropped Jerron Jones and Jay Hayes in a zone fire in the 4th quarter on 3rd down against Michigan State. And if y'all don't remember, that pass was completed, obviously, and Michigan State held on to win.
But we just, I think we're more complicated now with Marcus Freeman than we were in 2015.
They look more complicated. They're not actually more complicated.
They're probably more fundamental as well.
They want to play for Marcus Freeman. They want to do well, and they're at a young enough age to where they're learning without bad habits. We had a bunch of old dudes with a new defensive coordinator who was old himself. He wasn't bending. They wasn't bending.
He was in year 2, though.
Yeah, but it wasn't.
I mean, the dude gave up 40 plus in a Northwestern team that hadn't scored 30 all year.
Okay, Trevor Simeon's nice, though.
But he wasn't nice against anyone else that year.
He wasn't nice against anybody else. But everybody plays us like Tom Brady.
It was Northwestern.
He
was out there that night.
He's lying right now.
He
doesn't believe that about Trevor Simeon.
Trevor Simeon.
I'm a Broncos fan. Trevor Simeon is trash.
Trevor Simeon that night at Notre Dame Stadium was Peyton Manning.
Yes, it just like Tate Forcier was nasty in 2009 against Notre Dame, but it was because of John Tenuta, not because Tate Forcier was any good.
Passes. Northwestern dropped like 3 wide open touchdowns. Trevor Simeon was nice that game. I don't know what it was. Trevor Simeon was good.
When people are wide open, it's kind of hard not to throw the ball to them when they're just wide open. It's when you're basically playing 7-on-7 and maybe more like 7-on-5, you can make somebody look really good.
I'm gonna read out some numbers, Malik, and you tell me which one was the Notre Dame game. Okay, this is offensive yards: 354, 394, 283, 361, 385, 393, 290, 180, 264, 547. That's how much Notre Dame gave up to Northwestern that day, and that's all the yards they gave up. Iowa held them to $180. Western Illinois held that nasty Trevor Simeon offense to 283 yards. They lost to Northern Illinois. Yeah. They scored 24 points against Western Illinois, and they hung a 43 spot on Van Gorder.
Ryan, don't fall for this.
You gotta wanna play for your coach, man.
This man.
Well, exactly. It wasn't a good coaching job. Exactly my point.
He's one of the harshest critics on the quarterback position.
So what you're saying is the Lucky Lefty podcast, Candid Irish Breakdown podcast, sabotaging, right? You're trying to throw some stuff out that you don't believe in to try to bring this level down. Okay.
There's no way he was standing on the sideline saying this dude Trevor Simeon is no way.
Not at that time. No, I was definitely upset because I just couldn't. I was saying the same thing. Why are we dropping Romeo out and he should be rushing the pass?
Right.
Yeah, so we had
conversation. Right. Yes, why is he playing Mike? And the thing about Joe that makes me feel bad is if we'd have seen the 2014 pre-Navy injury version of Joe in 2015, I feel like we'd have seen something a little different.
Yeah,
because he wasn't a kid that could afford to lose a step. He couldn't afford to lose a step, and that was a devastating knee injury late in the year. He was never the same kid, and because the sad thing is that most fans remember the 2015 Joe, and they forget that Joe was a pretty good player before the knee injury.
Yeah, for sure. Joe was not bad until he started getting injured.
Right, and he
actually, when you leg injuries, and Brian, you were spot on. That's exactly what I said. I was like, after his injury, he was, he was already slow, and he'll tell you he was already slow. Mm-hmm. And then you get injured, and you reduce Yeah. And I've talked to Joe, and Joe is, like I said, he and I still keep in touch, and he'll tell you, he was like, yeah, we couldn't get lined up. If when in there, we couldn't get lined up.
Right.
Too much going on.
So it's like, what are you gonna do?
So Brian, look,
they lost to Reggie Bonifant, Malik. Reggie Bonifant, a quarterback.
And he looked like Lamar before Lamar.
He 21. He went 8-21.
He was good. Yeah, he was good.
They moved him to receiver. Malik, come on, man.
They moved him to receiver right after.
Say that.
Yeah.
They lost to Reggie
Bonifant. In a straight place right now.
Well, 2014 way different than 2015. 2014 was tough because nobody wanted to do what we was doing at that point. And it was shown because it was already frustrating offensively. And then defense would be on the field for about 50 plays at a time. And we were frustrated because we had the talent to win. Mm-hmm. We would look around and be like, we got the guys, and we out here, Trevor Simeon's going crazy. We out here, Reggie Bonifant's going crazy. We out here losing game after game. But it was really because I don't think we took the coaching adjustments like we started taking after that season. Like, we stopped letting the turnovers be a big thing. We was like, we're not doing turnovers. We started being more simple on defense. And then our players got older too. That 14 transition and 15 was when everybody got that next year. Everybody was primed and in their top peak moment at Notre Dame at that time. And we started clicking after that.
I think we also saw a bit of a philosophical shift from Brian Kelly in 2015. And that was the first time I really felt like he committed to being we are going to beat your what's in the trenches on offense.
Yeah, we had.
And he had the team to do it. But I think, like, you look at that team and it just had such a different mentality up front. That's when you finally saw the Harry Hiestand effect, to me, take full impact. That's the best.
I don't
care who the quarterback is. I don't care who you put at running back. Right. We're going to beat your tails up.
Ever happened to Coach Brian Kelly at Notre Dame was Coach Harry Hiestand to this day. And even people are upset about the offensive line right now because Harry Hiestand has such an impact in the years that he was there. He's the reason why it cultivated a whole – we could win every game because we could just stay behind those trenches.
I love Josh Adams. This is not a shot on Josh, but could you imagine this backfield behind the 2017 offensive line?
But think about this though, and this is something, because you look at this is the thing you got to think about is that I'm glad that Brian Kelly, and this is another improvement on his point. He stopped with the one back, ride that one back. Yeah. That's huge because you think about it. Like I said, I always felt Josh would have done better had they spelled him with CJ and given him more carry.
Right.
Yeah. They got CJ hurt doing that. They got Josh hurt doing that.
It's why Josh wore down in 2017. If you look at, to me, I still say the best stretch of football we saw from Josh from making reads and decisiveness was when he took over for CJ. And when I've had this, Reggie, to your point, I've had this conversation about they needed to play more backs. And people say, well, look at 2015 or 2015. Look at the numbers that him and Josh and CJ both ran for over 800. I said, but no. Josh's yards didn't come till after CJ got hurt.
Yeah, it didn't come till ran CJ into the ground,
right?
And then Josh got in, and then we ran him to the ground. But we had all these guys, and Dex was great when he was taking a lot of the carry.
Right.
So I was like,
and they always slept on Tony Jones, in my opinion. He should have played a bigger role too.
Slept on but Tony Jones was just like Ian Book. They end up being two of the most productive running back quarterback combos in the era because they were slept on, and then they just got in, and then they had that wave of 16, 17, 18. And now you look at them like that. Tony Jones got 30 games. Ian got 30 games put in. Mm-hmm. But
because Autry Denson was the running back coach, and Autry he wanted to do it, but wasn't allowed.
Right.
Wow.
Right.
Because because again, that's Autry came out of that he was the guy when he was at Notre Dame. He was all-time leading rusher, but he's like, man, I probably would have had a longer opportunity to play at the next level if I just didn't just ran me constantly.
Mm-hmm.
But him switching up with Kyron and Logan and Chris Tyree is the best evolution of the running back position that we've seen, because it's kept Kyron healthy. It's got Diggs confidence and you see him splash plays. And Chris Tyree is a better evolved form of CJ Sanders.
I wonder, however,
the right way.
I wonder how much of that is because that's not what they did early in the season.
No.
Early in the season, it was Kyron and a little bit of Chris. Logan Diggs didn't play a snap till Chris got hurt. Now we're seeing it. I wonder how much of that influence is coming from Tommy and Lance trying to force that argument that we've got because you don't have Avery, because Joe Wilkins is hurt, you're almost forced to. And I'm hoping that if that is the case, and I could be wrong, it's been a decision that they made. But if it is something that was forced upon them, or they made it because of the injuries, that they look at and say, hey, you know what? This is a formula that works. And, you're going to lose Kyron next year, but you're going to have Audric Estime. Jadarian Price is going to show up. And if y'all haven't seen Jadarian Price play as a senior, watch him. Yeah. He is the next one.
Also, I also look at, like I said, the evolution with the receivers. Because, like I said, this is the most – I don't think we've ever had – and, again, I think it's out of necessity, which is fine. But you got to play these younger guys in legit spots. It can't just be – mop up duty. These guys need to see legit action, and you need to trust them to give them just a little bit, whatever that is, give them those opportunities like you're doing with the quarterback position. Hey, you have to say Buckner ain't played in 2 years, but you've seen his growth as he's gotten those opportunities, And to be honest with you, Jack Cohn hadn't played in a year because he was injured before he came. He transferred in, and you see these guys develop and get better. And like I said, I'm a Tommy Rees fan from the standpoint of he has a perspective of the ability to communicate with quarterbacks because he knows. And I'm not a big fan of, like I said, of cussing out quarterbacks because I just don't think that's talk to people like an adult. And I don't think, again, that was not always the case in how the quarterbacks were talked to, for over BK's, early part of his time at Notre Dame. And I've seen his involvement as a head coach. He's been able to relinquish a lot of the duties where, he took over take over offense. And again, that control factor, that's huge with coaches to see. And that's what I see his evolution as becoming a head coach. Because that's why you look at, everyone talks about Nick Saban. Nick Saban, you look at his coaching tree, it's pretty darn good. And it's because he invests that time in the coaches. But again, he's still in control, but he doesn't have to flex because it's just known. And I think, BK has learned that, you don't have to flex. You're the head coach. You need to coach up the coaches without, feeling like, hey, people are, everybody's looking at you, but you got the big boy pants on because you're making the big boy money. Hey, bring it on and just keep it moving.
I want to thank Truman Dumel for the big super sticker. Truman, I appreciate that. And also Tom Ryan coming through with a super chat. I want to update everybody real quick. We're still tabulating the numbers, but I can say this confidently. as we wrap up the show. We have raised over $5,000 today. And that is huge. So you all came through big time. Everybody in IB Nation came through big time. I'm actually like kind of freaking out right now about how I'm going to spend all this money, because I don't know if I have enough on my list. So I'm going to have to make some additional phone calls. So Reggie, I may have to pick your brain a little bit about some other places I can call in the area, because I know you've worked with these people before. But I want to thank everybody for coming through so much today. And I'm going to tell you, this is about as much fun as I've had doing a podcast as I've had. So I don't know if we can, we may have to just shut this thing down the rest of the week, because I don't know if we can live up to the show that we did today. But Malik, thank you so much for joining us today. Sean, thank you so much for joining us today. Reggie, thank you so much for joining us today. Oscar McBride was on the show. Last time me, Reggie, and Oscar had some conversations. We shared some stories I wish we could share on this podcast about Coach Holtz. I love having that. So, Reggie, thank you again so much. Malik, thank you again so much. I want to thank everybody that was with us today. We had great numbers in the show today, and the fact that we raised over $5,000, that you all gave over $5,000 of your money to help people in this area that need it. As I said, every single penny is going to go to the items that these groups have told us they need: food, clothes, supplies to help people in need. And I can't thank you all enough. It just shows what a tremendous Irish Breakdown and Notre Dame community that we have. So thank you all so much. So fellas, any last words before we head out of here? We're gonna have to do this again. This was a lot of fun. I can't believe Malik was trying to go to bat for Brian Van Gordon. I'm appalled. I almost was like, hey, I don't know what happened to Malik's connection. We don't know where Malik went. So I mean, oh man.
Listen, I'm always saying that because listen, you got to look objectively. We were really good in that.
Yes.
With what happened and with what was going on, we were able to find ways to win, more so with the situation we was dealing with internally. We knew that we were struggling to put together schemes to stay consistent, but that's where the coaches got to coach and the players got to play. And we said it didn't matter. We're going to find a way to win.
Right.
As compared to this year, we're better than every team we're playing until we play the teams that matter. So
I gotta ask: does your relationship with Gummy have anything to do with your defense?
No. I just asked.
I'm just like, and I said I'm a Gummy fan. I said, and again, I can only imagine how difficult it is to have your pops, and he probably knew too. I mean, he probably knew too. Let's be honest, he probably knew too. But I'm just throwing it out there.
Gummy knew. Gummy was just like, listen, you just gotta roll with the punches. We're gonna get better as time goes on, but. That Texas game, giving up 50 points when we went and played Texas that next year was just so crazy. It was just it's something you just can't overcome.
Hey, bro, I'm sorry for putting you on the tee like that for Brian and Reggie, man. I didn't mean to set you up like that.
Sean, we actually never heard from you. You know what? We didn't hear from either one of you guys about your top 3 coaching jobs. When you said 2015, I lost it. My bad. I derailed it, Sean. I'm sorry, man. What's your top 3 coaching jobs? And top 3 coaching jobs, Sean and Malik. I apologize.
Go ahead. Look, I agree with you. I think 2020. 2012. I'll go a step further. I think a lot of people forget what happened in that 2010 season and the win at the end of the season at USC and how that kind of set up going into that 2011-2012 season. I think that was like the Robert Hughes game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where they went out
USC,
there, slowed the game down, and Brian Kelly kind of like went away from like wanting to come in and be pass happy and just said, look, in order for us to win this game against USC, this is the way we're going to have to do it. And
that's when Rob put that imprint right on Chris Gallipo's forehead, if y'all remember that one.
Right. So I think that's an underrated coaching job in that season because I think that kind of propelled going into the national championship season. And then, of course, 2018 and 2020, for me. And the reason I stepped away from 2015, which would have been on my list, is because of what he said about how that locker room and the leadership already existed. Mm-hmm. So it was like, I'm not saying you didn't need coaching.
Just don't screw it up.
We definitely didn't need coaching 15.
The coaching's job was don't F this up.
Exactly. Yeah. Just don't mess it up. Because we could run.
Think about all that talent that was on that team. It's sickening. Literally, just the offensive line, you're talking about 4 All-Pros. Not
3 Hall of Famers.
Like, think about that. 4 All-Pros from one offensive line, all together, All-Pro. Are you kidding me?
And Brian, the one thing Malik and I talk about, what he talks about, I don't know if people remember, they got blown out at USC in 2014.
Mm-hmm.
Like, blown out with talent. Like some of the same guys were there in 2014, but Malik.
Yeah, but that team was so beat up by the time they got to USC, though.
That's true.
And they had Jacob Matuska playing D tackle. You know what I mean? Like,
I remember that.
Yeah,
because he was like 240s, maybe.
Yeah, he was like still making the transition from tight end in high school. Yeah, they were down big time.
And most people point to that LSU bowl game, but Malik talks about that fourth quarter for him against USC when he was able to put together a couple of touchdown drives, kind of gain confidence with the other young guys, and how that kind of let them see, like, you know what, we can do this thing. And it just rolled in.
CJ was playing running back.
Yeah.
Things were coming together. LSU was in trouble after that fourth quarter because we really hit our stride in the losses.
Well, then you had like that great run by CJ in the fourth quarter, and what often gets overlooked in that play is the block that Torian had on that jet sweep. He had a great cut block on the edge on that jet. He did so much dirty work in that game. Like that's why I still would have loved to have seen him and CJ as a 1-2 punch in 2015 would have been really fun.
The way we was running backs, we probably would have never saw CJ. So that was probably the best thing that happened for CJ. Because I mean, one season he got drafted third round. Who knows?
Because what do you have, like 20-some catches for 500 yards as a slot the year before? Never played defense. All right, Malik, you got to give your 3. And if you say 2015, I swear to God.
My number 1 is 2012. I think that was like a movie. You couldn't have scripted anything better than that. I mean, I fell in love with the school watching that season develop. I remember committing after we won that crazy Purdue game at home when it was just so dramatic. So that whole season, I thought 2012 was the best coaching job because it took a lot to be able at that time to work a 2-quarterback system. You had a just situational football. That was Coach Kelly's best year because 1 or 2 differences in the game could have changed the whole season. So every game was a must win, and you got to give it up to that. I really like my second year. Obviously, is the COVID year. I think that put the program to the test on how well built is your program and the system, and how well built is the culture and the leadership. And for us to do so well and make the playoffs in a situation like that, to me, proved that solidifies us as a top 5 football program of all time. Because even when something like a pandemic hits you, us to have so much of a good foundation and rock out throughout the season and still win the games that we need to win and not look affected, even though there was a lot of things going on behind the scenes, got to give that up to coaching. And then the last one will probably be the undefeated season. What was that, 2018?
18, yeah.
I think that's impressive due to the fact that, it's hard to go undefeated. I remember when I was at school looking at only the one team to do that, and they were so celebrated, still celebrated in the locker room and throughout the building. So to go undefeated, man, that's something that's pretty special. I think they were clicking on all cylinders, and it was good to see us cross that path of, okay, we're better than just a team that's good every now and again. We're a team that can put it all together, go out with a bang, and then now we just got to take that next step to be a juggernaut in a playoff situation.
I think for me, that's the thing that Brian Kelly has done is we can have these conversations about what he needs to do to win a championship. Because when Brian Kelly arrived in 2010, there was no championship conversation other than you have to say it at your opening press conference. You can't not say it when you got to Notre Dame. But they didn't have the facilities. They didn't have the recruiting base. They didn't have the reputation, the coaching. I mean, everything at Notre Dame in 2010 was that of a tier 3 team.
That's right.
And now we can say, hey, we got to hold Coach Kelly accountable for not winning the title, but it's because of the work that he's done in the first 11 years. And I think you can't be a title team, in my opinion, and a consistent winner. Because, I don't want Notre Dame to be LSU, per se, where you have that one great year and then everything else around it kind of sucks.
Yeah, it kind of sucks.
And some people may say, hey, give me the title and the rest is garbage. But I think to be a true program, you know, it's you got to first establish that level of consistency that we've seen, where you can have a turnover in leadership and then just naturally new leaders arrive. Because like Reggie talked about earlier, it's because those guys are learning from the last group of leaders, you know. And I think that's kind of where you have created a culture that's gotten you here. I think now it's let's figure out a way to get you here. And I think that's one area where we're bringing in Marcus Freeman has been so important, because part of it is, for all we want to talk about this scheme change and this, that, and the other, you still have to keep getting better and better players.
And maybe that's what it is too. Coach
right.
Kelly's best thing for Notre Dame is that he's raised the bar from being great to we're only looking for championships.
Right.
And that's a short way of putting it, but that's super impactful to think of changing the whole perception of it's not even good enough to beat our rivals anymore.
Mm-hmm.
It's damn near not good enough to go undefeated. We are only looking for Hall of Fame offensive linemen, because we complain so much about the offensive linemen now, and championships. And that's the highest you can put a program when it's on that level, because only 2 programs exist like that right now, and that's Ohio State and Alabama. We're in that conversation now, but obviously we're missing a few pieces, but that's just the expectation outside looking in.
Yo, you just throwing Clemson out of the bag like that?
Right, one bad year, and Malik just trashes Clemson.
Clemson is only dependent on a quarterback.
Well, they had 2 great ones, though.
Yeah, but if they can't be
so even just throwing EJ out to the trash like that,
they can't even be ranked after losing one guy, I can't give you no credit for that. Now, you look at Alabama, it didn't even matter for the longest who their quarterback was. They was going to win, right? They McElroy, whatever, McCarron, okay, but it didn't matter. With Clemson, it mattered the whole way, and it even proved it when we played DJ at Notre Dame. There was 2 different Clemson teams in 2020. There was the Clemson we played at Notre Dame, and then there was the Clemson Tigers we played in the playoffs. And the only difference was the quarterback. So I can't give their program the benefit of the doubt, say, they're just a juggernaut, because they had the quarterback that was such the difference maker. That's what Oklahoma's problem is.
Where I'd push back a little bit, Malik, is if they struggle again next year, I'll agree with you, because Clemson actually started turning the corner with Taj Boyd. Remember, they beat Ohio State in the Orange Bowl after 2013, beat LSU the next year. Remember, that's the year Deshaun was actually taking over as a freshman, got hurt. And I can't remember the kid they put in, Staub. I think Staub is the kid. He was a kid from Ohio. You know what I'm talking about, right? Cole Stout or whatever. Then they rallied back, had a couple battles, but they rallied back and beat LSU, or was it Oklahoma? They beat Oklahoma in a bowl game that year, because they beat LSU after 2012, I believe. No, they beat LSU somewhere in there with Taj. They beat Ohio State in there with Taj, and beat Oklahoma in there with Taj. And then 2015, Deshaun, as a sophomore, steps up and gets it done. But like in the game against Notre Dame, though, I mean, Deshaun threw for like 92 yards that game.
Yeah,
those Clemson teams had some great players all around. I've seen this fall off coming. We talked about it this summer, because they were so much more dependent upon Trevor in 2020 than they were of Trevor in 2018, or even Deshaun in 2016. Because there were some games where Deshaun just was like, dude, you turned it over 3-4 times, right? But like it didn't matter because that defense was so good.
Right.
You know, so I think that's the thing, is
there's the thing. Defense.
Right.
This defense has had a precipitous decline over the last 2 or 3 years. That has been like, whoa, this is not the normal Clemson. And again, I'm an offensive player, but the age-old adage still holds true. Defenses win championships, period. I mean, the game can be modified and move, but if you don't have those dudes on defense, you can't even talk championship anymore.
Right. What I would say, what I've said, Reggie, and I want to get your thoughts on this. What I have said is I don't think the defense wins championships is true anymore from this standpoint. What I've said is defense will get you to the show. If you don't have a great defense, you are not playing for a title. But what we've seen in modern day, Oklahoma is a great example. What we've seen in modern time, however, is once you get to that big stage, you got to score. Because you just can't stop these teams. And we're seeing it Ohio State scores 40 and they beat Oklahoma. I mean, Clemson hung 40 on Alabama in a loss in 2015. They scored 34 in the next year. I mean,
you almost can't even give a team credit that makes it to a championship that doesn't have a great defense.
Right. That's why Oklahoma's been one and done all the time. But that's
feel
also
like
why Notre Dame's been one and done, because Notre Dame has had multiple championship caliber defenses under Clark Lee, but they didn't have the offense.
Yeah.
But we had the pieces. We didn't have the.
Don't even get me started on the 2018 team right now. Throw the post, and it's 7-0.
Okay. And this is Malik. He's mentioned this multiple times. We have not had that difference maker quarterback in a minute, and you can. And I don't
understand why is it what we love the 3-star running back. We love the 3-star tight end that we turn into 5-star talent superstars. But the quarterback position, let's just be like everybody else and try to get the guy. We want to be. Look what I can do with a 2-star guy that I got from my grandma's grocery store that can throw the ball a little bit, and he's got a great story. Like, come on, there's no more room.
Malik, you got to ask yourself: have we consistently developed the quarterback position?
That's it right there. It
ain't about recruiting. I can answer that. Yes, but then no, because if you think about it, we developed Ian 100%. Ian may not be an NFL superstar, but we developed Ian because Ian.
But what happened in 2019?
Listen,
again, when I say develop, we've not had quarterbacks that have made this trajectory. They'll come out first year, and boom, and then it's either plateaued or injury or something. But something happens to where we don't see that continual progression of the quarterback at the quarterback position.
Even with Ian's numbers got worse each year he stayed at Notre Dame.
Ian's numbers got worse, but Ian's potential, we hit the ceiling of what Ian could be at his last game. There was nothing that we could have.
But it's easier to develop a guy with a lower ceiling.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Like, okay, Deshaun Kaiser. Let's just talk about Deshaun Kaiser. We didn't develop Deshaun as best as we could, but it was also Deshaun that wasn't wanting that development.
Right. But see, Deshaun's the anomaly, though, because of, like you said, Deshaun didn't that's the one I don't blame Kelly for. Right. I don't. And I don't say blame Kelly, but I don't put that on set. Deshaun didn't have the mind. I mean, I don't want to get too much into bashing, but he didn't have the mindset you need to be a great quarterback and the work and the leadership and all that. But my thing is when you look at guys like Brandon and how he regressed, you look at how what happened with your starting quarterback situation. When you look at
did Brandon wrong though, you saw how they did Brandon. They'll have Brandon run 15 runs.
And there's a dude right now playing in Boston that I wouldn't have mind to see get his shot, right? Yeah. But see, I mean, because what would this team be this year with Phil Jacoby? What would this team be with Phil?
Phil wasn't waiting on us to decide, he
didn't leave because of playing time. That's not why he left. I can say that with 100% certainty. He didn't leave because he wasn't going. Yeah, 100. Malik, that's not my opinion. That's 100%. It was the fact that he didn't feel they believed in him enough to develop him that when his time came, because they were already, even before he left, they were already telling like reporters like off the record, like you started hearing like some of these reporters that talk to the coaches, like Tyler Buckner may start as a freshman. Brendan Clark's been out playing, Phil Jacoby in practice. Where's that coming from? That's not coming from your left guard, right? Those are the reasons that Phil left. So to me, like when you talk about Ev, you missed an opportunity there to develop Ev, and that part of that was Everett's fault. He's the one that made the decision to get suspended for 2013, right? So
it's development with that Tommy thing too, just like Tyler Buckner. That's why I'm saying this. If you talk about why we're not developing even now, is because when we get the talent, we want to act like they can't do everything in that moment. Right. You know what I mean? I'm like, y'all didn't spend no time trying to develop Drew Pine, but y'all saying that Drew Pine should be starting after the Wisconsin game. Tyler Buckner, if we were doing it right, should have started the whole season, knowing that we were going to be favorable, knowing if we wanted to transition this year and to be better for next year moving forward. This is the year to play him the most.
If he would have played as a senior in high school, I might have jumped on board with you.
Yeah.
That's my
I'm right there.
And Reggie could go over there and play quarterback right now, and we could be good enough to win some games. Tyler, it was a 5-star guy.
You gotta let me hop on the treadmill for a couple weeks first, though, before
I'm sorry.
I give you really good outcuts before my
don't
arm
trust
falls
freshmen.
off.
I don't trust freshmen, and I will.
It's a new season.
I've never trusted. I don't trust freshmen. I'm just sorry.
So would you trust Caleb Williams if he was on Notre Dame right now? Let's just put it out.
No, Caleb Williams just got benched and lost to Baylor.
You wouldn't start Caleb Williams on this football team.
No, it's not about starting him. It's about look what just happened against Baylor, right? A freshman will get you beat at some point in time, unless it's the unique situation where he is a generational player like Trevor Lawrence. Who?
Caleb Williams is a generational player.
No, you got to let me finish. I'm not done yet. You got a generational player like Trevor Lawrence who's surrounded by a phenomenal cast all around. And that's the thing is when Trevor had a couple not so great games in 2018, they could still win because the defense was so good, right? The problem at Oklahoma is if Caleb has a bad game, which he had against Baylor, you're going to get beat. And I don't know if I would have felt comfortable throwing Tyler into the Lions' den with that line early in the year.
Against who?
There it is.
But against who? Against Toledo?
But look what Toledo did to the quarterback in that game.
With that offensive line, I would be leery to throw any quarterback behind that offensive line. I'm sorry. I've not seen Cardinals saying you never let somebody split the double team. And I don't like seeing your offensive linemen, they shouldn't be getting pushed around.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
And our guys got pushed around.
We talked about this on the Lucky Lefty podcast. Me and Sean talked about this. When Tyler Buckner was getting in for when Coach Kelly said the change of pace, the offensive line was blocking better. Kyron was running better because Tyler Buckner became a run threat, which eased the offensive line and being able to do their job because they wasn't pinning their ears back against Jack. Because remember, in the beginning, Jack was a statue. It wasn't until Tyler Buckner was rolling Virginia Tech that Jack, the USC game, was out there running for touchdowns.
Yeah, but go look at what Virginia Tech did to that offense in the third quarter, though.
He's still a statue.
Right, but see, here's the thing, Malik. You go back and look at what Virginia Tech did. Like Tyler Buckner, second quarter against Virginia Tech, 5 of 8, 104 yards, 2 touchdowns, played great, right? Virginia Tech, all they got was 20 minutes of halftime adjustments, and he went 1 of 6 with 2 picks in the third quarter.
And that's because they ran out of plays. Remember, his package
but that's the whole thing. Is Tyler? The thing is, take away your senior year of high school at Alter, and the development you got as a leader, as a player, and all that, and then just remove that. How ready would you have been as a freshman? And that's the thing, because Tyler also missed his whole sophomore year because of a knee injury. He played 1 year high school football. So I understand where you're coming from, and that's why I was someone who advocated for having a Tyler Buckner package from jump, and I think they're finally using it correctly. The problem was never the line. The line was a problem, but what I'm saying, big picture, it was that it took them until the bye week to figure out what that offense should have looked like. Malik, you and I were talking about this summer. Tempo, RPOs, get the ball out quick, take your shots down the field, attack the perimeter. And the fact that it took them until 6 games to realize that, to me, stunted this team's growth, because they should be in game like 11 of that offense now, not game 5 of that offense against Georgia Tech.
That's right.
And I got to say something about the receivers. I really struggle with the fact that we can't get off. We can't get separation.
You got to be taught. You got to be taught that.
I'm not pointing any fingers. All I know is I'm watching drags and nobody stems up. They just let the safety drop down, get in the hip, and don't move. Now I see number 87 literally on one leg go out, get in the slot, and on one leg, boom, boom, create separation like that.
Yeah.
So Reggie, let me ask you.
But I say that to say what I said, you got to have, you need some help. And I said, Jack Cone, that's what I get. If I'm playing us, I'm pressing immediately. Yeah, I'm pressing at the line of scrimmage. Huh?
That's what all the teams do to us.
Well, but that's what Purdue did.
We can't. For some reason, we don't know how to get off of a bump coverage, and you big guys. I'm running through your mouth. If I'm 6'4", 225, and you're 5'9", 5'10", 180. I'm telling you right now, the cat that would dominate in this day and age is Michael Irvin. I mean, Michael Irvin, people think about he was physical. Michael Irvin could run. He's 4'4". He's legit 4'4", but he will beat you down because he would manhandle you. Chase Claypool. I mean, we've had some guys, and it's just like, why would you not throw him the ball? That was my other problem with, like I said, again, seeing the progression of trusting the quarterback. Trusting the receiver. Get the ball out there, let him go out and make a play. Mm-hmm. Again, that's what I was saying with Buckner. I think he has the capability of being that guy. Mm-hmm. And I remember you talking about. I think in terms of for this offense, because he has a pretty good arm, and you've seen him improve.
Would you take him or Brandon Wimbush? Because I feel like Brandon and Tyler's skill sets are pretty similar, especially how they're using both of them. I think both run like running backs.
I think Tyler's a more comfortable thrower. Now, again, I'm talking Brandon that we saw, not Brandon that came out of high school. Because Brandon coming out of I remember having a conversation with a coach at Notre Dame who came in a couple years after Brandon was here, and we were talking about Brandon. He's like, man, this kid can't throw a hitch route. And how his mechanics were. And I said, go back and watch his high school film and just tell me what you think. And he's like, I don't know who the heck that kid is. That's not the kid that we have.
No.
And that's everybody knows. Everybody in this chat knows why I think that happened. It's a guy that's no longer there that coaches up in Minnesota.
Isn't that about development? Developing
exactly.
And I say that my thing in terms
to him when they were trying to slide Ian in there. Look at how Brandon's plays were formed. Right. Brandon was read option.
I'm not disagreeing. What I'm saying is, if I'm that next generation quarterback, why would I come to Notre Dame? But that's what you were asking.
Dante Moore, I hope you're not watching this.
Yeah. But I think that's why this new offense needs to be shown more.
Yes.
And exactly. I think again, because Ian was the one that stayed. And I did. He had 2018 was a good year because he was getting the ball out. 2019 drop off because I think that whole thing. Every time you hear about open up the playbook, I hate that saying. Run what works for that player, and as they progress, then you add more. But don't try to do. I felt we were trying to do too much, and we gave more of them. Asked more of the quarterback. And I'm sorry, Ian is not. He's not the game breaker. He's a manager, game manager, and that's when he was at his best in 2018. He managed again, and you saw him as he started to like, well, I got to do more. I got to don't have that mindset. You do more when you do what you're capable of doing. Mm-hmm.
Well, and that was the thing.
That's where I think look at 2020. Start off after that Virginia Tech game, you saw his confidence level raise, and you saw him complete more passes, having more success running. I mean, when we got to 2020, I also think that having Tommy Rees kind of someone that could bounce stuff off of, I think that helped because he wasn't being you got to do this, you got to do this, you got to be the. I think that's the wrong mindset to take to develop a quarterback. Stay within yourself, and let's be honest. The best, the GOAT in the NFL is a game manager. Tom Brady is not. He's not a game breaker. He's the ultimate game manager. He's going to get people where they're supposed to be. And you talked about leadership in the locker room. Everybody understands their role, and so does Tom. He said, I'm not here to, blow it up. I'm just here to make sure everybody gets done what needs to be done. And I'm accurate as I'll get out too. And we'll say that that's the most important thing. The most important thing for a quarterback in my mind is accuracy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
you don't have to be.
Tom Brady's not a game changer in that aspect. He's a game manager, which I would agree most of the time. That's not what we need. We need a guy that's going to put butts in seats because we do have a game manager. We got a roster full of game managers. We just got rid of a game manager, and it got us what? It got us.
But the thing I say to that though, Malik, is I think Ian's game manager wasn't the reason they didn't win. It was Ian's inability to make to make the plays when he had to. But again, it's different than like it's not running around. It's, hey, Clemson, Malik, you and I have both talked about this play. You know exactly what play I'm talking about. It doesn't take a game manager climbs the pocket and throws the post to Chase on or Miles on that second drive, right? It's not. It doesn't require Phil Dracovic to make that play or Everett or Trevor Lawrence. And that was the thing is Ian didn't always have that ability, especially in 2018 when he was still that first year player. But it was about, look, you got Miles, you got Chase, you got Fink. Fink had a great year that year. You got Alizé, you've got, you got Dex when he got back. You've just read it out and get the ball where it needs to go. But then, like, you look at 2017, and it's like, Reggie talks about the receiving core. I've always felt as a coach, when you evaluate a job a coach is doing, if one or two kids are struggling with something, you can say it's probably on them. But when your whole position group is struggling with the same problems year after year, it's not the kids anymore. They're not being taught that. And that's kind of, you look at receiver, but it's like people get mad at me. I talk about you got to play freshmen and all this kind of stuff. It's like you lost to Georgia by a point in a game where Freddie Canteen, Cam Smith, and Chris Fink combined for over 100 snaps, and Miles Boykin, Chase Claypool, and Cole Kmet combined for 12.
Yeah.
If you can't get those guys ready to play, then that's not on them. That's on you. And that's the thing that I think is Notre Dame has been getting the talent. It's about trusting. Like you talked about how the players got to trust in the coaches. That's so important. What I feel like the next evolution for Brian Kelly, and I'm hoping and praying that this year does that for him, is you got to be able to trust them. And they don't have to know every play, right? It's like Ramon Henderson was talking about how DJ Brown was just telling him what to do. Okay, then you got a great young player. Sometimes you just got to say, hey, he doesn't know all the plays, but you tell Jack Cohn to tell him what to do.
And that's the difference. He doesn't do that with Tyler Butler. That's why I don't feel like this putting him in for a couple plays and that's not going to get him to where he's going, because he's not giving him something to win a game with.
I would agree with you if Tyler would have played more. That's because my thing, Malik, is, and I think you know this too as a quarterback, sometimes when you lose your confidence, you can't always get it back.
That's true.
That's my fear with Tyler, because he didn't play a lot of high school football. Is he really ready to handle the mental part of the game right now? And if he fails or struggles or starts doubting himself, you can't always get that back. Like, I feel like Everett is a perfect example. Once Everett lost confidence, he could never get it back.
Yeah.
We never saw that 2012, the Florida State 2013 version of Ev again, right? We never saw that guy again, because once he lost it, he couldn't get it back. And that would be my fear is with Tyler, is because you have a Jack Cohn, find a role for Tyler. And if Tyler proves himself capable of running the whole thing, then you put him in. But I don't think he's there yet. And I just wouldn't want to risk putting him out there. Like you could see it starting to happen in the second half against Virginia Tech. They were throwing stuff at him he hadn't seen before, and you could start to see his confidence, and he starts short-arming throws, his mechanics change, like that beautiful throw he threw in the first half. Right, but do I want to?
Where's our recruiting at? That's
what's
what
that?
I'm like. Why? But where's our recruiting at? Because
the stud quarterback that you should have had that came before him is playing in Boston right now.
So all I'm saying is, again, we have to prove that we can develop that position.
Yeah,
because you
agree.
We get the top running backs because we've proven we can develop that position. We get the top offensive linemen because we've proven to develop that position.
Right.
Defensive line, our linebackers now, safeties. To me, the cornerback position is still out for debate. I'm still struggling with that group. Again, the edge guys are the ones that I'm struggling with. What we're doing. Mm-hmm. What are we doing with receivers and our corners?
And corners. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Quarterback. I mean, that's just given. I mean, and again, if I don't see Tyler Buckner, progress from this year, from what he's done this year, if there's no progression next year, then that's a problem. Mm-hmm. That's a problem. And I'm with Brian. I know what you're saying in terms of like getting the packages to allow him to have the opportunity and to flourish in those opportunities. But we have to see that next step with him, and again, to be able to understand, read defenses. Continue. I would be hesitant to not keep it simple, because you have the backs, you have the skill positions, if you can develop it, that can help him. You gotta he needs that help of, I don't have to, if he feels he has to do everything, that's a problem, because I think that was the problem with Ian. He felt he had to do everything when that's not your responsibility. Right. I just need you to distribute the ball and take care of the football and make the plays when they present themselves, like, to run, take advantage of them when they're there. But I don't need you to win the game. I just need you to do your job. In that mentality, that's what makes Tom Brady so great, is that he does his job, but he does it so damn well. Mm-hmm. And he's not out there trying to tell Mike Evans, hey, let me show you how to run this post, run this dig route. Tom is sitting his ass back in the pocket, delivering the football. And if you don't get where you're supposed to get, Tom's on your behind, because he knows where you're supposed to be. And when your quarterback knows, you know this, Malik, if you know your quarterback knows and can get you the ball where you need it, you're going to do some special stuff for that quarterback. But if your quarterback is kind of like hedging and shaky, you're not going to have the same confidence in him that you need to have the success. I just haven't seen it that consistently from the quarterback position at Notre Dame right now.
Malik, I'll say this to you. I think I understand where you're coming from, because Tyler is, to me, the most dynamic quarterback Notre Dame has had since Everett, in my opinion. As far as, there was a kid that wore number 8 that was pretty dynamic guy too, in between there too. But as far as like being a passer first, that's also a dynamic runner. And I think that's what made Everett effective in 2012, is Everett could sit in a pocket and go through reads and throw the ball and then run. I think sometimes he got away from the running part in 2014. But
definitely got away from it in 2014.
Yeah. But to me, with Tyler, is the reason that I think Tyler, it's enticing to you and I, two guys who are frustrated by the fact that Notre Dame needs to develop that guy, and you see this talent, and then you see how much more talented he is than Jack, and I'm sympathetic to it. But I feel like in his specific situation, because he's played so little football, I'd have been a little nervous just handing the reins over to him early on. I
said the exact same thing. It's not that he can't play. It's hard to, again, in that position, you can't you just can't do that position.
Not everybody
can't just play that position if you have to. You have to. Football is the one game you can't practice into being good. You have to practice, but you have to go out and perform and play the game, the hits, the nuances of it. That's what makes football so special. You cannot play basketball for a while and then come out and still, again, once you, like I said, learn, keep the mechanics of shooting. You can't. There's no mechanics for getting your head knocked in.
But that
you got to know, and there's a feel that you have, and if you can take a hit. There's a way you take a hit to where you're not absorbing that full blow. Yeah, that's not something you don't practice that, because you don't practice getting hit. But if you're about to take a hit, you can absorb that blow because you see it coming and you adjust to that.
But this is where his experience will grow, and why I said he should have started the whole season, because that's where you learn it. Yeah, you didn't play for 2 years, but even if you played your senior in high school, that's not going to get you prepared for running away from guys that we're playing at Notre Dame. Secondly,
it'll get you more prepared than just standing around not doing anything.
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying it hurts him, because now you put him in a situation where if you're recruiting this kid to as a 5-star quarterback, he was one of the best quarterbacks in his class, and then you turn around and tell him, well, we don't want to really push you to play your first year because you haven't played in a year and a half. Then my thing, it goes back on recruiting. And what you're recruiting for, if you want to baby him into something instead of getting guys that's ready to go, because there's guys in the same class as him that are playing today that are ready to go. So
yeah, but every kid is different though, right? Like you have to evaluate every kid. You like okay, here's a couple names of guys. Michael Vick, Jameis Winston didn't play snap as freshman, right? Jameis went out as a redshirt freshman, having not played snap, but clearly they didn't think Jameis was ready. Clearly Michael wasn't ready. I saw Michael in high school. He wasn't ready as a freshman. He was dynamic, but he wasn't ready yet. And I think that's the thing with Tyler is he didn't do anything, and from what I'm told, he didn't necessarily do anything to where it was like, okay, we have to play him as the one. He did do enough to say we got to get him on the field somehow. I just felt like every time he's played in games, the more you see him, the more mistakes you see, because he just doesn't have that. Like, to your point, Malik, is like playing in high school doesn't get you ready for playing against George Karlaftis, but not playing in high school puts you even further behind. And that's the thing that to me hurt Tyler. And again,
I think he's in a position now as he continues to progress. Now, if he does not show the progression from year 1 to year 2, because he is playing and he's playing in significant spots, he's not playing mop up. It's not mop up duties, even though it's a limited playbook. I think that's fine. But again, as long as he's developing that confidence in what is being asked of him and given opportunity to grow into that role and to develop that comfort, because confidence is key. And if you have that confidence,
perfect.
Yeah. And helping him with that. And part of that confidence is being able to, make the plays. And after making the plays, and it builds. But again, I'm with Brian for the 7 point. If you have a couple of little, like I said, I would hate to see him go up against, like I said, a team, where he's forced to play in the play. I would love to see more of him playing against Georgia Tech and Stanford.
I would love to see
for the bowl, because.
But that's the thing. He could play this whole season. It wasn't okay, because my thing is, one, we know right now that Tyler Buckner has a better arm than Jack, has a better arm than Drew Pine. We know that Tyler Buckner can run better than Jack and run better than Drew Pine, which from a talent perspective makes us our best option. Now, getting him ready to play and running things that he's comfortable with, if we were committed to Tyler Buckner, that would have happened in spring. We would have known what he liked. We would have developed him if he took all the reps in ones. He would have had a better chance of progressing faster and being ready to take on the lead role earlier if he was playing like you said. You wanted to see him against Stanford. Shit, I want to see him against Florida State. Florida State's terrible. I want to see him against Toledo. Toledo's terrible. So none of it. And if Jack is so much in a better position to play right now, then we should be winning games by 35 plus points. Because I'm pretty sure Tyler could do just as good, if not better, in getting us the same amount, if not more, points against Toledo than Jack did.
Let me ask you this, Malik, because you've also said this. Once they finally started building around what Jack can do, they did start beating teams by 20, 30
right,
points,
and
right?
that's what I'm saying.
And I think to your point is, here's why I'll say this, or I think, Malik, you might be onto something. They either needed to play Tyler and commit to Tyler, or if you're going to play Jack, commit to Jack.
Yes.
And I feel like they didn't do either one. Like, they didn't say, okay, Jack, if Jack's your guy, then you need to run an offense that allows Jack to, and Kelly kept on the spring out, Jack's a better athlete than people think. What?
No, he's not. No, he's like, not. But why would you trick somebody like that? Because you literally run into
because you've convinced yourself your offense has to look like this.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, is like
that's what I've been saying. You said your offense, your offense has to be adaptable to your personnel. And again, Jack Cohn is not going to the RPO game is not for him. It's just not. And you were talking about how Buckner got in there and made some plays because it was better for the offensive line. It was better for the offensive line is because the guy he was reading, when Jack is in there, they don't even look at the Jack. They go right to the running back. So you take that game is reduced in terms of its effectiveness.
You're talking about have a running zone, quarterback, right, Reggie? Real quick, you're talking about read zone, right? Not RPO.
Yeah,
reads. Okay, just to make sure.
Read zone.
Yeah. They kept. You're right. Because what they kept doing the inside zone crap, and they're just crashing the backside, and Jack's never pulled it and run.
Because he's not going to pull it. They know he's not going to pull it.
I dare you to pull it and run and not hand it off to Kyron.
That's why he scored that touchdown against USC. Is because no one is like, is he running? They were still in shock when they were watching him run down the field. Like, is that really Jack Cohn running for a touchdown? They panicked. Just like, that can't be happening.
This is why we go so crazy every week talking about the offense, because every week we literally witness us run two different offenses. One offense is not only different than the starters, but is packaged different. So now you only getting a selection of 4 different items when you're dealing with one quarterback that you're not committed to. You bring a quarterback in that you're half committed to, putting a lot on him to do things his ceiling isn't there for. So now when you're only scoring 21 points, you're like, which direction do we head? If I'm Michael Mayer, I'm running hard for Jack because I know I might get it. If I'm playing for Tyler Buckner, I know I got to block. I know I got to extend the play. So you running 2 different style of offenses. One, Coach Kelly could probably run Jack style offense right now. Tommy Rees isn't coaching the same quarterback for Jack and Jack Cohn. He's probably got 2 different play sheets or a sectioned off, highlighted.
Yeah, you definitely have your Tyler Buckner section.
Yeah, but why though? Because Tyler we already know Tyler's more talented than Jack. I can understand if, like a Kelly Bryant, Trevor Lawrence situation where Kelly Bryant's got a lot of talent, so you can see what he's doing in the beginning, and then if something happens, Trevor comes in. Well, we know that the worst that can happen is Tyler going to do something to extend the play more than Jack would, so your offensive line will be in a better shape. Maybe he turns it over a little bit more, but shoot, if we turn over against the teams we're playing, we should have the confidence with the guys around that we should still win the game. And
but would you have had confidence in the guys around him early in the year when you look at the offensive line to still – because I think when you look at the second half –
we was running Chris Tyree and 2 backs.
Talking about – but somebody's got to block for those dudes, right? This ain't 7-on-7.
Right. No, I'm saying, but that's when the O-line was doing all right when Coach Kelly talked about that change of pace because Jack will go in, we'll have Chris Tyree in there with Kyron and Tyler.
But they weren't really doing better though. Like all the plays that Kyron made were like him making people miss, and then Tyler would make runs where nobody's blocking
damn hard for every yard.
That's what our success for what Coach Kelly was looking for.
This run game took off when they finally did what we have been talking about. Sean, you and I have been talking about this in summer. Malik, you and I talked about this off the air. When they finally said, we don't have the linemen to be a running football team. We're going to build around the pass, and that's going to allow us to then be better running the football. When they finally made that decision, all of a sudden, and even Kelly even admitted it, eventually. It's like for him to admit something that like that was like, wow, but it's
but you think about that. That's important though.
You should know. You should know.
For him to admit to it, I thought that was a big improvement for him because that was huge to me.
He's never made an in-season change like that. Like as far as like without changing the quarterback.
Yeah.
But even in the passing game, this offensive line is not good. I mean,
can we preface the not good to they're not Harry Heastan, Ronnie Stanley, Quentin Nelson, Mike.
They have gotten better.
They're better than the average.
But not.
Oh no,
depends on which part of the season you're talking about. Are you talking about the first 6 games or the last 5 games?
Right at this very crux of the season.
Yeah. Well, can I ask you this though, Malik? Do you pause at all to think about the fact that this improvement is happening while they're playing god-awful defenses that don't rush the quarterback against anybody?
Well, that's been the whole season.
Virginia, no, because you played Jermaine
we were
Johnson
averaging giving up 4 sacks a game.
Yeah, you played George Karlaftis, you played Myjai Sanders. I mean, you were playing Wisconsin's front 7, they were playing some legit good defenses. And this is the thing we wrote about, at the midpoint was after Virginia Tech, the defenses they play are awful. Like I think Virginia had like 9 sacks on the season coming into last week.
Oh, we knew Virginia. Hey,
right?
Sean talked about Virginia. But it's sad that we scored.
Georgia Tech has 16 sacks this year. 8 of them came in 1 game.
Oh my God!
Right? Like so. Now we should
win out. We should win out, no doubt. But for me, the offensive line, the continuity is everything, and I've not seen the consistency in that unit. In terms of their ability to work together, it's just been too hit and miss when you have guys splitting double teams or guys it's little things here and there that I see if like an offensive tackle kick step, work your technique. They're to a degree lazy, and I'm.
Is this in comparison to playing teams like Georgia?
No, I'm not. No, I'm
talking about in general.
We only lost.
I'm talking about in general.
Right.
I'm talking about in general.
How much better could we look that could change our season right now? Because in my opinion, yeah, we didn't start off hot, but that's comparing in our mind to all the superstars we had before. And even then,
I'm talking about even now, they're not as consistent and they're not playing as consistently together as they need to. You know, Kyron Williams
to do what though? Because we can win out how we are right now.
But
I would be shocked if we don't. But what I'm saying is, you know, going into next year, if I still have question marks about this offensive line, and that shouldn't be. And the question marks are based on
you said going into next year,
to offensive line to do what though? Are we saying offensive line to be ready to win championships or to continue to win like we're already winning?
No, win championships. I mean, this is Notre Dame. That's the standard, right?
We
just win, period. Again, if you're to play the offensive line position, it requires a level of commitment and togetherness. I'm not seeing these guys consistently playing together. And if you're going to run the zone read, you have to be in lockstep when you're stepping and when you're double teaming. You have to know you can't say come off or you can't say go. You have to have that feel to know when I'm supposed to take over that double team block. Is it a tight zone, wide zone? And these things you saw it with the Hestead offensive linemen, they were in such lockstep, and that's what made them great is because they played as a unit. They did not play individually because we have some very talented offensive linemen. Don't get mistaken.
We have four talented offensive linemen. We have four.
So funny. Hey, you said 5 seconds. Let's spend 5 seconds.
It's 5 on the field. We have 4 talented offensive linemen. I'll leave it at that.
Hater.
But that's the thing about it is like those 4
others sitting on the sideline watching the fifth.
Sean has been sitting there, hasn't said a word in an hour. Bring up Kane Madden, and Sean goes crazy.
I did not say it. I was not. I don't. Again, I'm not going. I don't call people out.
I didn't mention his name, Brian.
We all know.
Brian D.
You said 4. We can name the 4. We know the 5th one.
No, I'll say this, Reggie. I agree with you, but I disagree. I'll tell you why. I understand that left side is going to be much better because that left side is going to get in the weight room and be totally different athletes, strength-wise. So the movement that they'll be able to get next year after playing together for a year is going to be they'll be totally different when you see Alt and Christophic next year and how they work together.
I'm talking about now. This year,
oh, yeah.
why I have again, like I said, I'm nervous about having a freshman quarterback in there with this offensive line because of the inconsistency,
especially with that dude to his right.
Anybody, man. Again, everything stops and starts with the offensive line offensively, and if they're not gelled, I don't care who you have back there, it's not going to work.
The only
it's not going to work.
Concerned about Tyler playing in the game. The only team I would be concerned about him playing the game on the offensive line would be a playoff game. All these other games are winnable games that Tyler could go in there because he has more talent than our starter. He's proven in spurts that he could do enough.
What is I'm saying? I'm okay with him playing more. I would be okay with him playing more these last few games because our offensive line has gotten better. And again, I would love to see what he can do, again.
In a full game. I think it's a full game.
Right.
That's we've seen to that. He threw more passes to Virginia Tech in the second half than he did to his own team when Virginia Tech actually had 20 minutes of halftime to prepare for what that offense would look like.
That's why I said he's more closely related to.
But again, I think the thing where Reggie and I are pushing back on is when you're at Notre Dame and you're the head coach of Notre Dame or the offensive line coach of Notre Dame, you are not judged on your ability to beat Navy and Virginia in a 5-5 North Carolina team or 4-5 USC team. The reality is you are judged on your ability to go beat the best teams on your schedule. And the offensive line does not leave me warm and fuzzies. And Sean, yes, they're going to get bigger and stronger next year, but are they going to still play with the proper technique and timing? Because the reality is Jeff Quinn's been here for 4 years. They've only shown that ability to do that 1 year. Yeah, right. And there was somebody different there, right?
This goes to your point is totally, but I think this goes to the quarterback conversation. I've been a fanboy for the last hour, bro, because the quarterback conversation between these two dudes has been fantastic, especially about the development. We've talked about it offline for years. Why is it that quarterbacks at Notre Dame don't seem to take the next step in development? And I'm looking for the answer. Even if you go out and get Dante Moore, he still has to have some type of, it might not be the same amount of development.
I think they need to streamline the number of voices in the quarterback's ear. And this is something I think, Malik, you can speak to more than anything. And that, because like, here's what I see. I watch Jack Cohn or Tyler Buchner come off the sideline. Brian Kelly jumps in their ear. Sometimes Brian Polian has something to say for some reason I don't understand. Yeah. Then he's got to go. Then and when it was Chip Long, it was then he had to talk to Chip. Then he had to talk to Tommy. For me, if I'm Coach Kelly, you got to let Tommy coach the quarterbacks.
That's it. Because when I was playing, it was I talk to Coach Kelly, then I get on the phone, talk to Stanford, then I get up. Then I get off the phone. Then I got to go holler at Denbrock because Denbrock, Kelly, and Stanford all calling plays every time. So that's why it be times during the season we get a delay a game the first play of the game. We look it over like, how are we getting a delay a game out of a timeout, out of a half, like because you got three guys.
I think that's happening. I think that's happening. I think again, that's why I said if I see the progression in Tyler from this year to next year, then you could make a case for bringing more that superstar in. But I agree, you have to have that singular voice, which I think it needs to be Tommy, and and I think Kelly has been better about letting him call the plays and letting him run his meeting room.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
and I think again we'll know better this coming year. We'll know again if that's the case, because if Tyler Buchner takes that next step as we feel he can and is capable of and should, if he does, then you can make a case that hey, they've kind of fixed that.
I'm gonna make a prediction. Now,
I said I don't see it.
I'm gonna make a prediction. If Brian Kelly makes some tweaks on the offensive side of the ball, I'm not gonna say what because I'm not gonna go there. If he can keep Marcus Freeman for 2 more years, and if Tyler Buchner is what I think we all think he can be, Notre Dame will win a national championship in the next 3 seasons. That's my prediction.
With the Michigan State news that came down today,
yeah, Mel Tucker just signed for 10-year extension, $95 million.
That Marcus Freeman thing becomes.
Yeah, Marcus Freeman ain't gonna stay.
He's gonna be sought out.
He's gonna get a really good opportunity.
He's not leaving this year.
No.
So to me, if this is where Jack Swarbrick has to step up to the plate though and say, "Hey, Marcus, don't go somewhere else, because you're going to eventually be the head coach here."
Yes, sir.
That'd be great. That'll help.
Again,
that'll help the transition.
Go ahead,
okay. I'll say this: when it comes to are we willing? Is Notre Dame willing to pay that? Because again, I don't think BK is making as much as people think he's making.
Man, BK.
I agree with you, Reg, because there's a lot in that contract that's not so much base pay. It really is a lot of other incentives that might make up.
And you look across the landscape at your Dabos, your Jimbo Fishers, your Sabins, pretty much anybody in the SEC, and then just like Michigan, now the Big 10 is starting to pony up. Are we willing to go that route?
But nobody's paying Marcus Freeman that amount, or Clark Lee or Mike Elko that kind of money. They're paying those guys that much. Like Dabo wasn't making Dabo money when he first took over
Until
Clemson.
Dabo won a couple
right? Right.
But what I'm saying is, as long as Kelly's been there, the success he's had, I don't think he's on his pay is on par with, the Sabins.
Which is the reason why I think they need to make sure that they can lock up Marcus to be his next in line, because you don't have to pay him what you'd have to go pay to hire the next big name coach, whoever that might be. When Kelly,
you wouldn't have to pay him more than Mark. You wouldn't have to pay Marcus more than Kelly, because Kelly is where he's at because he hasn't won like Saban yet.
Right.
You can't. So yeah, of course, Coach Kelly isn't as paid as them, but it goes back to Notre Dame will spend that check if they believe Marcus Freeman can get it done, though.
Yes, but they don't have to pay him $9.5 million a year like Mel Tucker, because the only reason Mel got that money is because he proved himself as a head coach.
As a head coach,
right?
Well, didn't they step up and pay him
once he proved himself?
What I'm saying, but Marcus, when they were going after him for the defensive
I got you.
position,
Yeah.
And stepped up and paid him more than they originally wanted to get him away from LSU. So,
and if they're not paying Coach Kelly as much, they got a little extra something that they can throw at Marcus. I mean, so hey, you save some money.
Money is not an issue.
Marcus.
We gonna pay that check. I think
LSU. That's another thing. Is like I said, people, other people can and will, like SEC, Big 12. I mean, Big 10. They're, and again, you also look at the assistant coaches' pay. And Notre Dame has definitely stepped it up.
Oh yeah,
they've done. But look at where these other conferences are going in terms of pay.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to lock up years with pay. They're trying to lock up years with pay. 10 years, 100.
I think Notre Dame showed with Marcus Freeman, though, that if they feel that they have the right guy, they'll pony up. And that's the key, and I think that's what you have to do, in my opinion. Because, like you said, Reggie,
I'm not saying that they won't, but what I'm saying is where things are going in college football. You're this in my opinion, the super conference is coming. It's coming.
I know,
and people need to get their minds wrapped around that, because. Just the news out of the NCAA and how they're giving the institutions more, more responsibility. So it's all lining up with that super conference vibe, because you look at the college football playoffs, that expansion is coming. I mean, and we know why. And again, when college sports, period, accepts the fact that it's a business and it's okay to make money. The perspectives need to change. This is, the NCAA. I mean, for the longest time they've been harped on this. We're amateurism. Amateurism in college athletics has been gone for some time. At least
the way that
with
the
football and
NCAA has
basketball.
defined amateurism. That's my issue, Reg. Is they define amateurism in such a stupid manner that they've put themselves in this position where it's like they were so dumb that they put themselves in a position.
They could have addressed this decades ago, but they chose not to.
Right.
But now it's here, it's happening, it's coming, and they're going to have to get on board with it.
Right.
But, you have people, there's a reason that you had oversight and, compliance and all these things, because you have schools that will do whatever, because again, football and basketball are paramount. I mean, that's livelihoods for, you go to half the states in the Southeast, and the highest paid employee of the state is a football coach or a basketball coach
who makes more money for the state than
exactly.
Yeah, probably the only person getting paid what they were, right?
Right, and that's where I say the NCAA's definition of amateurism, and we should have that.
Way outdated.
We should have that. Should be a show we do someday. Maybe this summer we can have that show. I think getting perspective of people that played the game and were responsible for bringing money into an institution. But I do want to. No, I get go ahead, Reg.
I was going to say what I said with Marcus again. I think again, I'm outside of that whole 3-man front. If he stops that, I'll be a little more favorable towards him. But I'm a fan of Marcus Freeman, hands down. I've had the opportunity to speak with him, converse with him. There's a reason why he's having such success in the recruiting trail, and his perspective, I love it. He's, to me, a great fit at Notre Dame. But are we willing to go there? Because again,
tell us how serious Notre Dame is about
exactly.
They really want to be a championship program.
I agree, and my only thing with I can see, because there was a time where actually I didn't see us winning the national championship. I just didn't think we had the depth. I just didn't think we had the depth across the board where and this is where I think that the Clemson is struggling now, because Dabo, he was real anti, and most of the coaches were anti the portal. But you've seen how teams have benefited from the portal. Mm-hmm. Like literally, I forgot whose team was. Like I said, like it was on there.
Mel Tucker just made $95 million over the next 10 years, primarily because of his decisions in the portal.
Yeah. And that's the other thing about it. Like,
you got a Heisman guy in the portal
who couldn't start at Wake Forest.
You go look at Wake Forest. I think that's what it was. Like they got a bunch of players from like Oklahoma and other, like, that were starters there that came there, and you can literally buy a team. Mm-hmm. Buy a team, basically.
Yeah. The SEC, they buy teams all the time down there. Look at Georgia. That's the most.
It's even easier now, though.
For a team
that's one of the reasons I was told from some people I know down there. One of the reasons they didn't like Mark Richt is because Mark Richt didn't like that aspect of recruiting, and Kirby Smart's like, I got no problem with it.
No. And that's what I said. Watch. I'm telling you right now, your boy Dabo is going to change his tune real quick.
Yeah.
And when he does, he's going to kill it. You're going to see he's going to go snatch up a whole squad.
Clemson was here and there. They got fortunate enough to get 2 generational quarterbacks in college football. I wouldn't put it past them. They're not even an established program of all time. So I'm not banking on them to become that in the near future with Dabo. Not him.
Yeah, we'll see how Cade Klubnik does.
Because of the portal.
Now, Cade, that's another guy that's really good. I wish he came to Notre Dame. Shit,
yes. They didn't recruit him hard.
I'm telling you, watch the defensive personnel on Clemson's team next year and see how it changes.
Yeah.
Cade Klubnik, Cade is the reason why to change. Not because of no doubt. Cade is legit.
No, but what I'm saying is Dabo was so dead set against not doing, getting involved in the portal, because he was not taking on. Mm-hmm. They did not, like, go after people in the portal. He does not like to lose. So that tune will change. And like I said, we'll see if he's saying the same thing about, well, that's not right, and I'm not doing it. Yeah, you're going to have to do it.
Would you take DJ if DJ decided, or I'm sorry, would you take Spencer Rattler if Spencer leaves next year? I'll take it. I think he'll make the difference. You talk about game changer, that's the game changer.
He couldn't even be a game changer in the Big 12.
He's accurate, right?
Except when
to a degree.
Except when the game
to
matters.
A degree.
He's more accurate than Jack Cohn.
We're not talking about Jack Cohn being the quarterback next year.
You said Spencer Rattler.
Right. I'm saying that's an upgrade, though. If we get Spencer next year, that's an upgrade over Jack.
Not an upgrade over Tyler Buckner, in my opinion. I mean, there's a reason Spencer Rattler got benched, and it's not always about talent. As you very well know, right, Malik?
But that's the place he's cultivated around the right guys. We got
I don't know if Spencer Rattler has the kind of, let's just say, I don't know if he has the personality I would want to bring into my quarterback room. And I'll just leave it at
humble pie and told him a lot.
Yeah.
I bet you
it ain't his fault. It's the coach's fault, right? That's how.
All I know is Riley his track record with quarterbacks is pretty good. So
it's pretty good.
If he made that move, I'm gonna believe him. I'm sorry. Mm-hmm. His track record with the college quarterback is pretty impressive. So I'm going to kind of give him the benefit of the doubt that, because other people was talking about, Spencer Rattler was kind of like, everybody was like, oh, he's this, and this. And it was like, I don't know.
Get a guy with some attitude. I'd have asked Sean that. When are we gonna get a guy with some?
Well, there's a kid in Detroit right now in the 2023 class. I think has a little bit of that.
I think so too. But we don't trust freshmen on this show. We don't trust freshmen on this show.
No, it's not about trusting freshmen.
Freshmen like that.
You on the wrong show if you think we don't trust freshmen here. It's about looking at Tyler's unique situation.
It's a difference between trusting freshmen and a freshman coming and showing that they can get it done.
Right.
Okay.
I'm not saying I will play a freshman. I said just coming in on the jump, I don't trust freshmen. Okay. But now when you go out and deliver, hey, I believe fat meat's greasy. So you do you gonna play. But not trusting freshmen does not mean I'm not willing to see what you're capable of. Okay. If you prove it, we can roll with you.
Right.
And that's why we should play Tyler the whole year.
Okay.
That's all I got.
I have a quarterback question that I definitely want to hear from all of you. This is from Utah Irish, who gave a $25 super chat to help our cause today. We're over $6,000, by the way, now, fellas. So he says, I'm late. Glad I didn't miss it. Love the cause and love the show. Here's the question I want to hear from you all. Can you talk about one quarterback in Notre Dame history that you would want to lead next year's team to a national championship? And Malik, you can't say yourself.
Damn,
can't say yourself.
It'd be the time for me to get in. Okay. It'd be the time.
Anyone other than Malik Zaire, you can't pick Malik. Okay. Who Reggie, who would your choice be?
Oh, I gotta go.
Wow. Kevin McDougal.
It's Sean's night.
Yeah.
Okay, Malik, Sean, who you going? You gonna take that? Okay,
I'm with Reg.
Okay, Malik, how about you?
I'm going Jimmy Clausen. I think Jimmy with this team and with the right couple of receivers, I think Jimmy would have been right for us because he had the attitude too.
I would go Brady over Jimmy.
Yeah, I would too.
I would go Brady over Jimmy.
I think Brady's a better athlete. And again, that athleticism in the offense that we run, you need. That's why I said That's why I picked Kevin McDougal. Is that he was athletic, accurate, great arm strength, but that athleticism to run, K-Mac could run, and I think Brady's a better runner than Jimmy.
But I think
but each of them, the ability to throw out of the pocket to see, because I think that was what really hurt Ian a lot, is that I don't think he could see within the pocket. I think he really struggled, especially, and he didn't have the confidence to climb the pocket like we talked about. But each of those guys are, they have 6'2" or better. They could see over the line of scrimmage to deliver the football.
So, Reggie, let me ask you this. Okay, you said the offense that Notre Dame runs. So let me ask you this. Let's say Notre Dame started running Alabama's offense. Would that change your answer between Malik and Jimmy? I mean, between Jimmy and Brady? That because they don't ask the quarterback to run. I mean, Mac Jones had -9 yards rushing going into the postseason last year.
Yeah,
I still think Brady has better pocket sense, pocket presence, where again he can move better within the pocket and still maintain that downfield vision, where I think Jimmy, again, he had a tendency to feel the pressure. And plus, again, freshman, plays as a freshman, he got his behind handed to him like you wouldn't believe. And like I said, I thought he was done a disservice by being put in there as a freshman, and
he didn't have a whole lot of options on that team.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
He didn't have any options. If he had
to me, Jimmy's 2009 season on a busted up foot was the best single season of quarterback play I've seen in Notre Dame in my lifetime. Again, in my lifetime, started with Tony Rice, right? As a passer. I mean, you can't compare Jimmy Clausen to Tony Rice because it's just two different players, two different offenses.
Yeah.
But it's just like as far as a modern quarterback, Jimmy's 2009 was unbelievable. And you look at the no defense, offensive line wasn't good. He busted his foot up bad early in the year, played on. He was unbelievable that year. But I also think to in today's era where teams are so much more, they come at you with so much more pass rush. They're going to force you to hold the ball at times. That was never, even when he was before the foot injury, Jimmy was never. That's my big knock on Jimmy. He was never great in the pocket when things broke down.
Yeah.
He wasn't, because you don't have to. I mean, Tom Brady, Reggie, you're talking about Tom Brady. Tom Brady's not a very athletic guy, but he knows how to handle the pocket.
Right.
And that's the thing.
again,
Jimmy wasn't
pocket
good at
presence
that.
is key.
Right. That was
that's why I think, like with Brady, I thought Brady was good in the pocket.
Yeah.
You know, and again, he had downfield, and he had that arm, and you had, you know, those big receivers, Jeff Samardzija. What?
But you talk about the pocket presence, but that goes back to Tyler Buckner. That gets me a little bit too. I don't think he's natural in the pocket.
I think that's an experience thing, though, Malik. That's part of my issue.
I say he's not natural in the pocket because of how he runs the football regularly. He runs like a running back, you know.
But that's what they ask him to do. I mean, in high school, he would sit in the pocket.
No,
is it that he can't do it, or he's not been given, you know, been asked to do it on a consistent basis?
Like I'll give you the comparison of Ian. Ian was kind of like, it looked effortless. He kind of just flows around. He makes plays. It doesn't look like he's really straining. When Tyler Buckner's running the football, it looks like he's straining a little bit. Like he's trying to get every inch out of it. It's like rugged. It's not like it's a very tough runner. Physical runner.
It's lacrosse like instead of
football. You mean a guy that was an elite 5-star lacrosse player? Yeah. No, I don't disagree with you, but I think that has to do with we're seeing that even more because of how he's being used.
Right.
If he was running the entire offense, I think.
But that's not going to develop him to be seeing a huge crossover difference for when now you're asking him to sit in that pocket, because I think that ruggedness that around the edges is going to exist next year, and it's going to be worse because he's going to be in the pocket. Because we'll see.
Hey, if I'm
gonna tell y'all something. Go ahead, Sean.
If I can keep it all the way real. Like, you know me, I've always told you, like, Kevin McDougal is like my favorite Notre Dame quarterback of all time. That's always been my dude. But if you're talking about this year, this team, and this era, I'm gonna keep it all the way funky, man, and then I'm gonna turn it over to him. Yo, I'm taking 8. I'm taking 8 because you have to really think about the attitude of that team in 2015.
Man, we already said you can't pick Malik.
Hey, you have to pick
me. You told him that. You didn't tell me that. And no. And see, I say that, and I keep it 100. The first time we ever spoke, I asked him one question, and he could tell you the answer to it. I said, when you see Deshaun Watson in LA in the offseason, what are you going to tell him face to face?
We'd have beat you in 2015 if I was
100%.
Would have changed his whole career.
Y'all are going to be mad at me about this, but if I had to pick a 90s quarterback, it's not Jarius. It's not Rick Meyer. I mean, it's not Kevin McDougal. It's not Rick Meyer. I'm going with Jarius Jackson. In this offense.
Okay.
Yeah, he was nice.
Jarius was a beast.
Yeah. Jarius is the one guy I look at and say he would have translated so well to the modern game. Because he could throw the ball. He played in the NFL for a little bit. He could run, but he could also sit in the pocket if he needed to as well. And if he would have been coached in a modern, as a modern quarterback, as opposed to how he was coached, I think Jarius would have been the guy I would have liked. I say
that about Rick. You know, Rick Meyer. You know, he never really got pro quarterback coaching. But 1 year when it was he's in Arizona now, Tom Clements. I think if he had another year in him as the quarterback coach and running offense, I think his NFL career would be different. But I agree. I think I like your point about Jarius and what with this in this system.
Yeah.
I think he would translate well.
Jarius single-handedly would just keep.
Yeah, because he didn't have a whole lot of nothing.
He didn't have anything. And he would single-handedly keep them in games and keep it close. What was that season where they lost? It was like they lost at the end to Michigan and they lost at the end to Purdue. And then but they were in those games with less talent.
He kept them in the game.
Business being in those games.
Yeah, if I had to pick a 90s guy, that'd be my pick.
I show love to you for that JJ pick. That's real.
And he wore number 7 too, which That always matters. I'm just saying.
That's real.
Yeah. If I had to pick a guy in the 2000s, it's Brady. I think I'd have to go with Brady just because I mean Jimmy in the pocket was a maestro, but to me, I at the end of the day, I still come back to Malik that I think something you'll appreciate is I want a quarterback that just can put a team on his shoulders and say, I got you. Jimmy could do that if you could keep it clean. If you could give Jimmy, like if you could put Jimmy with the 2015 team after your injury, of course, with that line that was going to give him time. Oh my gosh.
You would have seen why he pulled up in a limo on the first day.
And
yeah.
And the guys he had with him. But like I said, you spot on, B. Brian, Brady, because look at what he did with that offense, the numbers they were putting up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and you look at Miles Boykin, Chase Claypool, those were,
there's some margin in Stovall with speed.
Exactly.
Yeah, with speed.
Think about that.
I mean, and Maurice Stovall are the same player. I mean, just one played and they just time traveled. They're the same guy.
And I just said, no, that he to me translates extremely well. Like I said, just in someone that's recently done it, that would, I think, again, just be a perfect fit.
Mm-hmm. I think there was a guy, and if I had to pick a guy in the 2010s, can't pick Malik. I still say the guy I would like to see that lead the team next year is the guy that should have been leading the team next year, and that's the dude playing in Boston.
Well, I know what he put up He put up 300 against Georgia Tech
on 13 completions, ran for 3 touchdowns.
Yep.
I mean, he's got the size, he's got the attitude,
Mm-hmm.
and he got the athleticism.
Right.
It's like
playman. He just makes plays, man. It's like you're like, oh my god, what's he doing? Oh, okay, now I get what he's doing. Right?
So when you go back to what was being said from practice, see, this is my thing, man. Certain quarterbacks aren't going to look as good in practice.
Yeah,
but they're gamers.
Right.
When they get in the game, it's like it's go time.
Well, I've said this. Who would you rather have in a 7-on-7 tournament, Tommy Rees or Tim Tebow? In a 7-on-7 tournament, I'm taking Tommy Rees. Rees. You put the pads on and you go 11-on-11. Right?
Yeah. If it gets physical,
right. That's not a shot on Tommy Rees. It's just like some guys you just say, look, this guy's a baller, man. You just got to give this guy the ball and let him go play. And I thought that to me is one of the biggest quarterback mistakes that we've seen under the Kelly era is once they lost that game to Michigan. I'm not saying you should have handed the keys over to Phil. I would have, but at least he should have started getting the Tyler Buckner package,
right?
Where you just let that guy go play.
He didn't even really get the packages like that.
It's Malik. If you go back and look after the Michigan game, they stopped using him.
Yeah.
At the beginning of the year, they'd put him in like in the fourth quarter, and he'd take the team right down on like touchdown. And once all the calls for Ian to get benched came, they stopped letting him do that.
Stop doing it.
Because they didn't want people to keep seeing what we all saw.
Look, it's a lot.
Accurate. He's 12 or 15. That's all I know. I mean,
that's right. They had to. Coach Kelly not going to let that QB narrative overtake the team ever. No.
I know the happiest person to see him back for his draft status is Zay Flowers. I know that.
Yes.
Oh,
well, there's a different team. I mean, the kids behind him are. Man.
Yeah, but I know Zay Flowers' numbers.
Oh yeah.
Suffered.
Well, him and they connected pretty well this past week against Georgia Tech. So yeah, that was fun to see. But it's I don't know it.
So what you're saying is we should put up 40 points against Georgia Tech? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean everybody else does. So I mean, I'm just saying. I mean everybody else does.
We always got to make it hard, man. We always make it seem like it's a hard task or something that everybody else does. Because we should be a 40-point team.
Because it's the Super Bowl for this team. It wasn't the Super Bowl when they played Boston College last week.
Somebody got to explain that.
They weren't focused on Boston College. They were focused on the Super Bowl of their season, man. Come on now. You think they care about Georgia next week? No, it's the Super Bowl. Notre Dame this weekend, baby.
That's how they treat it. Yeah.
We get everybody's best shot. Super Bowl.
Yeah, look at Florida State.
They still suck. It may be their best shot, but they still suck. I'm sorry, right? I mean,
Toledo still sucks. Florida State still sucks. But against us, you would have thought they was 1 versus 2.
Yeah. I want to get one super chat before we get out of here, guys. I love stuff like this. We actually get this quite a lot at our channel. This is from Megan Mayotte. She goes, I became a Notre Dame fan because of my husband and started listening to you guys to learn more. Now he watches too. Thanks for teaching me so much and doing what you do. Love you guys. Go Irish. And if we love it, and make sure that you're watching the Lucky Lefty podcast too. So, and Reggie may have had so much fun tonight. He may be thinking like, you know what? Call my agent. Hey, I need a podcast.
Let me get on there. Let me figure out how to make this work.
I got some stuff I need to talk about. Zorich is doing it. I know I can do it. Okay. So
I know a little bit.
I appreciate you guys bringing this on.
Reggie, Malik, Sean, thank you guys so much. And we raised over $6,000 today, and I haven't even finished tallying it up. But just awesome. Amazing. And now I'm not gonna have any articles coming out the next 3 days because I'm gonna do nothing but trying to spend $6,000 and get it to these shelters. But it means so much. We thank you all so very much.
It does.
That's why Reggie's here. That's why Malik is here. That's why Sean is here. Is because they wanted to be a part of really giving back to community that I know meant a lot to them when they were players here. And, of course, Reggie in his post-playing career as well obviously was very, very involved. Reggie, do you want to kind of let the people know what you're doing now and just kind of let people know where kind of what's going on with you and what you've got going on?
I work as executive director for Holtz's Heroes Foundation, which, again, it's an organization that raises money and funds to assist former players and, via scholarship opportunities for them and their families, but also for our communities. We work closely with the food banks, Bread of Life food drive. So a lot of the alumni clubs, we work closely with them. And then also mentoring and leadership programs through Envision centers throughout the country. So we have over 350 guys that are spread out over the country. And, it's about doing what's right in the communities. And that's, like I said, having had that, connection with the, South Bend, Michiana community, I know the importance and the value of it. And we're trying to expand that to where it's working, not just in South Bend, but our communities across the country.
I have put a link to that website down below. So like you said, this isn't just an organization that works in one place. This is an organization that tries to help communities across the country. It is a tremendous, tremendous organization. And I'm being serious when I say this. I feel like everybody that I called this week to say, hey, we're working with them. And I talk about Notre Dame football, like, oh, Reggie Brooks used to help us with this. And then they start talking about the Holtz's Heroes and all those different types of things. So it's really a great cause. And we're glad that we can do our part. And Malik, I wanted to show something to you as well. This is the power and influence we hold at Irish Breakdown as Lucky Lefty tries to take over. Michael says, I'd take Malik. Malik was on fire, the Texas game in the Bend. But by the end of it, okay. Yep. Okay. That's the power that I wield.
That's right. That's right. Look, it's okay. It's okay. It's all right.
Oh, man.
Malik, we did have a question for you. Andrew got in late. This is a super chat from Andrew. It says, question for Malik. What was it like being part of the 2015 team? Did the team know how special it was to begin the season? Which do you think hampered the team more, injuries or defensive scheming? If you don't want to answer the second part, you don't have to. But I think the first part would be a good question.
Man, 2015 was just so awesome because it felt like everybody was on the same page. It felt like our class and the class above me, which was the Sheldon and all those guys, it just felt like everybody understood the assignment. We all was playing for each other. I thought that was the closest that the team has been from just a friendship. I mean, everybody was really close that year, and we actually had fun at practice. And every practice was competitive. I mean, you think of all the superstar talent that we had on the team at the time. We felt like that was everybody, like that was the best that you could get was every day at practice because we knew that anything better than what we was given at practice, I mean, that was NFL worthy. It could have been. So going into the season, we felt so good. We was talking about ring sizes because we knew the synergy of the team. This was the first time I felt like offensively we could do everything we wanted to do and we wasn't holding back. So not only could we run the ball extremely well, with me being able to run as well, helping out CJ and those guys, but we could throw it, and we could throw it deep. So now you had teams put in tough situations where we got Will Fuller who you got to pay attention to, and you got to pay attention to us running as consistently and effectively as we did. So being a part of that was just amazing because everybody knew what we wanted to do. And that was one of the few teams I've ever been on where, you know, everybody understood their role and they knew that this was it. Going into the what hampered us the most, I mean, it's a lot of things, you know, it's a lot of things that happened. I thought we really had a really good season. Selfishly, I would say injuries because I got hurt. And shit, a whole bunch of people got hurt. Jalen got hurt. That last game against Ohio State, when they were fully healthy, we played well with half the team. We was playing with 3s and 4s in there, you know, most of some of the game. And it's a lot of things you can point to. I think that injuries hurt the worst because they just affect the team differently. You know, when you got guys sitting in wheelchairs and on crutches you looking at that was just leading the team in tackles or whatever the case is. So that affected us a little bit mentally, especially for finishing those last like games we should have won. I think that helped. But then, you know, obviously you could say it's defensive and scheming and all types of things. But I think without the injuries, we would have accomplished what we wanted to, in my opinion. Where it went from after the injuries, I mean, shoot, it's just the regular season. You know, everything happens in the season. We did find a way to win. We played tough through what we went through, and we had fun with it. You know, we definitely had fun with it.
And last thing, some Utah Irish says, I'm surprised you guys are not saying Joe Montana. I never saw Joe Montana play in college.
Yeah,
so I can't. I never saw John Hewart play or Angelo Bertelli. I went with guys that I've seen play. I saw Joe Montana play for the 49ers, but I never saw Joe Montana play at Notre Dame. So
how many did he win a national championship at Notre Dame?
77, yeah.
77, right?
That was the year before I was born.
Yeah, I was young.
Again, for me, the reason I wouldn't pick Joe because you said it in this, I'm thinking in terms of the offensive system.
Right.
Joe was
doing
perfect for the West Coast offense. Mm-hmm. And, you know, again, accuracy it was ridiculously accurate, mm-hmm. but I'm not sure he would fit this system. Because again, they were not always a downfield passing team. Everything with, you know, from the 49ers, and even when he was here at Notre Dame, mm-hmm. was more about getting the ball out quickly. It was just a different system.
I'm gonna make some people mad, but number one, if I knew I could get Joe Montana type of player, then I'd fit the system around freaking Joe Montana.
Straight up.
But can you promise me I'm also gonna have Jerry Rice and John Taylor and Roger Craig and Bill Walsh calling plays on my team too? I'm just saying I would like to have that as well.
Yeah, you're taking a lot of people off like that.
The creator of the West Coast is calling the plays.
No, but I mean, to me, it's I went with people that I have seen play. That's what it was for me. I never saw Joe Montana play in a Notre Dame uniform. I mean, Joe Montana was a veteran in the NFL by the time I started seeing him play. Yeah. So I
got to see him playing in college, and you know, he's a special dude. Mm-hmm. And again, you talk about those winners. You know, mm-hmm. and, you know, we talk about, you know, Tom Brady and you know, Dan Marino. You know. That cat was, I mean, it was just his accuracy was off the chain, and his pocket presence, you know, it was there. Mine was based off of, you know,
I thought we were talking about quarterbacks in the 90s, 2000s.
Right. I just say guys that you've seen play. I mean, it's like when everybody says, who do you think is the greatest quarterback of all time? And I don't mention, I mean, Sean, you and I had this conversation tonight, so I don't personally mention like Otto Graham and Johnny Unitas because I never saw those guys play. Like I can't compare. They played in such a different era. I can't really compare those guys. So when I pick a guy, it's you know, like I didn't see Joe Theismann play or Joe Theismann play. I didn't see Steve Bernline play in a Notre Dame uniform, right? Like I can tell you who I saw play, and
Steve Bernline was like my first recognizable Notre Dame quarterback.
Tony Rice was mine because you're like 3 years older than me, though, right? So that's what it fits. Like Tony Rice was mine. Like Tony Rice and Rocket were like my dudes when I first became a Notre Dame fan. Like they were my players. So, and then they had a running back I liked, number 40 came along, was a pretty good player. They had a cornerback number 1 that I was quite fond of, you know, and that was my my era.
T. Light had the smoothest back pedal in the game.
I don't know how he did it with those giant freaking shoulder pads. Like, how did he not fall over when he was doing a back pedal with those giant shoulder pads?
So if he doesn't go into the if he doesn't get elected to the Hall of Fame, that's just a travesty. 2-time consensus All-American, dude. I said so when I played DB, T. Light was like said that was basically my big brother because he took me under his wing. That's my guy. So I and you talk about you had Todd Light, Pat Terrell, Chris Zorge, George Williams, Michael Stonebreaker, Frank Stans. I mean, straight dogs.
Hey, Reg, man, I almost want to call. I don't want to be disrespectful, but I almost want to call Reg Unc because he feels like family. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like we're literally sitting across each other at the picnic table, just having a conversation. I want to be like, "Hey,
it's all good."
Like, tell me about. I just watched this game the other day. Tell me about going into that 92 Sugar Bowl. And from a run standpoint, what did Lou Holtz tell you guys to be that big of an underdog going up against Florida? Like, the way you all just pounded them on the ground, like, what did he say to you all in the locker room that you all just came out and just dominated the number 3 team in the nation? Because I was sitting in my grandfather's house just honestly like, I hope we don't get blown out. And then
that was never it all started at the beginning of the week because it was like, Florida fans are some insufferable assholes. So like all week long, what's the difference between Notre Dame and Cheerios? Cheerios belongs in a bowl. I'm like, so we're pissed. And again, that was the one thing about and we lost like 3 games that season.
Right.
But the one thing that never happened in my 4 years at Notre Dame, we never physically got beat. And that was actually, that was our mindset. We're going to physically dominate you and make you quit. So by the time that first half, they were, I think they were up and it was like, pretty close. They flinched. Plain and simple, Florida flinched because they couldn't match the physicality that we played with for 4 quarters. And if you notice, a lot of those big runs came in the second half, and it was because, again, you just keep that sledgehammer approach. You keep punching them in the mouth, and eventually they folded. And that's when we just start cutting up. I mean, that second half, we were because they were talking but they would again. We had to hear this crap all week long. When we go to the restaurants, we go to like the different functions. They would keep coming to our practices, just yakking. So it was like, okay, y'all gonna have y'all fans are gonna, y'all fans helped cash a check that y'all ass can't cash. They wrote a check for y'all that y'all didn't even know was coming. And it was just like, we just knew. I mean, that was the thing about it. That's what I said about that mentality of when we played, we never considered losing as an option. It was legitimately a shock when we lost the game. But we know every week, this is what we do. This is how we win. We no mental errors, no turnovers. You play together, play to win. And like Malik was saying, it was like something about those teams that we had a bond that transcended the playing field. Like I said, that's why I said I still have such a close relationship with those guys today. And so when they came out, and it didn't hurt that at halftime. No, not before halftime. So before pregame. So you come out pregame, we had our white jerseys with the blue number. So we go back into the locker room, and they switched out the jerseys. So we had the socks, had the green socks, and then the white jerseys with the green number. It was a wrap. Coach didn't have to say anything. Yeah. We got in there, saw those jerseys, came back out the game. right then when they put that green and saw those green numbers, that game was over.
Straight up.
That's what's up. So when I watched it the second time, when I watched it recently, I was like, wait a minute. As a kid, I just don't remember Notre Dame talking this much trash during this game. Mm-hmm. I'm watching, like, especially the defense, because that was the big thing, right? Florida was just going to run through the defense. And when you realize there was a lot of NFL talent in that defensive backfield, like, you guys could run with their receivers. That wasn't the problem. And your defensive front punished them just like the offensive line punished their defensive line. And it was just –
and we were only rushing like 2 and 3. We rushed 2 and 3 because – and drop A, drop 7, 8 guys. And because Shane Matthews wasn't going anywhere. You talk about a statue. We knew where he was going to be.
Right.
And again, you drop those zones and cover down and then come up and tackle. That was one thing about that defense that really stood out. It's like how well prepared in terms of tackling. That was one of the best tackling teams I've ever been on.
So to back up Reggie's point, it was actually 16-7 at halftime. Florida had a 16-7 lead at halftime. Notre Dame scored 32 points in the fourth quarter. So yeah, that was.
And we going into the halftime, we were like, "Oh, we got this." We were down, but in our minds, the game was won because they couldn't. They were getting frustrated. Next year, Florida was so used to just run up and down the field, throwing the ball all over the place. And because we frustrated them, and then their defense, early on they're fast, but when you hit them in the mouth, you take that little, take something out of their legs. By the second half, we just start gashing them. Boom, here, boom, boom. And it was that consistency in what we did. We believed in, like I said, we believed in what we did, and we said we're going to. It got to the point where we were like offensively telling them where we were going to run the ball. We said, we're coming right here. Ain't nothing you can do about it.
I forget this is how crazy it was. I was watching the game, and what really stood out to me from a trash talk standpoint, you usually get the running backs, old linemen talking to the D linemen and the linebackers. There was a play, and I forget the wide receiver, but the wide receiver like blocked down and knocked the safety on his butt. And this dude he was talking to the linebackers. He was talking and I'm like, yo.
That's probably Tony Smith.
And I'm like, wait a minute. When you got the wide receivers talking to the D-line, it's like, okay.
After blocks.
It's like, okay.
Now, I said our receivers, they coming for you. I mean, it didn't matter who it was. That's why I said I will always and forever be a huge Chase Claypool fan, not because of his ability to catch the ball. When I saw him take that DB and literally run him out the back of the end zone blocking him, I was like, this is the best receiver on the planet in my mind, because he would like literally go out and dominate.
Yeah, Chase, when he first got there, you should have saw him at practice. We had to tell him, this ain't Canada football, man. You can't, just pick up a DB and do some of this. You wouldn't know if it was legal. I'm like, I think that's legal, but he'll be making blocks with like UFC takedowns and shit. Like,
it's like, is he allowed to do
that? You gotta play like American, like you gotta get your hands inside because he'll
get him in there. No,
take the dude's shoulder pad and try to take it off. Crazy shit. So
the physicality in the way he plays, and that's why I said I'm a big fan of. That's one of the things I'm a big fan of Kyron, just his physicality.
Yeah,
like I said, like a quarterback. That's why I said I'm a Brady Quinn fan, because Brady was a big boy. He can put hands on you if you got it twisted. BQ, he wasn't soft by any imagination.
No, not at all.
Our last question, and then we're going to wrap this up. I got to know from the two guys that played at Notre Dame. And then, Sean, I want you and I to give our fan answers, right?
Okay.
Best win you were ever a part of in a Notre Dame uniform. Mr. Brooks, we'll begin with you.
Penn State.
Does that be the Snow Bowl in 92? Okay.
Because that was the last home game of that year. And, we, as a senior class, got to go out winners. The previous two senior classes lost their last home game. And actually, that is always stuck with me because we went out and finished off our last home game at Notre Dame with a win.
So the last time you played at Notre Dame Stadium, you caught the 2-point conversion too. Okay.
Yep. That's not a bad way to go out.
That's a great way against Joe Pa. That's even better. Makes it even better. All right, Malik, how about you?
Mine is the LSU game, just because going into it, nobody thought we was going to win. I felt like I should have had a real good chance at doing well for my first time going out there for real. And they had Leonard Fournette. So people was like, oh, they got Leonard Fournette, you're going to lose. And then they had the Jordan Arden. They had Arden Key. They had Arden Key out there. They had Jalen Mills. So at this time, this was like the number one defense in the SEC. They had Leonard Fournette, and they didn't really think that we were going to do well. And then for us to go in there and win that game the way we did, it just definitely a good moment in Notre Dame for me.
I just want to point out that at least one person predicted you to win that game.
You predicted that?
I did. Yes. Thank you very much.
Man, nobody thought we was going
because y'all were finally healthy again. That was my thing. Is like that was a team that they took the national champs down to the wire before everything went crazy, and they were healthy again. So I did. So 1992 Notre Dame Penn State, and then Malik, for you it was the Music City Bowl, correct?
Yeah.
Against LSU. Sean, how about you? I mean, it's kind of easier for us because we got to experience more games. What was the best win that you ever watched, or as far as a Notre Dame fan?
Oh, the best win I ever watched for me was the easy 1-2 out at the Coliseum, man. That
you about in talking about 88?
Yeah. Like I said, man, I'm fresh off of like becoming a fan and watching Berline and Tim Brown and just watching, Lou Holtz build this thing, and to go out there 1-2 and, see little man Stan Smagala get the pick six. And
took it to him quick. Yeah, they took it to USC quick.
Tony take off down the left sideline. It's just like, all the big plays that happened. I was probably a little kid. I wish I had a camera on myself for that day, because I'm sure I was bouncing off the wall with each big play. Man, that's just as a fan watching. But in person, the most gratifying, because my hatred for Miami had been established. Mm-hmm. The 2012 Shamrock Series.
Speaking of a physical beatdown, that would have been one.
And the reason why you know that I have friendships with former Miami players, and I had a chance to sit in their section at Soldier Field during the game, and when I tell you, I was the lone voice in the midst of Hurricane fans. You all will be proud, because I talked that ish.
You stood in the eye of the storm. Man.
I talked that for 4 quarters. I talked that. I'm like, no, don't let up. Keep banging on these bums.
That's right.
Keep banging on these bums.
That's right. I gotta take it to them.
That was like the most gratifying win, just based off the fact, as a Notre Dame fan, my hatred for Miami was like always at an all-time high.
Mine was 93 against Florida State, because the Miami game in 88 in USC was kind of my first. I was 10. It was like my first year as a Notre Dame fan.
Yeah.
And I actually remember more about the USC game than I do the Miami game. And because I'll still never forget Keith Jackson losing his mind for like 5 seconds, thinking that Tony Wright stepped out of bounds when he was like this far away from the end zone.
Right.
There was like that green between the white, you know what I mean? Like he thought that was out of bounds. It was hilarious. Right. But the 93 game for me, because I was a little older, I was 15, I could kind of appreciate the game a little bit more. And it's like you said, nobody thought Notre Dame had a chance to play with Florida State. I mean, it's like, there's too much speed. And like you guys talked about, I don't think people realize how much athleticism that defense had at Notre Dame in 93.
Yeah, like I won a few dollars on that game.
Because you had some teammates that played at Florida State, I believe. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
So I was like, I'll take that back.
Yeah. That was the one for me.
I think I'll take that one.
Yeah. That was the one for me. My favorite in person is probably 2015 USC, because that was the first time. So my first game I ever went to at Notre Dame with my dad was 07. It was USC in 07. Well, that game was like it wasn't even close during warm-ups. It was like a blowout during the warm-ups. It was bad. So to finally get to see Notre Dame and USC in person and see that redemption was like, I was like, okay. And the second time I saw Notre Dame and USC play in person was 2011, which was an L. The third time I saw Notre Dame and USC play was 2014, which was a real bad L.
That's when you went out to
yes. And then USC goes down on that first drive and scores. And I'm like, I'm never going to see Notre Dame beat USC.
That was Cody Kessler. That was
and then Deshaun hit Will on that post route. I said, "Oh, okay, this might be a little something." So that was that to me was my favorite game. And then my dad got to be there. So my dad was also there too.
Nice.
And so he finally got to see his redemption of Notre Dame, because he's the reason I became a Notre Dame fan, was because my dad. So to see him be able to experience that game was a lot of fun. And I got tickets to the 2017 game as well, so he got to see that beat down as well. So yes, that was a lot of fun. So and we could sit here for more and more hours, guys, but we're now 4.5 hours deep. And Reggie, you committed to it. I also want people to know, when we agreed to have Reggie come on, I said, hey, look, we just want you for like 20 minutes. If you can just talk for 20 minutes. And he was on for 2.5 hours, right? And so, Reggie, thank you so much.
It's worth it. It's worth it. Actually, I got to jump off and hop on another call. But, man, I appreciate you guys having me. And, just know it's nothing but love here, fellas.
Always.
Thanks, Reggie. Have a good one. Guys, that was a lot of fun, fellas. That was a lot of fun.
Hey, I'm sorry, Brian. I'm sorry, man. I became a fanboy for like 2 hours.
It's all good. It's all good.
So
it's all good.
I was just enjoying myself.
That was a lot of fun.
Great. It was great.
That was a lot of fun. Yeah. Well, hey, let's do this again sometime, guys. This is going to become a regular thing for us at certain occasions of the year. We definitely look forward to doing these things again. And I just can't believe the way that the Notre Dame community came through today, and the Irish Breakdown, specifically the Irish Breakdown community came through. And there's a lot of super chats that we didn't get to, that Sean Higgins, thank you for this. Look, I think Notre Dame's going to keep Marcus Freeman at least for one more year. I'm not concerned about that, to be completely honest with you. But thank you for the super chat. I appreciate everybody. We got to a lot of them. T. Stewart, do you think Caden Madden will be an NFL team next year? No, I do not. Given his lack of opportunity. Do you think Rocco transfers? No, I do not. I think Rocco will stay, because I think Rocco realizes that he's going to get his chance next year.
Caden Madden long snap?
That's mean.
Hey, we only spent 5 seconds on Caden.
A long snapper's got to run down the field and make a tackle.
Oh, so you said you called me mean and you just jumped.
I'm just stating a fact. You threw it up. I wasn't going to bring it up. I'm just saying that's kind of,
we're putting them on the petty train today.
You are, Sean. You brought some serious pettiness today, man. I'm blaming it all on you. I take no responsibility whatsoever for the level of pettiness. Jordan Schreiber says, great idea, guys. Screw going to New Year's 6 and beating Wake Forest or Oklahoma State. That absolutely won't count as a big bowl win. Got to be a playoff win. Who are your 2 clear victory opponents for Notre Dame if they get in? The ideal scenario for me is Ohio State gets beat, Oregon gets beat, Cincinnati keeps winning, Georgia spanks Alabama, Alabama's the 4 seed, or somebody else is the 4 seed. Notre Dame jump in as a 3 and get Cincinnati in the semifinal. Because you want about a playoff beatdown, that will be a playoff beatdown.
It would be.
Okay, and Notre Dame will be the one offering them the beatdown, in my opinion.
That's right.
So
yes,
for sure. That is the one. I would love to see a playoff rematch that involved Notre Dame and Cincinnati. Would love it. Love it.
Straight up.
Yes, I would be all about that. And Mac Sakalowski, we had a lot of people that gave money. Chase Talk Sports, looking to the future. Could we keep Tyler Buckner, Lorenzo, and Logan until they're fifth-year seniors, like so many are saying goodbye to onside? No. None of them are going to be fifth-year seniors, barring injury. So they've all played beyond the 4 games this year, so they will all be seniors. So barring injury, none of them will be back for fifth-year seniors. I think at this point in time, you just got to hope you have them back as seniors.
I don't think Lorenzo will be around for his senior year.
It's same with Logan. You just got to hope you can keep those dudes around as seniors. Much less fifth-year seniors. Maybe the quarterback a little bit, because he's only going to be a 2-year starter. But I'm trying to see if we got a couple more of these just to get to these, just so we can make sure that we've tried to address everybody. And if we didn't specifically point to your super chat, we got so many. We had, just the donations we got today were just amazing. I want to thank everybody that came and was part of the show and gave money. I want to thank Malik time is also money. Time is valuable, and you guys chose to come spend 3 hours on our show helping people out, and I want to appreciate y'all very much for that as well. So this was a lot of fun, and we'll have to do this again sometime, fellas.
All right. Anytime, man.
And no pettiness next time, Sean. Okay, no
Say
pettiness.
it again.
No pettiness next time.
No, I put people on the petty train. I don't believe. Yeah. I don't believe in being petty. I just had to correct Unc. Unc said there were 5 talented offensive linemen, and he was incorrect. I just had to let him know it was 4, not 5, unless he was counting
the one that's not watching the fifth.
Gotcha.
Or the one that was injured that will be returning. That case,
you talking about Blake?
Yes.
Yep.
Then there will be 5.
So what he was saying is they have played 5 talented linemen at some point in time this season.
Okay,
yes,
they just didn't all play together, right?
Right.
So we'll give the great Reggie Brooks the benefit of the doubt on that one. So. So I think we have shown all the super chats, guys. And again, I want to thank you all again so much for joining us. And I want to thank all of you that are watching and listening. We have been over 200 people this entire show. We got over 300 at one point in time. You all stuck around. You listened to the conversation. But more importantly, you helped us raise over $6,000 to help the local South Bend, Michiana community. There are going to be a lot of people that are going to have better Thanksgivings and better winters because of you all. You all stepped up. You made it happen. All we did was just throw the invite out, and you all showed up and made it a wonderful, wonderful event. And we're absolutely going to do this again sometime. We'll do it differently. You know, like I was thinking like a toy drive. We're going to do like a clothing drive next year during one of the tailgates. We just really want to help people. We've all been blessed very, very much. We want to be able to help those that maybe haven't been as blessed as us. So for Sean Davis, for Malik Zaire, the Lucky Lefty podcast crew that joined the Irish Breakdown crew today, I'm Brian Driscoll. Thank you all so much. We will see you again tomorrow at 12:30. All of you watching, 12:30 tomorrow. We're going to break down the matchup of the Notre Dame defense against the Georgia Tech offense.
Hey, B.
And, yep, what's that?
We're about to leave you and go live.
So y'all got a lot more coming. We're not even done yet.
No,
Notre Dame talk all day. Notre Dame talk all day today.
It's live in 5 minutes right after we leave our big brother.
That's right.
Have a good one, everybody. Take care. We'll talk to you again tomorrow.